Hey, welcome to the Sharp Way Show. So happy to have you with me this evening, a little bit past 4 p.m. on the East Coast. And you might be saying to yourself, Larry, you don't usually do weekend shows. That's true. I don't. But this time I am. Yet again, someone sent me something and said, Larry, you have to talk about this. And I was like, okay, I guess I do. And that person was yet again correct. And we are talking today about the debate, I guess you would call it that, between Ben Shapiro and Destiny. Those of you who don't know, Ben Shapiro obviously is a very popular conservative name, a very popular conservative talking head. And Destiny is a very popular liberal / left-leaning talking head for many years. And they had a chat on the Lex Fridman show. Total shout out to Lex Fridman for putting that together. And it was a very interesting chat, that is for sure. And I wanted to give you the one thing that they talk from a left-right perspective. But of course, they're all wrong because the libertarian perspective is the right perspective. And I will then show you what was the actual answers and what they should have been saying versus what they did. But you know it's going to be good. So I'm going to ask you, as always, if you would please click the button that is like. If you would do that, that would be awesome. If you're watching this on Twitter, please retweet this right now. It does matter 100%. I know I say it all the time. But if you're watching on YouTube, a favor, if you haven't yet, subscribe. It does matter. Every subscription does matter. Ring that bell so you get notifications. All this stuff does matter. Please do those things if you would. And now, if I may, I think I'm going to shift, if I could, into the actual screen so that you can see, if I can make sure I get the actual audio here too, because I want to make sure I get audio also. You can watch what is going on. And here we go.
Ben, you're conservative. Destiny, you're a liberal. Can you each describe what key values underpin your philosophy on politics and maybe life in the context of this left-right political spectrum? You want to go first?
Yeah. So I think that we have a huge country full of a lot of people, a lot of individual talents, capabilities. And I think that the goal of government, broadly speaking, should be to try to ensure that everybody's able to achieve as much as possible. So on a liberal level, that usually means some people might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to things like education.
Now, the point you'll find often people on the left, there's a big difference. Both of them will use the phrase, left and right will use the phrase liberty or freedom. What most people who lean left think of is freedom from, right? Freedom from poverty, freedom from oppression, freedom from things. What most people on the right will think of as freedom to something, freedom to do this, freedom to do that, do the other thing. This is why people on the left are very open to saying government should step in to do these things because that creates, in their eyes, freedom. People on the right often think the opposite. Government should walk away from this and do things more like, protect rights and such, because that gives you freedom to do things. That tends to be a thought process between the two.
Education, they might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to providing certain necessities like housing or food or clothing. But broadly speaking, I mean, I'm still a liberal, not a communist or socialist. I don't believe in the, total command economy, total communist takeover of all of the, economy. But I think that broadly speaking, the government should kind of like kick in and help people when they need it.
And that government can and should be big.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
I noticed that when liberals talk about government, or especially taxes, it seems like they talk about it for taxes' sake or bigness sake. So people talk about taxes sometimes as like a punishment, like tax the rich.
Because it is.
I think taxing the rich is fine insofar as it funds the programs that we want to fund. But
what I do like about what Destiny is saying is he's very open about it. You'll find many times when these questions come out, people who think more like Destiny will often back away. Well, I don't mean that. I don't mean this. He's like, no. Tax is fine. I want my programs. At least you know where he stands here. Now you can have an actual conversation.
Democrats have a really big problem demonizing success or wealth, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing to be wealthy, to be a billionaire or whatever, as long as we're funding what we need to fund.
Ben, what do you think it means to be a conservative? What's the philosophy that underlies your political view?
So first of all, I'm glad that Destiny, you're already coming out as a Republican. That's exciting. I mean, we hold a lot in common in terms of, the basic idea that people ought to have as much opportunity as possible. And also, insofar as the government should do the minimum amount necessary to interfere in people's lives in order to pursue certain functions, particularly at the local level. So,
but the problem that you find with both of these is they both assume that government should do stuff, right? That's the assumption. Government should do stuff, but my stuff, right? So my stuff is okay to be done. Your stuff, not okay to be done.
A lot of governmental discussions on a pragmatic level end up being discussions about where government ought to be involved, but also at what level government ought to be involved. And I haven't.
And this is a key with Ben as a general rule. He does have some libertarian takes, don't get me wrong, but he does not mind government overreach. And this is where he goes to at a local level. He's like, well, if local people want to make things horrible, then it's fine. I'm not sure that's accurate.
Incredibly subsidiary view of government. I think that, local governments, because you have higher levels of homogeneity and consent, are capable of doing more things. And as you abstract up the chain, it becomes more and more impractical and more divisive to do more things. In my view, government is basically there to preserve certain key liberties. Those key liberties pre-exist the government insofar as they are more important.
Now, let me tell you how I look at this. People know clearly I'm a libertarian, but where does that stand? In other words, what level do I talk about when it comes to this? Where is my maybe core? And it's going to be something that some of you don't realize. You may not have heard me say this or think this way. This is how I think in general, and you see most of my policies are this way. And that is, I'm anti-monopoly. Yes, some of you did not see that happening or coming. Yes, I'm anti-monopoly. I think monopoly is a terrible idea. The difference is when people think of monopoly, I think, oh, big companies. No, government is also a monopoly. I don't want any one source, any one group, any one person saying, I'm right, I know, I'm the monopoly, you have no choice but me. That is my biggest issue. And government is also that. So as long as you are and this is me, right? I'm telling you, if they had asked me this question, I would have said, the idea of monopoly is the problem that I can't stand, and maximum voluntarism. Those two things, no monopoly, maximum voluntarism. In my perfect world of my magical world of unicorns, we have a totally voluntary society. That would be amazing. That's where I'd love to go. We're nowhere near that, right? But if we move towards that, I'm good. And what does that mean? Breaking up monopolies. So I don't want government being the only answer. I don't want the government being the only answer for schools, the only answers for jobs, the only answer for money, the only action for taxation. Nothing. I don't want government being the only option at all. I always want other options, other choices, so that people have the best chance of volunteering and deciding what they want is best for them. That is where most of my philosophy, if its core is, sits. Now, that's not always the perfect answer, obviously. But I think that is where, if you looked at most of my policies, most of my ideas, I think that's where they come from. And I think it's a good place for a libertarian to come from. Again, not the only place a libertarian should come from. That's where me as a libertarian, where I come from.
And what priorities the government has. The job of government is to maintain, for example, national defense, protection of property rights, protection of religious freedom. Right? These are the key focuses of government as generally expressed in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. And I agree with the general philosophy of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Now, that doesn't mean, by the way, that you can't do more on a governmental level, again, as you get closer to the ground, which, by the way, is also embedded in the Constitution. People forget the Constitution was originally applied to the federal government, not to.
See, now he outs himself. Yeah, federal government shouldn't be tyrant, but locally, tyrant all you want. He does play that game. Let me grab a couple of comments real fast. I know you guys are jumping on board. I do appreciate this. Joe says, Biden campaign ad just before this live. See that? Biden knows that the people who are voting are watching this stuff. Of course. It's very good. Shelly says, you got a liquor commercial. Oh, good. I like that. I like that. I love that. That sounds like it's pretty good. So D goes on to say, the libertarian perspective is normally the right one. Correct. Yet again. Correct. Absolutely. So Legacy Zach says, Shapiro's a Fed and Destiny is an idiot. I'm not going to go there, but I guess we'll see. How about that? I guess we'll see that. That's how it works. Yes. John says, Destiny, the man who thinks it's that government's job to own every aspect of our life. A lot of them. Yes. Michael Voss is watching. How are you, Michael? Freedom from doesn't exist. It requires active manipulation of factors, i.e. government. Agreed. I think it does exist, and that's why he wants government, right? That I think you and him agree that that's how it works. He just thinks it's okay. He doesn't think it's that you say it's a comfortable lie. No, he thinks that's okay. That's the difference. He believes government should step in and should do this. It's not a lie for Destiny. He thinks it's okay. Yeah, government steps in and does these things as it should. Yes, using force in these cases, he believes is okay. In this case, Mike, it's not a lie. He just thinks it's okay. And there is a difference, if that makes any sense. He's not trying to hide it. While to your point, there are some people who lean left who do try to hide it. I think he actually doesn't try to hide it. Joe says, I have disagreed on being anti-monopoly. I'm for only freedom for all. I'm against government tyranny competing in the mix. Right. Well, look, again, in my perfect world, Joe, I'd agree with you. I'm trying to be where we are now. Government controls almost every aspect of our lives. Could we get to that one day? Yes. I think the way to get there is people like Destiny. We're going to hear about this in a moment. He believes government is the only way. To me talking to Mike, he's not lying. He honestly believes government is the only way. And there are tens of millions of Americans who believe government is the only way. I think if you break the monopoly of government, because people do need things. They do, of course. If you break the monopoly of government, people go, oh, so government isn't the only way. I think that's how you break government. That's my view. That's why I go that route, if that makes any sense to you guys. So let me grab some more if I could. By the way, guys, if you like what's going on, you want to get back and forth, you can, by the way, as I said, subscribe. You can also super chat. If you want your comment to go to the front, if you're watching on YouTube, you can also super chat. And you can also become a member if you want to. If you want to become a member and support this show, you may. $49 per month. Click join on the YouTube channel. You can support this channel if you want to. Up to you. But I'm going to give you stuff no matter what. But if you want to support me, please do so.
Local and state government. But if I were going to define conservatism, it would actually be a little broader than that, because I think to understand how people interact with government, you have to go to kind of core values. And so for me, there are a couple of premises. One, human beings have a nature. That nature is neither good nor bad. We have aspects of goodness and we have aspects of badness. Human beings are sinful. We have temptations. And what that means is that we have to be careful not to incentivize the bad, and that we should incentivize the good. Human beings do have agency and are capable of making decisions in the vast majority of circumstances.
So government should slap
and it is better for society if we act as though
what many
they
conservatives do believe.
Second, the basic idea of human nature, there is an idea, in my view, that all human beings have equal value before the law. Yeah, I'm a religious person, so I'd say equal value before God, but I think that's also sort of a key tenet of Western civilization, being non-religious or religious, that every individual has equivalent value in sort of cosmic terms. But that does not necessarily mean that every person is equally equipped to do everything equally well. And so it is not the job of government to rectify every imbalance of life. The quest for cosmic justice, as Tom.
Yeah, I get his concept, but again, he picks and chooses which ones it should.
The soul suggests is something that government is generally incapable of doing, and more often than not botches and makes things worse. So those are a few key tenets, and that tends to materialize in a variety of ways. The easiest way to sum that up would the traditional kind of three legs of the conservative stool, although now obviously there's a very fragmented conservative movement in the United States, would be a socially conservative view in which family is the chief institution of society, like the little platoons of society, as Edmund Burke suggested, in which free markets and property rights are extraordinarily valuable and necessary, because
these things are all true. Like, I do want people to have property rights. Of course I do. And family does matter. The problem is, in today's world, and I definitely bring up a little bit of this, is that family can be very different. I think family is critical, but I often use the phrase, and you've heard me use before, the idea of kin. Kin is important. Families too, but kin is even more important, right? The idea of understanding who your uncles, your cousins, your grandma, and people who are married in, and people who become part of your family, and adoption, and all the different types. The idea that sometimes I think Ben pushes too much is mom, dad, kids. That's important, but so is uncle, aunt, grandma, grandpa, married person in, adopted person in, right? The kin is the critical piece here, right? That's the part that I think is more important. I think Ben often loses this.
Every individual has the ability to be creative with their property and to freely alienate that property. And finally, I tend toward a hawkish foreign policy that suggests that the world is not filled with wonderful people who.
Thank you. Hawkish foreign policy, and the world's not filled with wonderful people. She just said that before. That's the problem, right? That's the problem.
All agree with us and think like us. And those people will pursue adversarial interests if we do not protect our own interests.
Can I ask a question on that? I'm so curious.
Sure.
Okay. I'm excited for this conversation because I consider you to be really intelligent. But I feel like sometimes there are ways that conservatives talk about certain issues that seem to defy logic and reason, I guess. So here, and I'm sure you feel the same way about I feel the same way about progressives, but even some liberals for sure. Before I ask this question, it's going to relate to.
Now, he makes a difference. For those of you who are on the right, you may not know this. There's a difference between liberals and progressives, right? Progressives are people who are really moving harder left. Liberals are people who are much more mainstream left. For example, someone like a Bernie Sanders is more towards a progressive. Someone like a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris is much more liberal, if that makes more sense. So the further you go left, the more someone is more progressive. I tend to, believe it or not, respect progressives more than liberals. And you might say, Larry, you're a libertarian. I do. Progressives are very often honest about what they want, and they often actually do know what they want. Particularly if you go past progressive is what I would call leftists. Leftists actually are far more honest. And some of you may be upset about that. I'm not, because I think that people who are actual leftists actually are thinking through things and actually are okay with what they're talking about. And they, in my view, have the best chance of coming back to libertarianism. And again, Thomas Sowell is an example of that. Thomas Sowell was a Marxist and became libertarian. Liberals don't become libertarians. Leftists do.
Education. We can agree, broadly speaking, that statistics are real and that not everybody could do everything. So for a grounded example, my life was pretty bad. I got into streaming and I turned my life around, and that was really cool, but I can't expect everybody to do what I did, right?
Correct.
Like everybody being able to join the NBA or to be like a streamer.
Well, of course, everybody has different qualities, sure.
Okay. So I used to be a lot more libertarian when I was 21. And one of the things that dramatically changed kind of my view on government manipulation of things in the, I guess, in society came when it came time to deal with my son and the school that he went to. And one of the things that I noticed was when it came time to send my son to school, I could either do private education or I could do public. Personally, I did 12 years of Catholic private education. However, the public schools in Nebraska, depending on where you lived, were very, very, very good. And I opted for a certain district. I bought a house there. I moved there. And then my son was able to go to those schools.
So he took his son to about schools. He went to private school, right? He says he had a bad life, went to private school. I don't know how bad that was, but whatever. You decide what bad is. He goes to a private school, 12 years of Catholic school, which is not free. For those of you who've been to Catholic school is not free. So he got private school for 12 years, then decides, do I want to give my kid private school, public school? In Nebraska, where he lives, there's some good public schools. He says so. I don't know Nebraska at all. Could be true. He then moves to a certain area that surely is more wealthy, because that's how it almost always works, and says that's a better answer. Now, who set that system up? Yes, government. So if he's unhappy with the system, it is the government that set that system up. Who set up his Catholic school system? Not the government. That's the school he went to.
And he's been going through those schools, and the difference of availability of like technology, like these kids are taking home iPads in like first grade. They've got like huge computer labs and everything. Yep. Do you think that there is some type of, I don't want to say injustice or unfairness, because I'm not even looking at it that way, just pragmatically, that there might be children that are in certain schools that if they just had better funding or more access to technologies or things available to them, that those kids would become more productive members of society?
Okay, literally no. And the data is in here. Luckily or unluckily for everybody watching, I live in New York. I live in New York City. We spend literally the most, and I mean the most, more than California, more than any state per kid on education in the entire country. I believe in the entire world. I don't think anyone on the planet, I don't think any government on the planet Earth spends more money per kid per year in education than New York State and New York City. Not one. Our schools are garbage. Let me repeat that. We spend the most. Our schools are garbage. How do I know that? If you watched just recently, I did another live on Mayor Eric Adams, who decided there's going to be a revolution, I'm not joking, in teaching in New York City. They're going to teach kids, I'm not joking, how to read. That's what he said. They're going to start using phonics. He called it a revolution. Phonics is a revolution in New York City schools. Phonics. And almost half of the schools are teaching that now. Half. We spend about $40,000 per kid in New York City. It's not funding. I can promise you that. But not just that. Some of the best educated kids are homeschoolers. I'm not making that up. They're literally right now, employers are looking for homeschooled kids. That's a thing. I know. That's what I do. My daily job is a business consultant. I hire and fire. It's what I do for a living. It's how I make my money. It's how I pay my bills. We are looking for homeschooled people. That's a thing now. Colleges are trying to recruit homeschooled people. They're trying to recruit them because they're better students. Yes. So it's not dollars. It's not iPads. It's not that. It is a bad system.
Like a little bit of a help, they could actually achieve more and do better for all of society.
So I think that on the list of priorities, when it comes to education, the availability of technology is actually fairly low on the list of priorities.
Sure. The two things I've heard are food availability and I think air conditioning, I think are the two biggest ones that I hear, but sure.
Well, I mean,
okay, let me talk about food availability. Another thing that people bring up all the time is the kids are hungry. And I get that. Be very clear. Again, I live in New York City. Every single kid in New York State, gets free lunch if they want it. Every kid in New York State. That's New York State law. So any kid who wants free lunch in New York State gets free lunch. So there's some food. But further, New York City, they also get free breakfast. Every kid. So if you're a kid and you want breakfast, go to school. Breakfast is free. It was free when I was a kid in the South Bronx in the 70s. When I was a kid in the South Bronx in the 70s, I could go to my school in the morning, and I often did, and eat breakfast. There was breakfast there for all the kids. It wasn't whether you had money. No, all the kids, free breakfast. That's New York City school, public schools. Back in the 70s, it was that. In the South Bronx, it wasn't citywide back then. It was only in poor neighborhoods. I grew up in a poor neighborhood in the South Bronx. We had free breakfast and free lunch. You just went there and ate. I remember when I left and I went to Long Island as an older kid, I had to pay for my school lunch. I'll bring school lunch. I didn't have that in New York City. In New York City back in the 70s, everyone got it. Now everyone gets it. It's free. That's how it works now. And New York City schools, garbage. As I said, only half of the kids are being taught to read. We're focusing now, again, Governor Hochul said this, on teaching kids to swim. Again, I'm not making this up. You can do your homework. That actually happened just a couple weeks ago? We're focusing on swimming now. Not reading, writing. No, swimming. We have terrible schools, free lunch, free breakfast, and tons of money. Everything he just said, not true.
The biggest thing in terms of education itself, not just the physical facilities that we're talking about, would actually be two-parent family households.
Sure.
Communities that have fathers in them is actually the number one decisive, according to Roland Fryer and many studies done on this particular topic. And the idea that money alone, that investment of resources is the top priority in schooling is belied by the fact that LAUSD, which is where I went to school when I was younger, they pour an enormous amount of money into LAUSD. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars very often per student, and it does not result in better schooling outcomes. And so when you say, if we could give every kid an iPad, would you give every kid an iPad? The question is not, if I had a replicator machine from Star Trek, would I give everybody an enormous amount of stuff? Sure, I would.
Both of those things are wrong. This is the problem. This is what I go back to. The idea of would I give people a bunch of stuff isn't the point. That goes back to the same idea. Do you believe that government has the right and knows and can give the right stuff? And here I would argue, how about let parents decide? How do I know that works, right? Here's how I know it works. Who usually homeschools kids? Parents, usually. There's exceptions, but usually it's parents. If it's not parents, they're putting them in private schools. They also have great outcomes. So when parents decide, overall, they have great outcomes. Now, there are some terrible homeschoolers. Of course, there's terrible public schools. So you're going to find some homeschoolers who suck. Absolutely, of course. You're going to find some private schools that are bad. Of course, yes. But clearly, overall, it's not even close. The vast majority of private and homeschooled kids will have better outcomes. period. Even on standardized testing. Some of you don't know this. Homeschool kids do better on standardized testing than public school kids. So even if you care, I mean, I don't care about standardized testing, but many people do. So if you do, think about that. Yes, even that. Let me grab it. Shelley brings up a very important point. Phonics were introduced in 1972. Yes, I remember the Hooked on Phonics program when I was a kid. I remember that. Phonics is not a revolution from today. It was a revolution 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Of course. New York City just figuring this out, Shelley. They just figured it out. Eric Adams, I'm so glad he's the greatest mayor. He just figured that out. Well done. Exactly right. It is crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Every resource is finite. Every resource is limited, and you have to prioritize what are the outcomes that you seek in terms of the means with which you are seeking them. And so, again, I think that the question is I quibble with the premise of the question, which is that, again, the chief injustice when it comes to education on the list of injustices is lack of availability to technology, or that it's a funding problem. I just don't think that's the case.
Sure. And I can half agree with you there, but I don't think any amount of changes in the schools will create two-parent households, right? We can't bring it.
I totally agree with you. So that's why I think that the fundamental educational problem is not, in fact, a schooling problem. I think that it pre-exists that.
Sure.
Well, yeah, okay, this is a problem, right? You can't just go, well, schools suck because families suck. And in many cases, families suck. That's true. And in many cases, they suck because of our current system. The government encourages families to break up. The government encourages taking away of children. The family court system is a joke and destroys families, breaks them up, crushes fathers, crushes kids. That's all accurate stuff. But it doesn't mean now forget education. It means now give the kids the best shot you can by giving the parents the best amount of choice and options you can give them. That's what you can do. His point's valid, though. I mean, broken families suck. It's true.
But then I feel like this is kind of the conservative merry-go-round where it's like, what can we do to help with schools? So two of the things that I've seen, I think, that are usually brought up in research is, one is air conditioning, that children in hotter environments just don't learn as well. And then the second one is access to food. So like kids that are given like a breakfast or a lunch that's provided at school, like increases educational outcomes. Now,
so two pieces I'll bring up. As I said before, air conditioning is sometimes true, but there are lots of air conditionings in a lot of schools and they still suck. So it's true, it's good. I think it's a positive thing. Air conditioning, though, I think is often done outside of America, right? That's sometimes an issue in other areas outside of America where there isn't any air conditioning. Not that critical here in America, but a piece. I agree, a piece. But again, if you give the parents the ability to do so, well, then parents can put their kids into private schools. Once you start adding competition to this, if you have a school with no air conditioning, it doesn't get any kids. They're going to put air conditioning in. They're going to stop spending money on 4,000, 20,000, or 40,000 freaking administrators, and they're going to buy some air conditioning or air conditioners or fans or whatever. They will do that because they won't have any kids in the school. So whatever the issue is, government should not be saying we're going to spend money on air conditioning, because here's what will happen. They will make some kind of fund, put it together. How much will it cost? $80 bazillion to put air conditioning in all schools. They'll then do some kind of, they'll pay to make a study, then they'll pay their consultants, then they'll pay all their friends. Tons of money will go out, colossal waste of time, money, and energy, and it will have crappy air conditioners that don't work. How do I know that? That literally happens here in New York City all the time. Everything Destiny is saying, New York City either has done or is doing, and we still have crappy schools.
Agree that neither of these things might be determinative in like, well, 20% of kids were graduating and now 80% of kids are graduating, or these kids are all going, from with their GEDs into the workforce, and now these kids are all suddenly becoming engineers. But in terms of where we can help, do you think there should be like some minimum threshold or minimum baseline of like, at the very least, every school should have a non-leaky gym, or every school should have, if children can't afford lunch or breakfast, like some sort of food provided, or every school.
Okay, again, the idea of a leaky gym or something. There are rules and regulations throughout New York City to stop that. And it's very rare across New York City to find leaky gyms. It does happen sometimes, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not a perfect system at all, but it's very rare. These things he's talking about, they're happening now in New York City, and we still have crappy schools. Everything he's saying does not work.
Schools should have these like baseline things.
And here's the worst part. Once you accept that government has to create baseline, that government controls it, not parents and local school districts. Once government decides that they control the baseline, now what's going to happen? Now you have people lobbying government to make a bigger baseline. Well, you can't just have nice this, you have to have better that, and you have to have this, and you have to have that. And now the new normal, the new baseline, the new bare minimum is this thing that I want to charge you $20 million for. How do I know that? That's happening now in New York all the time. And the people who are deciding are people who don't even have kids in the school district, right? At least if you, as a parent, have kids in the district and you think the right answer is to have the cool new school uniform or the cool new pool or whatever the thing is, you can decide for your kids. And the odds are you will be correct. You might not be. Again, parents aren't perfect, but government is wrong constantly and affects everything. Let me be clear about this. New York City has the largest school district that I know of on a planet. I know in the country. 1 million kids. We decided that 1 million kids, we didn't need to prioritize phonics. And we did it for years. That's how bad and stupid it is when government is in charge. That would have never happened if parents were in charge. And you all know that. All of you are parents. You would have never said, phonics, that's stupid. Parents don't say that. They go, phonics, that's smart. Let's do phonics. Teach my kid to read. Teach my kid to read. I'd like my kid to know how to read. Yes, kids can't read.
Again, I'm going to quibble with the premise of the question because I think that when it comes to, for example, food insecurity, school food programs, again, you can always pour money into any program and at the margins create change. I mean, there's no doubt that pouring money onto anything will create change in a marginal way. The question is how large is the margin and how big is the movement, right? So the delta is what I'm looking at. And so I think that you're starting at a second order question, which is, what if we ignore what I would think are the big primary questions of education, namely?
Yeah, but see, he's dodging, right? Ben's dodging. He's going, well, we got to fix the family. So don't do anything. This is a problem, right? And I say this all the time, and you hear me say this. This is a perfect example of this. Republicans are the party of no answers. Democrats are the party of bad answers. That's it, right? So Destiny has a bunch of bad answers. Throw more money at it. Make bigger programs. Give them air conditioning. Bad ideas that don't work. And what do Republicans do? Fix the family. No answer. So Republicans have no answer. Democrats have bad answers. I gave you an actual answer, right? I actually had a policy for New York State to actually fund the student, not the district, the student, right? So that you can go wherever you want to go.
Family structure, value of education at home, how much you have parents who are capable or willing to help with homework. What are the incentive structures we can set up for a society that actually facilitate that? How local communities take ownership of their schools is a big one, right? All of these issues we're ignoring in favor of, say, air conditioning or lunch programs. And so in a vacuum, if you say air conditioning and lunch programs, sounds great in a vacuum. In terms of prioritization of values and cost structure, are those the things that I think are going to move the needle in a major way in terms of public policy? I do not. And in fact, I think that many of them end up being disproportionate wastes of money. I mean, I've talked before
He's right
pretty controversially about the fact that an enormous amount of school lunch programs are thrown out. Like an enormous amount of that food ends up in the garbage can. Is there a better way to do that? If there is a better way to do it, then I'm perfectly willing to hear about that better way to do it. But it seems to me that one of the big flaws in the way that many people...
Well, this goes back to my point earlier about anti-monopoly, right? The less monopoly you have, the better chance you have of that not happening.
Of the left approach government is, what if we hit every gnat with a hammer? And my question is, what if the gnat isn't even the problem? What if there is a much bigger substructure problem that needs to be solved in order to, if you're shifting deck chairs on the Titanic, sure, you can make the Titanic slightly more balanced because the deck chairs are slightly better oriented.
But there's still a gnat flying around, Ben. And the problem is people are being annoyed by the gnat. And the one gnat isn't a problem. The problem is there's 50,000 gnats that are driving us all crazy and crushing us, right? The one gnat isn't that big of a deal, but there's thousands of them. And Republicans Democrats go, oh, 1,000 gnats. Let's get a whole bunch of hammers and start trashing everything. So bad ideas. Republicans go, it's a gnat. It's thousands of gnats. So again, bad ideas, no ideas.
The real question is the water that's gaping into the Titanic, right?
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. But again, I feel like we're on the conservative merry-go-round then of never wanting to address.
That's not a conservative merry-go-round. I can give you 10 ways.
Well, sure, but so like here would be the merry-go-round. I would say that like there's a minimum funding for schools that I think would help children, and then we go, well, the thing that would help them the most is two-parent households. And I go, okay, well, two-parent households actually aren't the problem. The issue is access to things like birth controls, that people don't have children early on. And it's like, but the issue isn't actually birth control. The issue is actually you need a certain amount of money to move out early and to get married and then to have a two-parent household. So it's actually like economic opportunity.
No,
well, it's not.
Just two-parent households.
That's true.
That's it. But like, what are the precursors?
Don't fuck people before you're married and have babies.
Sure,
done.
that's great. We can say that and try to fight against, however many hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, but people will have sex and people will make babies.
And then they used to get married. The vast majority of people in this country with kids used to be married. The vast majority of people with kids in this country now are not married.
See, he literally, this goes back to, like, Destiny's just talking trash. He's just incorrect, right? He's just going, well, here's the reality. Here's how it actually works. People aren't having less children. That's factually incorrect. Fewer people are having children. There's a difference. The average woman who has children is still having about the same amount of children as the average woman has always had. Just less women are having children. Do you see the difference? People are having less kids. Not true. Less women are having kids. There's a difference. There's a difference. So I want to make sure that aspect is clear. The average number of kids, Ben's got like 4 kids or whatever he's got. He's got a bunch of kids, right? Destiny has at least 1. He'll probably have 2 or 3 more, right? So people who are having kids are still having kids. Less women are having kids is the key. That's the key piece. Let me grab one fast. David says, is Ben Shapiro helping working class, poor, and families on welfare in the city to build up their families? Where's the conservative outreach into historically disadvantaged communities? This is such a valid question and a valid point, I should say. Republicans have been terrible at outreach to these communities. They've given up on them. This is why I go back again to Republicans have no answers, right? They say, here's the problem. Okay, you're right. Here's the problem. Yes. Okay, you're right. The problem's true, but what's the answer? Oh, there is none. Just, whatever. So yeah, I agree with you completely. They have been terrible at outreach. The problem is if you're a Democrat, and for those of you who want to watch, I did that interview with Latina Brown last week. She's a Black woman out of the South Bronx who was very forward. Democrats have come in and lied to Black people for decades, and many Black people are just tired of it. They don't know what to do. The problem is, to your point, David, no Republicans talk to them. So they're lost. They're like, okay, Democrats come in and lie to me and give me nothing. Republicans won't talk to me. Now what do? Your point's very valid. I'm glad you brought it up. It is really a big deal. So yes. Matthew says, I'm not sure about that, Larry. Republicans tend to give more to charity than Democrats. Perhaps. I actually don't know that. I believe you, Matthew, but that wasn't what I was asking. What I was saying is, what is their answer? They don't have an answer, right? So he has no answer. He just goes, well, it's bad, whatever, and he moves on. That's my issue. So I don't know if they get, I believe you. I don't know if they do, but yes. So, all right. Diane says, Shapiro is an excellent speaker. He's smart. There's no doubt. I'm not anti-Ben Shapiro. He's a smart guy. I'm just showing he is a Republican and Destiny's Democrat, and that's how they think, right? You listen carefully and quickly to see where he slips in his logical fallacies to support his positions. It's true. Yep, it's true. Doug says, Republicans don't give a shit about minorities or the poor. They're not called country club Republicans for nothing. True. Democrats don't either, though. So you're right, and Democrats. But as I say all the time, and I think I proved it last week when I did that show with Mayor Adams, Democrats have much better rhetoric. The rhetoric Democrats, I mean, again, they don't do anything that makes any sense, but their rhetoric, so good. The Democratic rhetoric is far better. It sounds a whole lot better than Republican rhetoric. They're very good at that communicating part. I think Democrats are better at it than Republicans are. Missy says, link to discussion with Latina Brown right there. Thank you so much, guys. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, you can check that out there if you want to. That is great. Yes. All right. Matthew says, as a Black man, I think it's the other way around. Minorities tend to shun Republicans before even hearing them out. Matthew, I think the data is, I think that may have been true. I think that data I think data is showing that's not true anymore. There's about 30%, particularly, there's a gender gap here, which will make some people unhappy, but I'm being very forward. Black women are staying as whole, as a percentage, are still staying in Democratic Party. Black men are moving Republican. They are doing it. You're seeing it. It was low, like 3 or 4%. Now it's like 10, 15%. There's something like up to 30% of Black men in one poll were considering voting Republican. Now, if they're considering, half will actually do it, right? So we're talking maybe 10 or 15% of Black men are moving Republican. That's huge. That is massive, right? That's, again, for the Black community, for 15% of Black men to even consider, 30% of Black men to even consider voting Republican and maybe 50% actually voting Republican, wow. And I would say libertarians, we got to jump on this, right? We have to jump on this. We're not doing a good job grabbing the Black community when we really could be. So yes, Legacy Zach, you read my mind. Like Zach says, if only we can persuade them toward liberty. Yes, absolutely. Joe says, Black folks up in Canada have been open to listening to my message. Me too. I think it's true. I think they are more open. I think absolutely, yes, 100%. Yes. All bullet side says, Ben Shapiro is an absolute head, and I traded to this country, but yeah, smart guy. You can be a smart guy and still be, right? They're not, mutually exclusive. You could be both. You could be both. You could be both. So anyway, let me keep going.
That is obviously a societal change. Something changed. It wasn't human evolution.
But a lot of those things in terms of resting on whether or not people get married have to do with financial decisions. Do you have the money?
People are worse off now than they were 50, 60 years ago when the marriage rates were higher.
People are delaying the start of their careers because education is going to be increasingly important.
So in other words, people are richer now and they have more education now, and yet they're having more babies out of wedlock now because they're richer and have more education.
I'm saying that one of the biggest indicators for whether or not somebody's willing to get married is how much.
Okay, both of them are wrong here. The first thing is, it isn't just they're having babies out of wedlock. The divorce rate's insane. A lot of these people who are growing up with one parent, usually the mother, it's not just because they have babies out of wedlock. That is happening, don't get me wrong. But it's also divorce. Divorce is insane. And family courts are helping that. Family courts are making things worse. Family courts are making things worse. So that's the piece you have to remember. The second piece, Destiny's wrong. It's not that education is more important. Education is actually less important than ever. And some of you are going to be upset about this. Less important than ever. And I'm going to give you my data so you get what I'm talking about, right? Here's the number one piece to remember. The data you hear all the time. People who get educated, make more money because blah, 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 over their lifetime, which means we're talking about people who are now 60, 70, 80 years old, who went to college 40, 30, 50 years ago. Yeah, 40, 30, 50 years ago, it was important because not that many people got college degrees. Now everybody goes to college and they all drop out and fail and don't do anything. College now is if you don't have a plan, right? If you have a plan, like I want to be a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer, if you have a plan, or you're going to a Harvard or a Yale or an academy to where there's a great network, your college degree is worthless. Let me repeat that. Unless you have a plan, right? Doctor, lawyer, engineer, something like that, where you're going to become a licensed professional or teacher, academia, something like that. Or you're going to a specialized school, like a special school just for your career, or an Ivy League school. If it's not those two, your college degree is useless. Larry, how can you say that? I'm telling you that because you see it now. More and more men, particularly, it's also gender, more and more men are not going to school anymore. They're like, why bother? It's wasting my time. It's making things bad. I'm not going. So what's happened? Well, you can't hire people because men don't have degrees. What do? They're going, well, we don't need degrees anymore. Literally, I think if I remember right, I think it's last year, 4 state governments just said, oh, we used to require a degree. We don't anymore. They just decreed that overnight. How important was that degree? It never was. It was garbage. It still is garbage. I have a college degree. It's a hunk of shit. It means nothing. No one's ever asked me about it. Nobody cares. It means nothing. And sorry, if you're not a doctor, lawyer, engineer, something like that, and you have a college degree, your college degree right now is garbage. It might have been good back in the day when people cared. Nobody cares anymore. Your college degree is garbage. Doesn't matter. So unless you want to work, I guess, in academia or something, again, you want to be licensed or that kind of thing, then it matters. Otherwise, all it did was put you into debt. That's all it did. It put you into debt. And you're finding people now who are starting to hire people who don't care if you went to college anymore. That concept is going away. I spoke about it on my Glenn Beck program, probably about 5 or 6 years ago. And I was saying, people want to hire people who have a work ethic and who will show up. I had a guy, I tell the story often, but I want to make sure that you guys hear this. I had a guy who literally told me, he said, Larry, I have a very simple hiring method. I tell the person the interview's at 8 o'clock. I open the door at 5 minutes to 8. If they're there, they're hired. Done. That's it. They've just passed the interview. And when I told that story to somebody in another group I was in, another event I was at, one guy said, oh my God, he's so right. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I had 12 interviews this week. 12. 6 were no-shows, 4 were late. 2 out of 12 showed up and showed up on time. Work ethic is what people care about more than anything else. What does college do? It puts you into debt. That's why you're not getting married, because you're in debt. That's why you're so worried about getting the bag, because you're in debt. Your college degree is harmful unless you have a plan. Again, if you have a plan, there is a reason to go to college. Most people, the vast majority, are not. They have no plan. They're going to college because they're supposed to. So they go get into debt and screw things up. Not just that. Lots of women have babies and are dirt poor. Lots do. That isn't the issue. Money isn't the issue. It isn't. And I have evidence of this too. Why? Lots of poor women have babies. The question is, do the women feel like they can take care of their baby and feel safe? And do they feel stable? That's it. Does a woman feel like she's stable? Does a woman feel like she can take care of her baby? Does she feel that? Does she? Most women will have babies. Last time I saw, I don't remember if it's still how accurate it is. If someone knows the accuracy, you can help me out with this. The last time I saw a poll, only 10% of women do not want children in their entire life. Only 10%. Most women either have children now or want children sometime in their life. About 90%. 10% of women can't have babies for whatever reason, medical, whatever, can't have children. So that means 80% of women will want to and can have children. So why aren't they? Well, what I just said. How do I know this? COVID lockdowns. The lockdowns came up and there was a small baby boom. Well, Larry, in what segment are you talking about was the baby boom? Women in the professional managerial class. Women in the professional managerial class. Why? Because they went home. They worked from home. What? Yes. And they felt like, oh, I can work from home and take care of my kid. Well, Larry, it's money. They were making money before. They made the same amount of money. They made money, but they were going to work. Now they're making money staying home. The woman felt, oh, stable. I can take care of my kid. They started having babies. If you want women to have babies, let them feel safe and secure. They can take care of the kid. They'll have babies. You don't have to do anything. Again, not all. About 80% of women will have babies. That's fine. We don't need 100% of women having babies. Not an issue. If 80% have babies, it's fine. To be forward, if 60, 70% of babies will be fine, right? We'll be fine. No worries whatsoever. So they're not actually, they're giving stats that aren't real anymore.
Money both people are making if they can move out of their household. People don't tend to want to get married at 22 when they've just finished college, when they don't have the money to move out and they can't afford a house.
Because we have changed the moral status of marriage in the culture, meaning that everyone, poor, rich, and in between, used to get married. That is, by the way, a huge percentage of marriages in the United
This part, he's right, that they used to. But here's the big difference. People are actually making different decisions. Men don't want to marry. They get scared of marriage. Women don't want to marry. They get scared of marriage, right? That's happening. Women don't want certain types of men. Men don't want certain types of women. We're finding this is happening, right? There's a gender battle going on in the dating world. And this isn't helping, by the way. Part of the dating battles, there's many parts, but part of it is actually politics. More and more women are starting to lean left and lefter, and more men are starting to work right and righter. And as that begins to happen, politics is stopping people from getting together. You're finding even that happening too.
The United States used to be what they would call shotgun marriages, meaning that somebody knocked somebody up, and because they did not want the baby to be born outside of a two-parent household, they would then get married.
Do we think that shotgun marriages, though, are a way to bring back equilibrium to education?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Look, he's like, yeah, shotgun marriages, damn it. That's it. Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Do we think
child deserves a mother and a father?
Sure.
Because that is the basis for all of this, including education.
Do we think that shotgun marriages are, well, let's say this. Do we think that that's a reasonable direction that society would ever take? Or is this like...
Yes, it was the reasonable direction for nearly all of modern history.
This is the part that I like about this, right? This debate was a little dull in a couple places, but the thing I like is they're both very honest about what they believe. Like Destiny's like, yeah, we should have government interfere. Yes, of course. And tax all day long. That's a good thing. Tax the rich. He's open. He's not like act like, well, I don't mean this. And Ben's like, shotgun weddings. Absolutely. Yes. At least they're honest here.
But history moves in one direction, right?
Why?
Because of time.
I mean, people don't think that that's in what way is that?
And I don't think we've ever regressed social standards back to like, oh well, let's go 100 years back and do things that used to exist before.
That's weird. The entire left right now is arguing that we regress social standards by rejecting Roe versus Wade. So that's obviously not true.
the Roe versus Wade is not a social standard; it's a Supreme Court ruling. Number one. Number two, what if you read the actual majority opinion on Roe v. Wade? We can see that socially, we actually never made huge progress on how society viewed abortion. This has always been an incredibly divisive thing, right? Even that was, I think, part of Alito's writing on it was that things like gay marriage, for instance, we've kind of moved past, and it's not really as debated anymore. But abortion was never a settled topic, despite Roe v. Wade.
The notion that the arc of history constantly moves in one direction is belied by nearly all of the 20th century.
What do we mean by that?
I mean,
in
the
terms
first
of
half
like
of
women's rights, civil rights,
barbarism, communism.
Yeah, I don't think any of this makes any sense at all. It's people move as they move. This is just
Nazism. All of that was a regression from what was happening at, for example, the beginning of the 19th century and the 20th century.
In what way?
Nazism and communism weren't a regression from what was going on in 1905.
These are, well, in terms of like communism being a regression, for instance, I'm not a communist, but like the industrialization of the Soviet Union happened under a communist society. The industrialization,
murder of tens of millions of people.
Yeah,
I consider that a regression. A moral regression, which is what we are talking about now. Moral regression, and you're suggesting that moral regression. I wouldn't term a return to traditional values a moral regression. You would.
John says, college degrees except law and medical are more useful as toilet paper than seeking careers. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. So, Opal aside, you are not liking this, are you? This is a conversation between two kind of intellectual, curious people who spend all their time around complete morons, so they think they're geniuses. You're not happy about this at all. Okay, look, I thought it was interesting topics. I think the reason why I like this is you're right. It is not exciting, but I think it shows where a lot of conservative people and a lot of liberal people actually think. I think for those people who don't spend time around these group of people who, remember, these guys are talking heads that literally have hundreds of thousands of people who listen to them, believe them, and take what they say as gospel. Both of Destiny is very popular on the left. Ben Shapiro is very popular on the right. You can think what you want, all both aside, but there's a whole lot of people who listen, who pay attention, and who go, wait a minute, that guy's right, to both of them. So I feel like there's value in this. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like there's value in it.
But your suggestion is that history only moves in one direction. And I'm suggesting that history does not only move in one direction. It tends to move actually back and forth.
Sure. I don't think that all of history moves in one direction. There are going to be wars. There are going to be times of peace. I think in general, we're more peaceful now than we have been in the past. But I think when we look at the way that people live their lives, I think that we tend to move in a certain direction socially. So when it comes to things like racism or when it comes to things like slavery or women's rights, I think that there are two huge things that probably aren't changing in the US. And one is access to contraception and one is women working jobs. I think that these two things are probably huge things that are moving us off of shotgun marriages or getting married very early on. And I don't see those. Do you think that those two things are going to change fundamentally?
First of all, what the data tend to show is that actually more highly educated people, as you were saying, tend to get married more. So if the idea is that women getting an education somehow throws them off marriage, it's the opposite.
No, he's wrong. And how you know this is if you look at divorce statistics, more educated women get divorced. They get married more than non-educated women. That's true. But they get divorced at a much higher rate. If I remember the stats right, someone I'm sure will correct me on this, but I believe when it comes to educated women, like 90% of all divorces are initiated by them. It's massive. The divorce rates are already high, but educated women consistently are initiating divorce. Like there's no tomorrow. So it's a huge thing. The more educated you are as a woman, the more likely you are to get divorced. So also more likely you are to get married. So maybe they're combined. I don't know. But a lot of educated women are getting divorced like there's no tomorrow. It is rare to find, women who are less educated tend to stay married. It's a relative issue. So yeah, I'm not sure if this is correct. He's off on this.
Usually,
but those women aren't
not
getting
educated.
But those women aren't getting shotgun marriages. Those women aren't having children.
Yeah, but now you're shifting the topic. My topic was how to get more people married, and what I'm suggesting, and then you suggested that higher levels of education are delaying marriage and making it less probable. And what I'm telling you, because this is what the data suggests, is that actually as you raise up the educational ladder, people tend to be married more than they are lower down on the educational ladder. If you're a high school graduate, you're less likely to be married than if you're a postdoc.
I agree with you, but that's because one of the biggest precursors to getting married is having like a level of economic stability. So as people get more educated, they obtain this economic stability, and then they're in a more comfortable position to explore more serious relationships.
There's another confound there. I mean, the confound.
That's actually not true because the problem you have is many women, and this is a women issue versus a male issue as general. Many women, as they get more educated, they look for more educated men. And here's the male part. Men aren't getting educated relatively. Again, this is all relative. This is all macro level. Macro level, men aren't getting educated to anywhere near the level of women. Women are outdoing men in education. There's no tomorrow. So the more educated you get as a woman, the less you want a non-educated man. Well, there's simply less men to pick from because they aren't as many getting educated. So you've got a lot of women not getting married because of that, and sometimes not having children or having kids out of wedlock because they can't find a man who they want to be with. And that goes back to my old point. When women believe they are stable with a man, they're much more likely to have a baby. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't, but you're increasing the odds if they feel stable. Well, if a woman only wants an educated man and less men are getting educated, there just aren't enough men for the women to get. They just don't exist. And then why would a woman decide, well, I don't want this. I want a different kind of man. It's hard, right? A woman busts her rump to get her education. She wants a man who's educated. They're not there. Hard, of course. So I don't think it's necessarily as simple as they say. Thank you, Little J, for the super chat, 499. Thank you, everybody, for the super chat. If you want a super chat, please feel free to do so. People like him live in a bubble. Like, does he not know, unfortunately, one parent may pass away? Also true. And step parents may abuse a child. Marriage solves a whole. There is an issue with all of that, right? We're having second and third marriages, and it's true. The more when you have step parents, child abuse goes up, but it doesn't always go up just from the step parent. It can also go up from the biological parent. Yes, because the biological parent may want the married person, their new spouse, and they may wind up punishing the child for it. Psychological issues. I know it sounds horrible, but there's some of that too. So you're right. The step parent being in the world does increase the odds of abuse, but abuse isn't only from a step parent. It can also be from the actual biological parent too. So yes, both of those. So anyway, just want to give that piece up. Thank you for the 499. Guys, if you want to super chat, you can over at Larry Sharpe YouTube. You can super chat. You can also subscribe if you haven't yet. Please do so. If you want to, you can also become a member. If you want to, click that join button. 499 supports the channel. If you love me even more, go to Patreon, drop $10 a month. That's even better if you want to. But you also can, if you want to, you can go over to Facebook if you're watching on Facebook, and you can click there and subscribe there. It's only $1.99. So you can support the channel at different levels if you want to. Every little bit does count, so I can spend more time doing this and less time doing my work. More time doing this. So yes.
Is that people in stable marriages tend to be the children of stable marriages. And there's only one way to break that cycle, which is also to create a stable marriage. And that is something that is in everyone's hands. Again, this notion that it is somehow an unbreakable, unshatterable barrier to get married and have kids. I don't understand where this is coming from. Why is that such a challenge?
I don't think it's unbreakable or unshatterable. The initial point was for school, if we can provide a minimum level of educational stuff for children, that'd probably be good. But when we retreat back to, well, it has to be the families that are fixed first. Fixing families is a multivariate problem that has so many different.
I am fine within my local community. We all vote. Again, I've suggested that there's a difference between local community and federal. I'm fine with my local community voting for school lunches or air conditioning or whatever it is that we all agreed to do, because the more local you get, the more homogeneity you get in terms of interest, and the more interest you have in your neighbors. All of that's fine. I'm part of a very, very solid community. In our community, we give to each other. We have minimum standards of helping one another. All of that's wonderful. When it comes to the actual problem of education, what I object to in the political sphere, and this happens all the time, is everybody is arguing on top of the iceberg about how we can move the needle 0.5 percentage points, as opposed to the entire iceberg melting beneath them. And we just ignore.
Yeah, let me grab a couple things. Kevin says, Destiny probably isn't his real name. It isn't. His name is something Bunnell. I forgot. If you guys care, I've actually debated Destiny twice. For those of you who don't know Destiny is one of the original left-leaning debate bros. A lot of people are his protege, believe it or not. You've got a lot of guys out there right now who are running around who are doing it. He really is one of their proteges. I mean, they're his protege. He was around early years ago being debate bro. He debated me twice. So if you want to look at Larry Sharpe, Destiny, you will see that we went back and forth twice. So yeah, he's very good at what he does. He's one of the original debate bros. Afterlife asks, why aren't men getting educated though? You would think having more access to women would be a great motivator. Because the education system is not made for what men want to do. It just isn't. It's just not made for men. Men do not do well in education. There's actually books about it, right? Literally, you can write books about how education does not work for men. You gotta remember something. The education system is completely dominated by women. And I mean like 80 to 90% dominated by women. It is being feminized. And you might go, is that a bad thing? Yes, it should be neutral. It shouldn't be feminized. It should be neutral. It's become feminized, and when boys do not do well in it. And it's obvious. You can see it in graduation rates. You can see it in K through 12. You can see it in college. It does not work well at all, right? And that's a problem they're having. So yes, that's one of the reasons why the system doesn't work well. Ryan is a new member. Thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate it. Every little bit counts. I do appreciate that completely. John says, shotgun marriages are a quick way to ramp up family court horror stories. Yes. I'm not a fan of shotgun marriages at all. Please, guys, let's not go down that road. Please don't go down that road.
Ignore that. We pretend that that's just, sort of the natural consequence of thing. The arc of history suggests that people are never going to get married again. Well, I mean, actually, what the arc of history suggests, realistically speaking, is that the people who are not getting married are not going to be having kids. And what it also suggests, the people who are married are going to be having kids. And so the demographic profile actually over time is rather going to shift toward people who are having lots and lots of kids. I'm married. I have 4 kids. Everyone in my community.
He's right on this one. For those of you who are concerned about this, he's right. Without question, you are finding that the more conservative you are, the more children you have, and the more likely you are to have children. The people who are more liberal more of them are not having children. That's true. It's absolutely true. Again, you're finding the same thing. You're finding, again, since women are becoming more liberal in America now. I don't know if this is a worldwide issue. I don't know. I know in America it's true. More women are moving towards being left or liberal, and more men are moving towards being right and conservative. That's the thing that's happening. And as that happens more and more by percentages, you're also finding women who don't want conservative men. Well, they do kind of, but they don't want men who are like, you'll see, you look at dating profiles all the time. No Trumpsters, no conservatives. You see that along women all the time in their dating profiles. They don't want that. Well, that's fine. You should have your preferences. I'm not against you not wanting a conservative male. You should like who you like, how you like, no issues. I'm being realistic, though. If more and more males are going that route, there's less and less men for you. So you're lowering your odds of, to his point, getting married. So conservative women or women who are open to conservative men are going to increase their odds of finding a man. They may not, obviously, but they're going to increase their odds. And probably by the numbers, you're probably going to have more people being born that way.
Community is married. That's like minimum buy-in in my community is 4 kids. Okay. And so what's happening actually in terms of demographics is that the people who are more religious and getting married are having more kids. And so if you're talking about the arc of history shifting toward marriage, I would suggest that actually demographically over time, long periods of time, not over one generation, over long periods of time, the only cure for low birth rate is going to be the people who get married and have lots of kids.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with any of that, but I'm just saying that, again, I know you're upset when I bring up the term merry-go-round. I think that there are good conversations to be had about people getting
head into Trump versus Biden. I'm gonna zip past.
As we descend from the heavens of philosophical discussion of conservatism and liberalism, let's go to the pragmatic muck of politics. Trump versus Biden. Between the two of them.
Before we go, then, I'm gonna grab a quick super chat. Again, Lil J, thank you again, 499. I've even heard a situation where kids had to emancipate themselves. People know what's best for them, even kids. I'm not sure I'm gonna go that route. Maybe because I'm an old man, I have kids. I'm about parents' rights. Kids' rights, I'm really more about parents' rights than anything else. And maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe I'm a bit conservative in that case. Maybe I am. But I'm much more about parents' rights than I am kids' rights. Trump versus Biden.
Who was in their first term the better president?
Ooh,
and thus who should win if the two of them are in fact our choices, should win a second term in 2024? Ben?
Sure. So in terms of actual job performance, you have to separate it into a few categories. In terms of...
See, Ben has to jump through hoops here because he hates Biden, clearly, but doesn't really like Trump either. So Ben has to struggle. Destiny doesn't. Destiny is one of those guys who says, yeah, I'm left, but Biden because Trump's bad. So Destiny actually has an easier lift here. His lift is, well, Trump sucks, so Biden. Easy lift for Destiny. Tough lift for Ben. Look at his face. Tough lift for him because he doesn't like Biden at all, but he also doesn't like Trump. So he can't say, well, DeSantis or whatever, because those days are over, and he can't say Nikki Haley because those days are over also. But yes, he's in a tough spot.
Actual performance in foreign policy, I think Trump's foreign policy record is significantly better than Biden's. The world being on fire right now being a fairly good example of that. And we can get into each aspect of the world being on fire and where the incentive structures came from and how all of that happened in a moment. When it comes to the economy, I think that Trump's economic record was better than Biden's. Doesn't mean he didn't overspend. He did. He wildly overspent. But he also had a very solid record of job creation. a huge percentage of the gains in the economy went to people on the lower end of the economic spectrum. Actually, the gross income to the average American was about $6,000 during his term. The unemployment rates were very, very low before COVID. I think that you almost have to separate the Trump administration into sort of before COVID and during COVID, because COVID obviously is a sort of a black swan event, the most signal change in.
No. It wasn't COVID. It was the lockdowns. That's what it was, not COVID, the lockdowns. I want to be very clear with everybody. Viruses can kill you. Absolutely. Viruses can maim you. They can make you sick. They can do all types of things to you, depending upon who you are, what virus, depending upon all those things, right? Depending upon your own preconditions. Viruses can do all types of things. What viruses cannot do is shut down your business, keep you locked into your house, not let you go to work, force you to get drugs. They can't do that. Only government can do that. So it was not COVID. It was the lockdowns. Let's be clear on that. And Ben, you should know better, but you didn't. You should know better.
In politics in our lifetime. And so, governance during COVID is almost its own category, which we can discuss. But, in terms of foreign policy, in terms of domestic policy, I think that Trump was significantly better than Biden has been. And that's on the upside for Trump. On the downside for Biden, obviously, you're talking 40-year highs in inflation. You're talking about savings being eaten away.
So, Lil J, thank you again for the super chat. Talking about the most extreme situations, just listen to the ones in group homes, Rikers Islands, Horizons, the lost ones, broken homes. Yes, what most people don't realize is the single mother families produce so many broken kids. That's just accurate. So many. And the government taking kids away. You go into a home, you go into a group home, you go into the system, the odds of you being successful just went down tremendously. You're in a single mom home, just really the odds of success go down. Doesn't mean you can't come out of a single parent home and be successful. I'm a single mom home. You can be, but the odds are stacked against you. You can be in a system. I know people in a system who've done well. Most of them don't, to be forward with you. You go into a system, the odds go down. You're correct. Rikers Island, for those who don't know, is the most violent jail in the entire country. It's right here in Queens, right where I live. It is filled with men who came out of single mom, no fathers in the home. It's a valid point. It's a big deal we should try to fix. I agree.
You're talking about everything being 20 to 30% more expensive. You're talking about massive increases to the deficit, even at a rate that was unknown under Trump. The deficit under Trump raised by about a little under $1 trillion every year up until 2020. Again, 2020 was COVID year, so everybody decided that we're going to fire hose money at things. But then Joe Biden continued to fire hose money at things in 21, 22, and 23. That obviously is, in my opinion, bad economic policy.
Yep.
And then you get to the rhetoric and you get to the stuff that Donald Trump says. And as I've said before, my view is that on Donald Trump's epitaph, on his gravestone, it will say Donald Trump. He said a lot of shit. I think that Donald Trump does say a lot of things. I think that is basically baked into the cake, which is why everyone who's bewildered by the polls is ignoring human nature, which is at the beginning, when you see something very shocking, it's very shocking. And then if you see it over and over and over and over for years on end.
No, okay. Ben is making excuses. He is. He's making excuses. Yes. And it's based on something true. The amount of people I met here in New York who wanted to vote for Trump, but were hesitant. The number one issue they tell me all the time is, why don't they take away his phone? Why doesn't he stop tweeting? Which, this is going to sound weird for some of you. The mainstream media is kind of ignoring Trump. And I think it's actually helping him. You may think I'm nuts. I think the ignoring is actually helping Trump. Why do I say that? Because he can't, the things he says, no one else, they aren't hearing. So they have to be reminded, right? So now Democrats figure it out. And to give Biden credit at this point, this is part I would give Biden some credit. He is yelling and screaming how evil Trump is again. So he's back to Orange Man bad, which for Democrats works. So there's more Orange Man bad happening right now. So that's what they're trying to achieve. Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. But if you're not seeing it, a lot of people aren't thinking Orange Man bad. And they're going, Biden's bad. It was Trump that bad? I don't remember.
And it is no longer shocking. It is just part of the background noise, like tinnitus. It just becomes, something that your brain adjusts for. And so do I like a lot of Donald Trump's rhetoric? No, and I never have. Do I think that is dispositive as to his presidency? No, I do not. When it comes to Biden, again, I think he's underperforming economically. I think that his foreign policy has been really a problem. Even the things I think he's done right are, I think, band-aids for things that he created by doing wrong. And when it comes to his own rhetoric, you can argue that it's grading on a curve because Trump was coming in with such wild rhetoric that just the maintenance of that wild rhetoric doesn't really change, again, the baseline. For Biden.
So let me grab a couple of these. Diane says there's situations where the child is better off getting out of particular abusive or corrosive families ahead of the legal age, with by legal means just leaving. Agreed, Diane, and I want to be clear. Just because you leave and go into a system, or just because you go and become a single, with a single parent family, does not mean you will be unsuccessful. It doesn't mean you didn't make the right move. It doesn't mean that. I'm talking, again, at a macro level. The more children who are with kin, the better off their outcomes are at the macro level, right? So I want the fewest kids possible in a system, and I want the most kids possible with kin. And maybe you've got a bad mom or dad. People have bad moms and dads. It happens, right? Of course. So maybe you should be with uncle or grandma or whomever, niece, nephew. I mean, that'd be kind of weird. Uncle, aunt. There we go. Uncle, aunt, whoever. Maybe you should be there. That's all I'm saying. So I think your point's a valid one. It's just we want to try at a macro level to keep children with kin to the best of our ability because the odds are going to be in their favor. That's all I'm saying.
He came in the same way that Obama did, on the sort of soaring rhetoric of American unity. I'm the president for all. Like Trump came in, he's like, listen, I'm the president for what I am. And, I'm going to say the things I want to say. I'm beyond the toilet and I'm tweeting. We're like, okay, so that's what it is. With Biden, he came in with, I'm a president for all Americans. I'm trying to unify everybody. And that pretty quickly broke down into a lot of oppositional language about his political opponents, in particular, an attempt to lump in, for example, huge swaths of the conservative movement with the people who participated, for example, in January 6th or who are fans of January 6th. The sort of lumping in of everybody into MAGA Republicans who wasn't personally signed on to an infrastructure bill with him. That sort of stuff.
See, this type of thing is what I'm saying. He's Ben, Destiny's gonna be a lot easier here. Destiny has a lot. Ben's dancing a lot on this one.
I think he's been truly terrible. I thought his Philadelphia speech was truly terrible. And again, I think that you do have the problem of he is no longer capable of, certainly rhetorically, unifying the country when every speech from him feels like watching Nick Wallenda walk across a volcano on a tightrope. It really is like you're just sort of waiting for him to fall.
Yeah, but it's not like Trump can unite either. Neither side can unite, right? That's an unfair criticism. I mean, there's a lot of good criticisms of Biden I completely agree with. That one is not, right? The idea that well, he can't unite. Neither can Trump. The Republicans, Democrats have divvied this up so much, neither side can unite. That is one unfair attack on Biden. Again, lots are, but that's an unfair attack. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Trump was a mixed bag foreign policy wise. Yes. However, if I grade in the curve, right, I'll give Trump credit with this piece at least. Trump didn't start any new wars. I'll give him that. He didn't end them, but he didn't start them. I'll give him that. He did try to make the peace, the Abraham Accords. Not bad. So I'll give him that. Yeah, that's not bad. I'll give him that. So there was some things there. I don't like the fact that he killed that Iranian guy. That was a terrible idea. A lot of people are going to think it was a good idea. I think it was a terrible idea. I think him bombing people was a terrible idea. So those I don't like. But yeah, I would agree with you. I'm glad that he actually he negotiated the Afghan pullout. I'll give Trump credit for that. He did. He definitely, Biden, actually, I'll give Biden credit for pulling out, terrible pullout, but he did at least execute the pullout that Trump did actually negotiate. That's something. So there's some things. He goes on to say, I guess that Ben has flossed over that fact on COVID. Trump was a disaster as most Republicans. Agreed. The lockdowns were bad for Trump too. He was bad. He kept Fauci, right? So Trump screwed that up completely, right? In the end, he was like, oh, this, but no. And the thing that at least I'm going to try to be fair here. What I'll give Biden is Biden was all about lockdowns, okay with lockdowns, doesn't care. Yep, I don't think Destiny's like, yeah, lock them all down. He's not lying about it. He's like, do it, all good. Government should lock everybody down. That's the power of government. At least you're open, I get it. Trump is trying to pretend like he was the non-lockdown president when he wasn't, right? That's the issue. He's trying to pretend like he wasn't. After the fact, he was anti-lockdown, after the fact. And okay, good. I wish more people would go back and go, hey, I was wrong on that. Very few people are doing that. Most of them are just going, I was never for it. I was against it. In fact, even if Fauci goes, I never said lockdowns, that's a blatant lie. So, yeah.
I mean, it's sad to say. I mean, the other day he was speaking for what was in effect his campaign kickoff, and this is in Valley Forge. And I mean, Jill rushed up there like off the as soon as he was done. Jill rushed up there, like she'd been shot out of a cannon to come and try and guide him away so he didn't become the Shane Gillis Roomba. And that's not really, let's put it this way: it does not quiet the soul to watch Joe Biden rhetorically. Again, it's a different problem than Trump's problem. But that's my analysis.
This is one of the areas where we get into this. I don't understand if there's like brain breaking happening or what's going on. I don't know what world we can ever live in where we say that Trump is less divisive for the country than Biden. I think it is so patently obvious. Trump is so divisive. Like, not only does Trump make an enemy out of every person in the opposition party, he makes an enemy out of his own party and every single person around him. Like, we all watched him bully.
There is, and I don't have this, and I don't like it. But I'm just saying that there is an advantage to having TDS, right? If you have Trump derangement syndrome, there's an advantage. There just is. Like, your mind is just like, that's it. He's bad. He's evil. It's done. I don't vote. Life's easier. I think it's just simpler. And part of me wishes I had it. I wish I had it. It makes everything easier. That's it.
Jeff Sessions, we all watched him bully his own party on Twitter. We all watched like all of these people walk away from him. Even recently, I think the Secretary of Defense Esper and John Kelly, the Chief of Staff, were saying, I think Trump is a threat to democracy. You've got all of his prior people that were around him, some of his closest allies. You've got Bill Barr that won't co-sign a single thing that he says. You've got all these people that he used to work with that all say Trump is a horrible, evil person. He is ineffective as a leader. He doesn't accomplish anything, and he didn't. To say that
Destiny is right in that all the people that didn't stay with him have completely turned on him. That's absolutely true. He's totally right. Trump is not good at keeping people together like that. That is not his skill set. He's good at motivating the crowd. He's not good at keeping people close. That's why he keeps family around him all the time. He's not good at it.
Biden has failed at bipartisanship when, we've gotten the CHIPS Act, we've gotten the IRA, we've gotten the ARP, we've gotten the bipartisan infrastructure bill, when we've gotten like all this major legislation that is working in this historic.
Okay, major legislation? That's not a flex. I'm just saying that's not a flex. That's all I'm saying. That is absolutely not a flex. So Doug says, any criticism of Trump equals TDS to the cult 45. That's true. I think if you do criticize, and people do say that, but I criticize Trump too. So, but if you notice how Destiny started was he's a bad guy, right? He's a bad guy. He should have started here, which is he didn't do this, he didn't do that. If you go to policies and things, I'm in. I'll tell you right away, I'm not happy with the way Trump handled the lockdowns at all. I say it all the time, right? That doesn't mean that someone who that doesn't mean that I do or don't have TDS. But I've seen people, and you know them too, who, if you tell them about a specific policy, they like the policy. Then you say, well, it was a Trump policy. They then hate the policy. That's TDS. I hope I'm clear with that. The first reason to talk about is I'm bad, I hate him, he's mean, he's bad, versus he was a bad president. And there are reasons to say he was a bad president. I'm not saying that. Destiny is bringing up many of them right now. So yes.
Historically divided Congress, as opposed to Trump that got us tax cuts and deficit spending. I don't understand where we ever are in this world where Biden is somehow more divisive than Trump. Even the speeches that Ben is bringing up, they always bring up. I remember that one. I think we might have even done it on our episode. The one speech that Biden gave, where at one point the background is red, and
that's the Philly speech I referenced.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's over. This is the end."
That was a bad speech.
And then meanwhile, you got Donald Trump, coming into office saying things like, "If you burn the flag, you should have your citizenship revoked," or talking about MSDNC, that I'm going to investigate every single one of these.
I don't mind the MSDNC thing because that's actually true. But yeah, we're going to put you in jail because you burned a flag. This goes, again, this is Republicans, right? Republicans and conservatives tend to believe that stuff. And to be very forward, Do I like the burning of the flag? Of course not. I literally have one right here. My father was a vet. I'm a vet. This is my father's flag from when he died. This is the flag they gave him when they gave him a veteran's funeral. I still have his flag here. Of course I love my flag. Of course I do. I'm a veteran Marine. Of course I do. But it doesn't mean that I want people to go to jail for burning it. It means I think they're asses for burning it. That's what I think. But it doesn't mean they should go to jail for it. Of course not. I can have my opinion on it all day long, and I do. But you shouldn't go to jail. He's right. That's the kind of rhetoric that kind of rhetoric is what makes people upset about Trump. I completely agree. He's totally right. That is bad rhetoric. So, Little J, thank you for the super chat. In the media, not the president, shadow ban answers. It's the media. Oh, it's the media, not the. Okay, got it. Yes. I got to tell you, yes and no, Little J, yes and no. The problem is the government pressured the media to do so. And to be forward, that was Trump's presidency and Biden's presidency. They both tried to get big tech to shadow ban people. They both tried. Biden was more effective than Trump was in this. That's absolutely true. He's more effective when it comes to censorship. Biden is better than Trump at censorship. But they both tried, right? There's no that they also tried. Yes. So anyway, let's see here if I can go down here a couple more. Yeah, I do think a lot of you guys give me a lot of good. So many back up. I'm sorry, I'm going to grab some of these. Ryan goes on to say Trump had deficit spending. Biden has spent billions upon billions on Ukraine and Israel. They both have deficit spending. I agree, and they're both throwing money away at stuff that's never going to come back. And I'm against all of those. I'm against all the money being thrown away. I completely agree. It's nothing. There is no good side to this. It's all just bad, right? It's all just bad.
Media organizations for corruptness. I'm going to open the libel and defamation laws. I'm going to take all of these guys to court. You've got this weird Project 2025 stuff where is it John Paschal, I think, is talking about, we're gonna investigate all of these people and we're gonna try to throw crimes at all these people. Trump is like the most divisive president I think we've ever had in at least in my lifetime of being an American citizen. And the rhetoric from him is just, it's on a whole other level in terms of the demonization of political.
See, Trump was divisive, yes, but I think he may be going too far on this. I think if you look at the beginnings of this division really began, I think, openly. And I mean, it happened a while, but it began in the 90s with Newt Gingrich. I think he began that idea of we're going to demonize Democrats completely, contract with America. I think that was like the beginning of it. Again, it was happening before, but I think that was kind of the beginnings of okay, openly, let's see if the American people are going to jump on board. And they kind of did. But the presidents were never that way. The presidents weren't. Clinton was like, I'm for everybody. Bush was like, I'm a conservative, compassionate conservative. I'm a uniter, not divider. And Obama started with, there's not two Americas, there's just one America. Remember, that's how we started. But Obama's second term, he was much more about, I'm a Democrat, Republicans suck. He kind of jumped on board. I think as president, Obama started that. But then Trump didn't. I mean, he doubled, tripled down on it. I mean, as Obama was a divider, particularly in his second term, Trump was 3 times a divider. I think that's absolutely true. At least he was a huge divider in that. But Hillary Clinton didn't help. She was the one saying basket of deplorables, right? She was helping that. She was not as bad as Trump. Trump was the worst when it came to that. But I don't know, Biden pretty much has been the same way, calling people MAGA, I don't know. I think there's no doubt Trump's a divider. To say he's worse than Biden is challenging to me when it comes to dividing right now, because Biden's the president now. So I don't know. I'm torn on that one. I think it began openly with Republicans in the Congress, but then Obama he started it really in the as a president, and I think Trump doubled and tripled down. They're both doing it, but I'm not sure which one's worse.
Opponents. I mean, this is a guy that's known for giving his political opponents bad nicknames, right? Like that's what Trump does. It's funny, but even as a resident of Florida, if Florida had another natural disaster, do you think Trump would withhold aid? because you had, I think that was one of the few nice things that DeSantis actually said about Biden was that like, hey, listen, when the buildings collapsed in, I think that was in Miami Beach, that, for the hurricane stuff, that Biden was there. He was saying, if you guys need aid, however many billions, you can have it. Meanwhile, Trump, I think, was threatening to withhold federal funding from blue states that wouldn't, I think it had to do with the National Guard stuff, the deployment of the National Guard, that they weren't like doing enough for the riots. And Trump was threatening to withhold aid from some of these blue states. Trump is literally the most divisive person in the world. I don't see how on any metric he is ever succeeding in the divisive category. In terms of the economy, I do think it's funny that Republicans are very keen to say that, like, well, we can't really grade Trump, post-COVID, because obviously COVID messed everything up, which is fair. But pre-COVID,
not fair.
What did Trump do? Yeah, he did deficit spending, tax cuts. He presided over historic low interest rates and an economy that was already like blazing past the final years of Obama. We were posting all-time highs on all the stock markets in 2013 onwards. Unemployment rates were falling. Now under Biden, unemployment rates are even lower than they were under Trump. But it sucks that for Trump, we can say, well, we can't really hold him accountable for 2020. That was COVID.
Let me see. Matthew brings up a valid point. He says Biden's far more divisive. His DOJ is literally prosecuting his chief political rival. Of course, Trump's rhetoric is worse, but I'll take bad rhetoric over bad actions. By the way, thank you for $10, Matthew. It's a good... I get what you're saying. The question now, I think, is would Trump now do it? And this is my point, right? Trump is talking a lot. His rhetoric is terrible. That's accurate. And if you don't think his rhetoric is terrible, you're not. Ben says it, like Republicans say it. His rhetoric is bad, right? The question is, do you think he'll do it? And that's a good question, right? That's a good question. Do you think he'll do it? Would Trump actually prosecute his chief political rival? He didn't. I think that's true. He did not. Would he? That's a good question. I don't know. Biden obviously is and would, right? So we do know this is true, which is why for Destiny to say Trump's the most, I'm not sure I'm buying it. I get where he's going, why he believes that, but I'm not sure I'm buying it. I'm moving. I'm not sure I would say far more though either. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'll go as far as you would go either, Matt, but I get your point. It's a valid point. It's absolutely a valid point. Yeah, definitely a valid point.
Well, all we have for Biden is post-COVID. We don't have any pre-COVID Biden, economy. And it was the same thing for Obama too, coming in right after the housing collapse as well.
I want to move it sucks that Republican foreign policy.
on the foreign policy stuff. So the questions that I have with regard to Biden on foreign policy, very, very simple question. Do you think that the situation in the Middle East is better now than it was under Donald Trump?
Wow. Just think about it. Wow. He has to think about it. Is there anyone listening to this, watching this, who honestly thinks the situation in the Middle East is better than it was when Trump was president? Again, you don't have to like or hate Trump. I'm just saying, it's pretty bad now, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure I gotta think that much about this one. Maybe it's me. Guys, if you like what you're seeing, again, please hit the like button. It does matter. If you're watching this on Twitter, retweet this right now. It does matter. If you've been watching, you haven't subscribed on YouTube, please subscribe now and click the bell for notifications. It does matter. Every single one does matter. Many of you are super chatting. Thank you. It supports the show. If you want to become a member, you can also on YouTube. Click the join button. It's $49 per month. It does support the show. Or just click the like button. All of this works. Whatever you're doing, absolutely, each little bit does help tremendously. So please keep doing that. Why is he thinking about this?
That's a hard one. The factors that I'm making right now are obviously you've got the Israel-Palestinian war that's going on right now, which is kind of bad. But broadly speaking, I'm not sure how much that affects the Middle East as much as the collapse of Syria. 2013 Syrian civil war sent millions of immigrants throughout all of Europe.
Which was under
Obama and continued under Trump. Trump didn't do anything to alleviate any of the Syrian civil war.
Well, that part I'll give you, right? That's where I say, I think Trump had, it was better under Trump. Now, you may not think that it's Trump's decision. I don't know how you might think about that, but clearly it was better under Trump. right? I think that's obvious, right? It's way worse now than it was under Trump. Now, you could argue, well, Obama did this, so well, I don't know what you could argue, but if you're just asking a question, right? If you're just having a question saying, hey, is it better? It's clearly worse now. That's not even an issue. Roy says, ridiculous question. Israel was about to have peace with Saudi Arabia and was invaded. Nothing to do with U.S. policy. Nothing to do with U.S. policy. U.S. didn't. Okay, maybe I'm wrong on this one, Roy. Unless you're being facetious, I believe unless I'm wrong here, part of that was the beginnings of the Abraham Accords, right? That was the beginnings to try to make that happen, right? That was that began under Trump, right? Did I miss something? I think that's true. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
In terms,
why did Syria end up as a preserve of Russia again?
How did Syria end up as a preserve of Russia?
Yes. Why did it end up being essentially a client state of Russia?
I know that Putin enjoys access to the ports down there. I don't know.
The reason is because Barack Obama suggested that there was a red line that would be drawn in the face of chemical weapons use. Bashar Assad then used chemical weapons in Syria, and Barack Obama was unwilling to then essentially create consequences for Syria in the form of any sort of Western strike. And so instead he outsourced it to Russia. This is 2013, 2014.
Sure. Right? Do you think there might have been some hesitancy after seeing how Libya ended up, that maybe us intervening?
Who was president during Libya?
Well,
yeah.
Sure, but what does that have to do with anything? Though? I'm just saying there might have been
nothing they're saying right now is making any sense. It's going on. Yes. John goes, can't believe Destiny is going to have me defend Trump on something. Trump is not divisive amongst Republican registered voters. He's divisive amongst Republican Party establishment. Oh, interesting concept. Okay, I would buy that. I think that's very accurate. I think that is very accurate. I think that's very accurate. Absolutely, yes. That is accurate. Correct. Thank you for that one. That's true. Yes. Roy financial historians everywhere. Okay, hold on. That wasn't for me. Sorry. Dan says he has to hesitate on that. I know that blew my mind. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Like a mistake learned.
The point that I'm making is that actually the Middle East, just historically speaking, was historically good under Donald Trump. It's very difficult to make the case that either before or after Trump were better than during Donald Trump.
Syrian, I don't think that Trump contributed to the Syrian situation in improving much. I think
he did wreck ISIS, which was
No, I would agree with that point, right? That's a point. Trump did not do great in Syria. That's accurate. He also screwed the Kurds over, which that's accurate. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean it still was better under him than now. Trump was not perfect. He screwed up too and made mistakes and dropped the ball. Yes. But compared to now, I don't know. So Roy, thank you, Roy, for clearing it up. Roy says the Middle East deteriorated because of Hamas, not because of Biden. Biden and Trump both supported Israeli peace agreements with neighboring nations. Okay, maybe. I'm not. I feel like the relationship between Biden and Saudi Arabia is nowhere near as good as it was with Trump and Saudi Arabia. So when Trump wants the Saudis to recognize Israel, I think it's going to go over a whole lot better than when Biden tries. That's what I feel, at least. I feel that's true. So maybe. Russell says the Kurds are Marxist terrorists. The Kurds were pro-American, and we promised them stuff and screwed them. Regardless, we make deals with tons of terrible people, no matter who they are. But regardless, we made a deal with the Kurds and went, just kidding. That was messed up. Now, Bush did it too, by the way. Bush screwed them years ago, and then Trump screwed them too. So we've screwed the Kurds over more than once. Absolutely.
ISIS had been getting wrecked by the Kurds in Iraq, by every single person, by Assad's army, by Putin, by Turkey. Literally everybody was fighting against ISIS at that point.
There's a spike in violence, and then the Trump. You get credit for when you're president, presumably. Things got better with ISIS under Trump.
Yeah, they did.
Things got worse with ISIS under Obama.
For sure.
He called them the JV squad.
Sure.
And then they became not the JV squad.
Yeah, but I don't know if ISIS is originating in Syria and Baghdadi, and all of the growth of that is necessarily Obama's fault. I know that we like to say that Obama created ISIS. I don't know if you say that, but I've heard that saying a lot. I think that's a little bit simplistic. I don't think that when I'm looking...
I think it's true. Obama did not create ISIS, but ISIS did grow under him. That's true. He didn't create it, but yes.
Again, actions that presidents have taken. the biggest criticism I have for like Middle Eastern policy is I think the Doha Accords were a disaster, and I think that's like one of the biggest blemishes that we have right now. I would also argue that moving the embassy to Jerusalem was also kind of silly, and arguably contributed to some of the conflict we see right now
No,
between
it's
Israel
actually,
and
so
Palestine.
I'll argue precisely the opposite, especially given the fact that after the movement of the embassy to Jerusalem, the Abraham Accords continued to sign and actually expand. And that if Donald Trump had been elected, I have no doubt in my mind that Saudi Arabia would now be a part of the Abraham Accords. In fact, that was basically pre-negotiated. And then when
this is the part I don't know, right? This I was talking to, just dealing with talking to Roy about this. I don't know this. Maybe I'm ignorant to this. I thought that was the plan. I thought it was about to go forward, and I thought the Abraham Accords were going to work. That is what I thought. I could be wrong on this one here, but that's what I thought.
Joe Biden took office, Joe Biden took a very anti-Saudi stance on a wide variety of issues.
That's very true.
The biggest single effect in the Middle East of Joe Biden's presidency, and again,
that's accurate.
I agree with you that not every foreign policy issue can be laid at the hands of a president. Joe Biden's main approach to the Middle East was very similar to the Obama approach, which is why the Middle East was chaotic under Obama and chaotic under Biden. And that was to alienate allies like Saudi Arabia and Israel, and instead to try to make common cause or cut deals with Iran. What that did is incentivize terrorism from Iran. What we're watching in the Middle East is Iran attempting to use every one of its terror proxies in the Middle East, and it was specifically launched in an attempt to avoid what Biden actually was trying to do, which was good, which was, after 2 years of failure with Saudi Arabia, try to bring them into the Abraham Accords, right?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe you're right, Roy. I mean, he's even saying it, that Biden was trying to bring him in. Okay. So maybe this is a dual thing, right? But my issue here is I actually disagree with the idea of isolating Iran completely. I think it's a terrible idea. I think the concept, now how it was done obviously was terrible. But again, it goes back to the concept. The idea, it's same as with Afghanistan. I'm glad we left Afghanistan. Good idea. Executed embarrassingly bad. I mean, just horribly bad. How we abandoned so many Americans and just screwed over the Afghanis. Terribly executed. Concept good, execution terrible. Concept of bringing Iran into the world again is a good concept. Executed horribly and hasn't worked at all.
That was what was burgeoning at the end of last year, and Iran saw that, and Iran decided that they were going to throw a grenade into the middle of those negotiations by essentially activating Hamas. Hamas commits October 7th. Israel, as a sovereign nation state, has to respond to the murder of 1,200 of its citizens and the taken kidnapping of 240. Israel has to do that not only to go after its own hostages and try to restore them, but also to reestablish military deterrence in the most violent region of the world. Hezbollah gets active on Israel's northern border. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy. They get active on the northern border. The Houthis in Yemen get active. These are all, the only reason all this is happening at the same time is because Iran is doing this, right? And not just that, they are threatening global shipping. Sure. If you're talking about the effects of global supply lines, which I totally agree had a major inflationary effect on the economy thanks to COVID, right now the cost of shipping is nearly double what it was just a few weeks ago, and that is because a ragtag group of Houthi barbarians are attacking international shipping and forcing everybody to stop using the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, instead going around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. All of that is the result of the fact that Joe Biden reoriented the United States in the very early days in favor of a more pro-Iranian stance. He appointed Robert.
I'm not sure any of that second part's true. The first part he brought up is that it's all happening. That's all accurate. But then to blame Biden for that, that may be too much of a push. That, because I think if I look at this, the Abraham Accords, again, started by Trump, happily pushed by Biden also. I'll give Biden credit for that. He absolutely was pushing it. It's all good for him. But then it didn't work, and now they're all fighting. You shouldn't call people barbarians. They're not barbarians. They are, in their own mind, they are freedom fighters. That's how they're seeing it. Of course they are. They've been bombed by America for a decade or more, so that's how they see it. So that's the wrong way. That's just his way of dehumanizing. What Ben Shapiro will do often, he dehumanizes people in the Middle East who aren't Israelis. He does it constantly, just dehumanizes them. And it's
to negotiate the Iran deal, who, as it turns out, was using proxies. Many of his aides were actually taking money from Iran. The Biden administration, literally one of their first acts was to delist the Houthis as a terror organization and end sanctions against the Houthis. These are all moves that Biden made very early.
It's not a bad idea to do that.
They were disastrous moves. But when it comes to domestic policy, I think he hasn't been nearly as damaging on domestic policy as he has been on foreign policy.
Sure. So just on a couple of Middle Eastern things. So one of the big things that threw the Middle East into disaster was, what we are all traumatized by it now, was the Iraq invasion, which happened under a Republican president.
Sure.
You agree with that, right?
Sure.
Yes. The deposition of Saddam Hussein and everything that followed after probably contributed.
The Iraq war was horrible. Horrible. Yes. Horrible. Yes.
more to the growth of ISIS and the destabilization of that entire region, probably more than anything else. I think that prior to Bush, for Clinton, and even at the beginning of Bush's presidency, we were on some kind of road to normalcy with Iran, which I think has to happen, whether we like them or not.
I think Destiny's right in this one. He's totally correct. I think we have to somehow fix Iran in some way, right? I think that we have to in some way. And Royce, did you agree, Larry, that the U.S. world has failed in policy regarding Iran? A very educated nation treated like a third world country. True, but it's clear that Iran pushed the Hamas envelope to undermine any progress Biden was making. Also, I think both those are true, Roy. I agree with you. I think we're on the same page here, right? I think the concept of bringing Iran into the world is a good concept. We've just failed miserably. We have not done a good job of this at all. And I think the Russians are happy about that. The Turks, in a certain way, are happy about that. So they're happy that we have screwed this up. I completely agree. Yes, I completely agree. So Russell says, why do we have to fix Iran? Why is it? We don't have to fix Iran. It's not required that we fix Iran. But I think we're not fixing Iran. What we're doing is we're actively trying to hurt them. We could just leave them alone. You just leave them alone. That would be one thing, Russell. Just don't actively, just leave them alone. Don't bomb them. Don't kill their people. Don't embargo them, and try to make some kind of connection to where their people. And here's the most important piece. And to Roy's point, most of Iranian people, they're not anti-American. They're an anti-American government. In fact, they're anti their own government also. Most of them are. Not all, obviously. Some are 100% in, but most aren't. Most actually in Iran want a better government. They do. So why wouldn't we give them the hope that they could actually have a better government? And my example I will give you, I think, is one of the best ones, right? People think all the time, you can't, hold on, Mike's on board. You can't normalize with people who desire your death and back up a religion. You can, actually. And let me give you an example of what you can. Vietnam. We literally killed millions of Vietnamese, spent 10 years in their country. People still, to this day, are having their arms and legs blown off by mines that we still have in the country from 40, 50 years ago. That's still happening. And when we left, we just walked away. We basically did Afghanistan in Vietnam. We just basically got out and left them as a disaster, left them with everything bad. It was a disaster. And 20 years later, we were trading partners. Right now, you can literally buy furniture from Vietnam right now, right? We are trading partners now. And my answer is very clear. All that we have to do is just leave Iran alone. Leave them alone. 20 years later, they'll be trading partners. Leave them alone. So I'm not saying we have to fix them, Russell. No, leave them alone. With Vietnam, we just walked away. Done. Trading partners. I think we could do that. I think we could. And Mike said they weren't religious. Yes, they were. It was called communism. Yes, they were. Ho Chi Minh, yes, was a religious figure and still is. Their capital city is called Ho Chi Minh City. Yes, they were. They were anti-American, anti-West communists, and now they're our trading partners. So they were. It can be done. 100% can be done. It may take time and energy, but walk away.
Until Bush, for whatever reason, decides to throw Iran into the axis of evil.
And I need some evidence that we were on a road to normalcy with Iran in the 1990s.
We do in the, wait, what?
That we were on a road to normalcy with Iran in the 1990s.
We were trading, Reagan was giving them weapons. That's the evidence. Ask Oliver North. Yes.
My understanding is that, from the late 90s and prior to the axis of evil labeling of Iran, that there was going to be some path forward to where we could start to normalize relations.
I find that very difficult to believe, and I don't see a lot of evidence. I mean, we can just disagree on that.
Sure. We can disagree on that. But I know that
the after effects, just a quick note, the after effect of the Iraq war that was the most devastating was the increase in power of Iran.
I agree. Yeah, because of the destabilization of Iraq. Correct. And Iraq not having a government there that was functional for at least a decade.
And was in fact a Sunni government, right? Originally, it was a Sunni government. Disbanding the Sunni army was one of the worst things that the Bush administration did.
Banning all the former Ba'ath parties,
sectarian,
all horrible under a Republican president. But
don't disagree.
That that probably contributed more to ISIS, to the growth of power in Iran, maybe even to the destabilization of Syria, probably more than anything that Obama did.
I think he's right.
Also, when we look at Iran funding people in the region, I don't disagree with that as well. I think Iran is the number one instigator of bad guy things right now.
100% true.
Iran, the IRGC, I supported when Donald Trump killed Soleimani. I think that was a great thing.
I did not support that.
I think that Iran is a major problem. However, I don't know if the path forward is constantly being a belligerent to Iran or trying to figure out some road to normalcy. I don't know if the collapse of Iran or the destruction of that country, considering how unpopular the Ayatollah even is there. Like the citizens of Iran,
Yes.
I don't think are big supporters of the government
Citizens
there.
don't like the Ayatollahs.
I feel like
They're
moving
scared.
on a path where, let's do our nuclear inspections. We had that Iranian nuclear deal that Trump pulled out of. Let's do the nuclear inspections. Make sure you're not on the way to nuclear weapons. Let's unfreeze some funds.
Now, I'm not unhappy, and people get mad at me this. I'm not unhappy that Trump pulled out of that. My problem is it was nothing behind it, right? There was nothing behind it, right? If you're going to pull out of the Iran nuclear deal, you got to have something behind it. What's the thing now? Okay, so what's the deal? I get you don't like it. Okay, maybe it's a bad deal. No worries. Okay, but then what's the thing after it? Nothing. Nothing. That's the problem. You had no plan. That's the issue. If you had a better plan, I'm open. Show me the right plan. Let's do this. Okay, nothing. Absolutely. So no, we do have to somehow make this thing work, right? Absolutely. So, Joe says, when did nuclear inspections happen in Israel and USA? Nicely done, Joe. Nicely done. I like that. Nicely done. Yes. Hold on here. John says, correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure U.S. funded the Saudis to wage a genocide over Yemen, and U.S. keeps funding Israel to keep repressing Palestinians in Gaza. Israel's strategy to undermine and fund Hamas. U.S. is funding all of this. That's true. If you like or don't like Israel's policies, the U.S. is funding them. So if you like them, U.S. is funding something well. If you don't, U.S. is funding something bad. But U.S. is funding this. That's absolutely true. U.S. is also funding, or was funding, the Saudi. I think it stopped. I think Biden stopped it. Was funding it, which I'm not against it. We shouldn't be bombing the Yemen. We should be bombing the Houthis. The Houthis are bombing us and attacking our troops because we've been bombing them for a decade, right? These are literally, we've been bombing them for a decade. John, you're correct. We should stop bombing people. It is not a good deal. Yes, it is not a good deal. Yes.
Let's move in some direction where we get on a good term with you. I feel like that's the most important thing that needs to happen in the Middle East. As much as people like to look at the Abraham Accords, who cares if, what was it? Bahrain, I think Oman, I think
UAE,
Sudan,
Morocco.
the UAE and Morocco. Yeah, are something like all of these people, even Saudi Arabia, already have like de facto normalization with Israel.
What are you talking about? Destiny, you're 100% wrong on this. You're wrong on this one. It did matter. It does matter. Saying things publicly to your people does matter. It does matter.
Anyway, they're all trading.
No, this is, I mean, to pretend that anybody even 15 years ago would have been talking about normalization in Saudi Arabia and Israel is insane.
They
they
were already on that path.
They
had already been they were already de facto trading partners with each other.
They
had already been collaborating.
That's a wild claim that Israel and Saudi Arabia were going to normalize 15 years ago.
15 years ago might have been a wild claim. But after Turkey, after Jordan, and then in the past like 20 years of like economic relations and ties with each other, all of the leadership in the Middle East, and you'll agree with this, look at Israel and they go, okay, well, we've got Palestinians who, God bless them, do nothing. And then you've got Israel, which is on a region with no natural resources to somehow become like an economic giant. They're good to trade with. Their population is educated. They, have military power. All of the leadership in these Middle Eastern countries are wanting to be friendly with Israel and are engaging in trade de facto with Israel. And the idea that like the UAE and Bahrain were brought in.
No, but this is the point that he's missing here. He's right in that the leaders want to do business with Israel. That's true. But they have spent, many of these leaders, particularly in Iran, have spent so much time telling their people that Israel is the devil, Israel's so evil, Israel's the end of the world, they all got to die. They've been spending so much time telling their people this, so their people will have an outside enemy and not realize they're all run by kings and queens, that now you can't just turn that around all of a sudden, right? That's the issue. I think Destiny is correct. The leadership is like, hey, Israel's got some cash. They got some. Let's make some money. Of course, they're thinking that, right? But they've been telling their people how evil Israel is for generations now. I mean, not even one, multiple generations. All the Jews are evil. All the blah blah blah. They've been saying that for decades now. You can't just turn that around all of a sudden, which is why the Hamas attack worked so well, because the Hamas attacks made the people, not the leaders, the people in the cities go, huh? Maybe all that rhetoric about how bad the Jews are was real. See that? They were right. Now they're in trouble. That's why it worked. So I think Destiny is clearly wrong. The leaders actually saying, let's have normalized relations with Israel is a big deal. That is a big deal. And we should be happy that it happened and hope that more people do that, right? I don't want Israel bombing people either. So let's give Israel This is what we always try to help have Israel have some solid, secure borders, and the problem goes away.
They're like, oh, well, now we're going to officially say this. I just
those were the first steps toward obviously the formation of a new Middle East in which economics would predominate over sectarian conflict. The chief obstacle to that is Iran.
I agree.
The notion that negotiations with the Ayatollah were going to be a solution to any of this is,
but do we think
absolutely benign.
Is it the Abraham Accords that's convincing Saudi Arabia to take a stance against Iran?
No, I mean, Saudi Arabia.
They're already fighting. They're already fighting with each other, right? Like,
no,
I don't think the Abraham Accords moved us any closer towards any type of real peace in the region.
No, the point
what has to happen is something has to happen with Iran. There has to be some diplomatic bilateral communication.
Right? Yes.
No, what has to happen is the containment of Iran, which was what was in
totally wrong. Ben's
which was what was taking place with the increase.
Okay, no, containment's a terrible idea. Containment is not the right answer. The containment work against Cuba? No. The containment work against Russia? No, they're invading Ukraine as we speak. So no, containment is not the right answer. That is the wrong answer. Ben is 100% wrong here. Containment's the wrong answer. They work against the Houthis. No. When is the last time bombing worked? I don't know. World War II? Maybe? Are we going to go to World War III and do that? This is a terrible idea. Ben is 100% wrong here.
Normalization.
They're both wrong. This is my point I keep bringing up. Destiny acts like the Abraham Accords had nothing to do with anything. He's wrong, right? He's wrong. It absolutely does matter. And just trying to we've been trying to contain Iran since 1979, is it? Is that right? Is my math right? It's like some 30 years. Terrible.
With the Sunni Arab world and Israel combined with
like that. Roy says WW2 succeeded because Japan and Germany were democratized, not contained. Thank you. I don't want to contain. Containment's a bad idea. A bad idea. Absolutely a bad idea.
Significant economic sanctions. The notion that there's this far-fetched notion in foreign policy circles that diplomacy can sort of be wish cast out of thin air. That if you sit around a table, that you can always come to an agreement with somebody.
No, that's not what. No, I'm not wish casting that. I'll go back to what I told Russell. We don't have to actively try to fix anybody. We can just leave them alone and trade with them. That's not wish casting democracy. That's let's stop selling bombs to people. Let's instead sell trucks and cars and TVs or whatever the hell else or whatever. Let's do that instead.
The Ayatollahs do not have common interests with the United States. They do not. And this idea that they are willing to take money.
Okay, they do have common interests. It's called dollars and cents. It's called selling gasoline and oil. Yes, they do. Yes, we would like oil. They would like to sell oil. We would like to sell them financial products because America does financial products. They would like to have financial products. Yes, there's absolutely. In this case, I sound like a total libertarian, but I'll say it. The market will provide.
In exchange for example, some sort of peaceful acquiescence to Israel's existence is obviously untrue.
Hasn't that been the case, though? That you've had a region with tons of sectarian violence for a long time, and then finally Turkey was like, you know what? This isn't worth it. The United States paid them a lot of money. They had conversations with Israel. And you know what? The economy, the economic gains.
Well, I mean, the relation.
Same thing with Jordan. Same thing with
not getting into Turkish politics. But
sure,
but the situation with Turkey was actually quite warm between Israel and Turkey in the 90s when you had the sort of secular.
He means Israel. I mean, he means Egypt, and he's right. Cash. The Egyptians almost lost their capital. The Israelis were marching on Cairo. That happened. Was it 73? Is it 70? I think it was 73. The Israelis were literally marching on Cairo. And about 7 years later, with a bunch of cash, they made peace with Israel. Yeah, money does do a lot. I'm just saying, money does a lot.
Muslim regime
in the 90s, but they signed
Kemal Ataturk in place, and now Erdogan has joined in the fray, and Erdogan is significantly more radical.
Sure,
than what
I'm
came before.
So sorry. If I said Turkey, I meant Egypt. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. So
Egypt. Yeah.
Right. So
Like, in terms of like Egypt and Jordan, right, were the first two.
You need here's the thing. You need. Is it possible that you could theoretically come to a deal with Iran only with a new leadership group? Okay. This is true for every peace agreement in the region.
And this is my entire point. He's probably correct. I don't think that the current Saudi leadership is like, wait, we love America. Let's have a deal. I think he's correct. But if all of a sudden some business people, look, what does every revolution that's successful actually need to be successful and to have any kind of democracy at all? It needs an active middle class. Without that, it's just going to go from one dictator to another, right? You have to have an active middle class. To Roy's point, Iran does have that. So if all of a sudden, right, it's just open, they can now sell to us and not just sell to, Russia and India. They can sell to us, and then people start selling to us, and the middle class goes, wait a minute, American dollars are just as good as Russian rubles. We don't mind. It's all good. It's all money. We're good with that. That leadership will change, or that leadership will have an accident and leave. And that's the point. Now, that's not tomorrow. That might be 10 years from now, but that leadership will change. And when that leadership changes, things will change. When Mao left China, well, now we were more open. The Chinese were more open to America all of a sudden, right? When Diop leaves Vietnam, now Vietnam is more open to America now. Well, eventually the Iranian leadership will leave, but who has to make it leave? The people do. Open up, let them do it, and you will watch it happen. It will just happen.
Israel could not have made peace with.
Well, they made peace with Egypt, and Sadat was the leader for Yom Kippur, right?
They did not make peace with Nasser. Right.
Sure.
The point is that this is a different regime. You need a different regime.
But I think the same regime that did the part of the Yom Kippur War was the same regime that negotiated peace with Israel.
I mean, that's true. Mm-hmm. It is also true that is a relationship that could be cultivated specifically because it was Sadat who made clear he was going to come to the table. Mm-hmm. Have the Iranians ever made clear that they would come to the table over, for example, the existence of the state of Israel?
No.
I mean, that is not a thing that's going to happen.
Yeah, but he's right. I don't think Iran is ever going to be like, yay, we love Israel. I don't think it's going to happen. I agree with him on this. However, containment makes it worse. Open up. You know what will happen? The middle class will start trading with America. Then the middle class will start trading with Israel. And when all of a sudden the middle class starts trading with Israel, they'll be like, I don't know if I want to bomb Israel. I'm making some cash. Things will begin to shift and adjust at that point. And that will take time. That's not tomorrow. So yes, let the Iranians look. Israel's got tons of cash. Israel has tons of technology. Israel's got tons of workers. Israel's got tons of stuff. You tell me Iranians don't want any of it? Of course they do. Of course, Israel's got some of the best security out there. You know, Iranian people want that. Of course they do. So they're going to buy some of that. And Iranians got stuff. I'm sure Israel wants energy. Of course it does. Iran's got energy. They'll ship them back and forth that way. Of course they will. Over time, it will work. Just over time.
But I think people probably felt the same.
Every single one of their proxy groups, every one of them, not only calls for the destruction of the state of Israel, they also call for the destruction of America. I mean, this is literally the Houthi slogan.
He says, why the hell are you riding to Destiny? There's a couple reasons why. Number one, by the way, for those of you who don't know, I actually did debate Destiny twice. So if you was a couple years back, if you guys want to watch that, you possibly can. The second is Destiny is popular, and so is Ben Shapiro. People who watch these people actually pay attention to what they have to say. That's why. Absolutely. Yes. 100%. King Vic says, if you empower the regime that vows to destroy Israel, you're just helping them achieve their goals more easily. 100% not true. Not even close. Not true. That's King Vic, you're incorrect. What we're trying to do is empower the middle class within Iran that will then decide, I think war is a bad idea. I think I want to trade with America and trade with Israel. So I'm going to change my own government so that government, that regime, as you say, will have to go away. We are not going to get rid of the Iranian regime. We're not. It's not going to happen. And sanctions don't make it happen. Has the regime gone in Cuba, North Korea? We've been sanctioning these countries for decades, right? Our goal should not be to empower the regime. Our goal should be empowering the middle class within Iran by allowing them to trade with us as much as they want. They will become empowered. They will end their regime. When their regime ends, they will then have peace. And again, to my point with Vietnam and other countries, it might take 10 years or 20 years. It might. But we've been doing this thing now since 1980. So now what, 44 years? We've been doing our current plan for 44 years. It hasn't worked. We've been doing it in Cuba even longer. In North Korea, even longer than that. It doesn't work, clearly. The answer is follow the Vietnam model, which is leave them alone, let them trade.
They're busy hitting ships, and their slogan is literally Allahu Akbar, death to America, death to the Jews, death to Israel. It doesn't fit on a bumper sticker, and it's not all that catchy, but that is in fact their slogan.
The regime,
the notion that the regime that propagates that is going to be approached with diplomacy is not only wrong. The problem is that it's easy to say this.
Again, they're both wrong. I'm not saying, right? I think Russell thought I was saying that too. We have to go there, kiss their butt, reward them. No, I'm saying just leave them alone. That's it. Lift all sanctions, Lift all barriers. I'm going to go do me, you go do you. And I'm telling you, the middle class will begin to change. How do I know that? It's already happened again and again and again. It happens again and again and again. The examples of what I said have happened multiple times. The advantage of what Magical Ben is saying here has never happened.
Stakes of diplomacy are okay. Well, so we try to talk, right? Jaw is better than war.
It
sure. The only problem is that in the Middle East, weakness is taken as a sign that aggression might be an appropriate response. That is how things work in the Middle East.
Statement. That was big.
And the fact that that Joe Biden came into office with an orientation toward continuing the Obama policies in Iran has led to conflagrations, these sort of brush fires.
People take nicety as weakness all over the world, not just Middle East. That's just stuff he made up.
Breaking out everywhere that Iran has borders.
Say everybody who's not
either the West or Israel or both, right? Any place that's happening is leading to brush fires because, again, the logic of violence in the Middle East is not quite the logic of violence in other places in the world. By the way, I think the logic of violence in the Middle East is actually closer to what most international politics looks like than we
yes,
wish
the whole world.
That it were. I mean, I think that's part of what's happening in Ukraine as well.
So you think
which brings me, by the way, here's my question about Ukraine.
Sure. Well, just real quick, and then you can answer this one now. So you think that for Iran, right, a country that has been sanctioned for God knows how many years now, you think that for Iran, just continuing to sanction them and contain them is an effective way, is more effective than trying to engage them in bilateral or multilateral peace talks?
Yes, 100%. And the proof is in the pudding.
Before we go to Ukraine, can I ask about Israel? So you're both mostly in agreement. But what is
Israel? I don't know if I'd say that.
Okay, but as I'm learning, what is Israel doing right? What is Israel doing wrong in this very specific current war in Gaza?
This one, they're going to jump through some hoops. But anyway, I think we know where Ben is going to lead on this one. Of course, you know. But you're going to be surprised what Destiny is. Because Destiny is not progressive in this regard. Destiny is actually more liberal in this regard. He's more establishment. He's more about bombing people than you would think. But if you look at the far left, even progressives and leftists, boy, they are super anti-Israel. You will see that. Destiny is not that. This is why I explained early on, Destiny is much more of a liberal than he is a progressive or a leftist. He is much more of a liberal. He's much more mainstream in that regard. I think you'll see that. By the way, guys, if you like this, please click the like button. I know I bug you all the time. Please do it. It does matter. If you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe and click the bell. Do both. It does matter. For those of you who are super chatting, thank you so much. Every super chat does count. You can, if you want, just become a member if you want to. If you want to, click the join button. It's $29 a month. You can join me there, or you can go to Facebook and you can join me there. It's only $1.99, so it's less on Facebook because Facebook's cheaper and not as many people watch. But yes, here you can do super chat or join here if you want to. Both work, or just do the great thing. Go to patreon.com/sharpway. All of them are ways you can support the channel. It does matter. The more I do this, the less I have to actually work and do this more, so I can spend more time doing this, which is what I really enjoy and what I think you enjoy too. But no matter what, click that like button. And by the way, comments are great. Those also work. I am paying attention to those comments too. Let me keep going if I could.
I mean, frankly, I think that what Israel's doing wrong is if I were Israel, okay, like, again, America's interests are not coincident with Israel's interests. If I were an Israeli leader, I would have swiveled up and out and knocked the bleep out of Hezbollah early.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So I would have, Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister of Israel, was encouraging Netanyahu, who's the prime minister, and the war cabinet, including Benny Gantz. So whenever people talk about the Netanyahu government, that's not what's in place right now. There's a unity war government in place that includes the political opposition. The reason I point that out is because there are a lot of people politically who will suggest that the actions Israel is currently taking are somehow the manifestation of a right-wing government. Israel currently does not have a quote-unquote right-wing government. They have a unity government that includes the opposition. In any case,
that's a good point.
Yoav Gallant was urging in the very early days of the war that Israel should turn north, and instead of hitting Hamas, they should actually take the opportunity to knock Hezbollah out, because Hezbollah is significantly more dangerous to the existence of the state of Israel than Hamas. I actually agree with that. As far as what Israel has been doing wrong in the actual war, I mean, I think that, again, from an American perspective, I think that Israel is doing pretty well. From an Israeli perspective, if I were Israeli, I would actually want Israel to be less loose about sending its soldiers in on the ground level. So Israel's attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and the cost of that has been the highest military death toll that Israel has had since the 1973 Yom.
That's exactly the opposite. It's not true. Israel is trying to civilian casualties, but they're worried. What Israel's worried about is their own casualties, and I understand that. I do, but there's a problem here that I don't think Ben understands. The military people get it. Ben's not military, doesn't understand it. The Israel leadership understands it, what they're trying to do. The reason why Israel is being so aggressive on the bombing and the trashing and burning everything down to the ground is because they don't want to take that many military casualties. Why? To be very full with you, and some of you may be upset by this, but I'm being very full with you. The Israeli army is not the army that you might think it was. It's not the army from the raid on Entebbe back in the 70s. That's not what the Israeli army is. It's heavily a reservist army. Reservist armies do not function well with casualties. They just don't. When they start taking 10, 20% casualties, they break and they leave and they run. They refuse orders. They have problems. They have issues. The Israeli military is not ready to take casualties. Why did it not go into fight Hezbollah? They did before. Was it 10 years ago, whatever it was? Whenever they went back in there a while ago, they took heavy casualties. The Israeli military couldn't take it, and the generals pulled them out, as they should have. They pulled them out. It was the right move. They don't have that military. You might think that technology, but that's what they're using technology. The actual Israeli soldiers are mostly reservists. They do not take casualties well, and they're fighting against, to Mike's point, a religious group of people. The religious group of people, they take heavy casualties and keep fighting. Most of the people in Gaza believe they have no choice. They believe they have no option. They believe this is the right answer. So they will fight with 60, 70, 80% casualties and remain in place and keep fighting. The Israeli army will not do so. Because of that, if they take the casualties, they'll actually wind up losing this war. Because their troops will not fight. They will actually lose this war. And again, Ben thinks he's smarter than the Israeli generals. He's not. The Israeli generals do know that. They understand that completely. They know the same thing I know, and most people who follow military know that. The amount of casualties taken in a reservist army versus a fanatical army, very different. And you're going to have a massive casualty rate of like 10-1 or 6-1 or some insane numbers, which is what you're having now, which is why there's so many civilian casualties in Gaza. So Ben's wrong on this. He doesn't know any better. This is an ignorance thing on him. I don't think this is fanatical for him. I think it's ignorance on his part.
Kippur War. I mean, I personally know through 1 degree of separation, 3 separate people have been killed in Gaza. And that's because they're going in door to door. It's because they're attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and they're losing a lot of guys in this particular war. The problem that Israel has had, historically speaking, is that Israel got very complacent about its own security situation. They believed the technology was going to somehow correct for the hatred on the other side of the wall. Okay, so our people have to live underground for 2 weeks at a time while some rockets fall, but at least it's not a war. And that complacence, bred what happened on October 7th.
See, now he's saying complacence. To me, yes, it's true.
What Israel did wrong was years and years and years of complacence and belief in an Oslo system that is at root a failure.
See, this is he's getting it kind of on a side. He's coming back to the problem. That is the issue. The Israeli military is a reserve military that's supported by technology. The military of Hezbollah and Hamas is not that. They will literally fight with 80% casualties. Israeli military units will not. Now, there's an exception: the Mossad. Israeli Mossad is elite. Those guys will take a bullet themselves to keep fighting, right? They don't play. If it was me, I'd be using the Mossad more than anything else to take care of leadership. I would not be doing much of this. This is my view. If I'm ahead of Israel, I'm like, use the Mossad. Don't do that much. Kill the leaders and move on. That is an elite force that the Israelis have.
Because you cannot make a peace agreement with people who do not want to make peace with you. So that's what I think Israel is doing wrong. I have a feeling that there's going to be wide divergence on this point.
Maybe. In terms of broadly speaking, I generally oppose settlement expansion. Is a thing that Israel does incorrectly that I think is kind of like provocative to at least all the Palestinians in the West Bank, and it probably energizes hatred in the Gaza Strip for them as well. In terms of conducting warfare, the one thing that I always say to everybody, especially Americans, is you can't evaluate things from an American perspective. It's very stupid. It happened a lot with Ukraine, where people are like, oh, well, didn't they work with the Nazis? And like, weren't the Soviets the good guys? And it's like, well, in other parts of the world, it's not quite as simple. And I think the same is true for Israel-Palestine, that a lot of Americans will analyze the conflict as just being one between only Israel and Palestine, which it's not. It's a conflict between Israel and then Palestine, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran. Right now it is.
He's right.
I think that however, one area where I'll break with Ben is I think that minimizing civilian casualties and everything is very, very, very important. I think on the Israeli side, I don't think it's important so that the U.S. will stay with them, because I think the U.S. is probably going to stick with Israel as long as they don't do anything crazy. And I don't even think it matters for the international community. It definitely doesn't matter for the UN, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you doesn't care.
However, I think it's really, really, really important that I think that in the Middle East, broadly speaking, I think that leadership, especially in the Gulf, has gotten over the Palestinian issue. I think that leadership is kind of like they don't care as much anymore, but the population still care quite a bit. And I think that the main issue that Israel could run into is if the civilian death toll does climb too high, and if they start to hit this 40, 50, 60,000 number of civilian casualties, they run the risk of the civilian populations in the surrounding Middle Eastern states becoming so antagonistic towards Israel that they start to take steps back towards normalization in the region. So for instance, I know that Bahrain, I think, already pulled out their ambassador to Israel. My guess is going to be it's temporary. I know that on the public speaking side, you've got a lot of people condemning Israel for the attacks. And on the private side, you've got people telling Israel, please kill all of Hamas because this is untenable and nobody wants to work in this situation. I don't know if this ended up being true or not. I'm guessing it didn't, but I saw on a couple of Twitter accounts it was leaked that potentially Saudi Arabia was considering installing a government in the West Bank that they would run.
No, I mean, I think Israel would love nothing better than that, but that is
for sure.
The Saudis, one of the big problems in the Middle East is literally no one wants to preside over the Palestinians.
Yes.
And this is the issue that is driving me crazy. People ask me all the time, Larry, what can we do? And we as a nation, not as a world, are stupid in this one. And it's because of past tragedies that we are stupid in this one. I'm going to give you the actual answer. We have dropped over $100 billion in Ukraine. We've dropped tens of billions of dollars already in Israel in this war here. The answer is actually a grossly simple one. It's a difficult one, but it's a simple one. It's challenging, but simple, meaning it's simple to achieve, simple to do, but hard to deal with it. And Bobcat has said it, Egypt takes Gaza back. He's correct. He's brought this up. It's true. What people don't know is not all, but the vast majority of Gazans are ethnic Egyptians. Not all of them are, but a huge chunk of them is that they're ethnically Egyptian. Many of them are. The vast majority are. Now, the Egyptians don't want them. He's right. Destiny's correct. They don't want them. But Egypt has about $110 billion, give or take, in debt. The U.S. should say, you take them, we will pay for your debt. And don't take all of Gaza. Cut Gaza in half. Cut Gaza in half and say, Israel, you take half, just the north half. Egypt, you take the southern half. The people in the north half, you can move if you want to. Here's money. Literally just give them a check. I'm not joking. Give each of them a check for 15 grand. 15 grand is plenty of money to buy a place, have a place in Egypt. Plenty of money. Each family gets 15 grand, and that wouldn't even be $10 billion. It'd be less than $10 billion if you give every family in the north part of Gaza that amount of money. Give them that money. Go. This way, they can go buy houses someplace else. There's a massive influx of cash into Egypt. The Egyptians will be like, we don't like them, but so what? We like money and out of debt more than that because everybody does and all governments do. And they would say, okay, and take them. How do I know that? Why do you think they got peace with the Middle East in 79, was it? 78, whenever the hell it was, right? That peace. That's because we wrote big checks to Egypt. And Sadat said, okay, because they had massive war debt. We wrote them big checks. They said, okay, they'll do it again. Not just that. Also, Bob can also brings it up. You now give the West Bank to Jordan. You cut it though. You put a chunk. You put like, here is the part that is Israel, whatever. Here's the part that's Jordan. The Golan Heights, same thing. Here is money people who have to move. Here is a big check to you guys. You buy them all out. That's all you do it. That's how you do it. And America doesn't have to do any of this. All America has to do is go, I have a checkbook that I'm already writing checks to anyway. Right? Don't get me wrong. Do I want America writing checks? Of course not. But if I recognize they are going to write checks, they're going to do it, right? This is going to happen. They're already doing it. Instead of throwing money into Ukraine, instead of throwing money into Israel, throw money into people who are really in trouble, and you could solve this problem. Done. Move on. That is what I think we should be doing. I know it's crazy, whatever the case may be. Bobcat says Israel has to keep going on. If that, to be forward, I'm not sure the details of this plan. I don't know, and I don't think we'd have to know. Let the people there know the cash is there, and they can decide what makes the sense of whatever it works, right? And if they have to keep more of the Golan Heights, then you write bigger checks to the people who have to move. Whatever, I'm fine. Whatever. If Israel has to keep the Golan Heights, then you don't pay as much to Jordan for keeping that and having to build everything. You leave that for Israel, and you just give people more money to move. And you go, Larry, that's ethnic cleansing. They're being ethnic cleansed with bombs right now. So I can ethnic cleanse you with bombs, which is what's happening now, or with money. I'm going to go with money because sadly, that's all I have. Sadly, that's all I have. So yes, Joe says, I'm already against USA government writing the next check to a foreign government. Me too. But Joe, it's already happening and nowhere near away, moving towards the opposite direction. We're writing more checks. I'm just saying if I've got to write these damn checks, which it seems like we do, we just have to. We just have to. There's just no way around it. King Felix says, you don't understand basic incentive structures. Countries that bow to Israel should not be treated normally. That's insanely dumb, King. That's not true at all. Absolutely not. 100% not. Not at all true. Again, I've just shown you Vietnam. We literally killed millions of Vietnamese. There were millions of families that hated us. Millions. 20 years later, they're trading with us. Millions. So that's incorrect. That's not how it works. That's not what happens. People have short memories when their life can be better. If we make your life better, we bombed Germany. We bombed Japan like there was no tomorrow. We killed millions of them in firebombing raids. It's just not true. It's not how it works at all. It could be done. The problem is we're not doing it. So Bob Kickle's going to say, Golan is literally high ground. No general will hand it over. Okay, then pay them. I'm okay. Like, to be forward, Bob, I don't know that region well enough. I believe you. Then you pay them, whatever. The point is you can bomb them and keep terrible borders or not. Right now, the border between Egypt, not Gaza, Egypt and Israel is a solid, safe border. They have plans. They have agreements. If you just make that the border, you've just solved Israel's problem on that side. Israel has a solid, safe border with Jordan. If you fix the West Bank, you've solved that side. If you can fix the Golan Heights, solve that too. I'm okay. Whatever the issue is, but people won't do it because that's bad. That's this and blah, blah, blah. It's okay. Joe says, Japan and Germany didn't have a choice. Yeah, they did. They could have hated America. And then once they threw America out, stopped trading with them. They could have. They wanted to, but they were happy to take our bases. They were happy to have us pay for the defense. They were happy to rebuild. Happy to. Absolutely. I think Afghanistan would too. If we stop messing with Afghanistan, they would just sell us all their opium. They would be fine too.
No one. So in the Arab states, Israel, no one.
Yeah. So I think the issue is, and I
hold on. I make my last piece. So we're clear on this, King. Ideologically, the Iranian regime is committed to the destruction of Israel. Do you agree? Of course, I agree. That's the regime. I talked about the middle class. I think you're correct when you say, will the regime all of a sudden decide we love Israel? No, of course not. Of course not. But the middle class will change the regime. We've seen it happen more than once. We've seen it happen in Turkey. We've seen it happen in Israel. It does happen. It does happen.
I think, and I'm very sympathetic towards the Palestinians because I think that since 48 and onwards, I think that all of the Arab states super gassed them up on that. They wanted the Palestinians to fight because they wanted to fight with Israel. However, as time has gone on and they realized that it's kind of a lost cause, states have started to drop out. So you're getting these bilateral peace treaties with Egypt and with Jordan. You're getting multilateral agreements like the Abraham Accords. And now the Palestinians are looking around and like, okay, well, you guys told us to fight all this time. And now the only people that we have supporting us are Iranian.
He just took a dump on Abraham Accords and now he's saying they're effective. See, the Abraham Accords were effective. It does matter. That does matter. You can hate Trump all you want. That was not a bad deal. That was not a bad deal, right? There's many reasons to attack Trump. That's not one of them. That was not a bad deal. Diane says, Jordan cut all ties to the West Bank. They don't want a second Black September. Egypt doesn't want the Muslim Brotherhood back, and Hamas is an offshoot of it. Agree to all those things, Diane, but I'll go back to what I talked to King Felix about. Somehow money makes all that go away. Somehow money makes that go away. It's funny how that works. It just does. And again, I know I'm probably pissing off Joe even more. I don't want us writing the checks. I just know we are. We're already doing it. Like the money's already going. I already see it. It's just happening already.
proxies. So the Palestinians are in a very weird spot where they've like lost all their support.
This is also true.
Yeah, I think that Israel, what I would say to be quote unquote critical of Israel is Israel needs to take strong steps towards peace that probably involves them enduring some undue hardship. So not the October 7th attacks, because Jesus, that's way too much. But, other types of, attacks that they might have to deal with that might cause some civilians to die, that they don't come out over the top with and retaliate with, if there's ever going to be peace in that region. However, another thing that I've always said is
this is where they're both wrong, right? Ben is just like, bomb more people, and then he's like, just let them bomb you. Both of those are stupid. The Israelis should not just be like, you can bomb us and we won't do anything. That's terrible. And you should just go, well, just bomb them more. We've been bombing them for a long time. They've been bombing Israel Israel's been getting bombed by Hamas and Hezbollah all the time, right? They're like, half the Israelis have like bomb shelters and stuff. They get bombed all the time. The bombing part's the bad part, right? That's the part that does, and they both want to bomb. They just want different types of bombing. No, the bombing does not work. The bombing does not work. If I have a choice of bombing or writing checks, I'll take writing checks. I don't want to write checks either. What I'd like to do is just leave them alone, let them find an answer, and be the neutral person. The problem is, at least we can't be neutral anymore. We've taken sides. So we can't be neutral anymore. We are no longer valid in doing this. Someone else has to. I don't know who that is. It Norway? I don't know. Whoever. Someone has to. Someone else to do it. It can't be us anymore. We've already blown our load there. Huge
problem between Israel and Palestine is, I think that both sides think that if they continue to fight, it will be good for them. But the problem is one side is delusional. I think Israel wants to continue to fight because they get justifications for the annexation of the Golan Heights. They get justifications for expansion.
I do not see that at all. I do not think Israel wants to fight at all. Are there some people in the Israeli government and leadership who are happy that there are battles going back and forth? Of course, there are always some warmongers who are making money off of war. So if you found some of those guys, they're here in America too. They're all over, right? So I'm sure there are some people in Israeli leadership who are like, great, let's keep the wars going. I'm making money off of this, buying and selling goods. I'm sure there are some war profiteers in Israel. Of course, every place. But Israel does not want to lose 1,200 Israelis or send its troops into fighting when now their economy can't function. You remember, Israel is not a massive country. What's it, like 9 million Israelis, something like that? I forgot, but it aren't more than 10, I don't think. So if there are like as many Israelis as there are New Yorkers, if you got to send 300, 400,000 of these, young, able-bodied people into fighting a war, they're not in your economy and you're still paying them. I want you to imagine that. They're not in your economy and you're still paying them. This is not good for Israel. Israel does not want war. Destiny is 100% wrong here. Israel does not. Again, there are, I'm sure, war profiteers, always are. But Israel does not want to fight wars,
especially in Area C that I think they're probably going to try to annex soon. They get justifications for the increased military posturing towards the Gaza Strip and the embargoes. And Israel is right that if the conflict continues, really the situation only improves for Israel over time. But the Palestinians also all believe that if they keep fighting, they thought this since 2000 under Arafat, that if they just keep fighting, they'll get better gains too.
But I think that part he's right on, right? He's right. I think that the Hamas fighters have been convinced, and I think obviously wrongly, but I think they've been convinced that fighting is going to get them someplace. I think they've been convinced of that. It's not. It is not. Paula, thank you so much. Paula lets me know. I thought it was less than 10 million. I was right. 9.34 million people. Yes. I mean, there's 8 million New Yorkers in just New York City. So yes, I mean, you can't take, I think it's 300,000 did they mobilize? I think 300,000. That's 3% of your population. They just mobilized and they're going to put in some other country. And these are people who are actually working, that you are actually working on this. They're not working these are workers, young workers that should be working your economy that are now going house to house in Gaza or, wherever. This is not a good thing. I completely agree. I don't think that he wants to do that at all. I'm going to move on, if I could, to Russia, Ukraine. Maybe I won't. I think I'm moving on to Russia, Ukraine. Am I? Hold on. I think I am.
Can we talk about Ukraine?
Sure.
You have a disagreement with you with what Destiny said.
My main problem with Biden's policy with regard to Ukraine is that he outsourced the end goal of the war to Zelensky early on. Now, that might make sense if that goal were something that he was willing to fund to the point of achievement.
Hold on 1 second. Paula brings up. Thank you, Paula, for doing my homework for me. Thank you. My chat is brilliant, by the way. You guys are brilliant. You always help me out and come up with good answers. I appreciate that. He says 366,000 reservists have been summoned in Israel. This is my point. 300,000 to 400,000 people coming out of a 9 million person population of able-bodied working people who are not now working in your economy, but are still being paid by the government to fight another part of the country. That's a big deal. Big deal. And they're reservists, which means most of the military is a reserve military. Reservists just do not take casualties like fanatical religious military units in Gaza and also up there in Hezbollah land. They're going to take a lot more casualties and still function. So, yes. So,
or if Zelensky could have achieved it on his own. But right now, and this has been true since pretty early on in the war, this point Henry Kissinger made, that pretty early on in the war, it was very clear that, for example, Crimea was going nowhere. The Russians had control of Crimea, barring the United States giving permission to fly F-16s over Crimea. Nothing was going to change over there. The same thing was true in most of the Donbass, right, in Luhansk and Donetsk. That was not going to change. Zelensky's stated goal, and you understand it, he's the leader of Ukraine, right, is that there was a predation on his territory in 2014, and that the Russians sent their little green men across the border, and then they took all of these areas. And so he, as the leader of Ukraine, is saying, okay, I want all of that back. Now, the reality is that the U.S.'s interests had largely been achieved in the first few months of the war, meaning the revocation of the ability of Russia to take Ukraine and just ingest it, and two, the devastation of Russia's military capability. I mean, Russia has just been wrecked. I mean, their military is in serious straits because of the war in Ukraine. From an American perspective,
that is absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. I don't know why he's saying that. Was Russia smacked in the early part of the war? Yes, 100%. The Russians thought they could just walk in and just take Ukraine. I get it. And that did not happen. They were smacked. But to think that their military is now devastated, if any of you are paying attention right now, the Russians are currently winning the war, right? They are winning the war right now. They are not devastated. If anybody's devastated, it's Ukraine. Ukraine's economy is in shambles. Its people are leaving like there's no tomorrow. They're having to force people into the military. They're having trouble getting people to join. It is not a thing. That's not a thing, right? What he just said is just not true. Were they smacked up front? 100%. The Russians were not ready. They got their butt kicked early on. However, now that this is not true, the Russians have absolutely rebuilt, reboot. They are prepared. They are in much better position. And more importantly, they've learned how to fight in the world with drone warfare and minefields and all types of things, right? What the Ukrainians did poorly, which some of you were bringing up earlier, what the Ukrainians did poorly is they went on the offensive. When small countries beat large countries, it's because they go to guerrilla warfare. It's how the Afghanis beat us. It's how the Vietnamese beat us. They went on that type of warfare. The only reason why the Koreans beat us is they had a Chinese army, right? With the Korean army by itself, North Korean army could not beat the U.S., but they had a Chinese army in the 1950s. So small countries only win by going to guerrilla warfare. The Ukrainians fought straight warfare against the Russians. That was a terrible idea, and a lot of Ukrainians are dead. It is terrible. Yes. So, yeah. Chris goes on to say, Ukraine's drafting 40-plus-year-olds now. Yes. If I remember hearing, the average soldier in Ukraine is like 40 years old. So, yeah, it's bad. Ryan says, if you're forcing people in the military, you are badly losing the war. Yes, this is true. Yes, absolutely. Mike says, Russia has been winning for a year, using about 10% of their green and old resources. Yes, agreed. These are all true. I mean, all of you guys who are paying attention know this. What Ben is saying is incorrect. He is wrong. The Russians are winning this war currently. Again, early on, they got smacked. That's true. The Ukrainians came back and smacked the Russians. They were not ready for it. But it's been a while. It's been 2 years now. The Russians are now heavily ready to go. They are fighting well. They know what they're doing. They have learned their lessons. Then they're doing winter offensives, what the Russians do best. They are actually winning this war. That is absolutely true.
I'm very much pro all of that. I think that we have an interest in Ukraine maintaining a buffer status against a territorially aggressive Russia. I think that the United States does have an interest in degrading the Russian military to the extent that it can't threaten the Baltic states or threaten Kazakhstan or other countries in the region. The problem I have with Biden's strategy is, as always, I think that it's a muddle. And I think muddles tend to end with misperceptions. War tends to break out and maintain because of misperception. Misperception of the other side's strength, the other side's intentions, and all of the rest. People misperceive what's going to happen. They say, I'll cross that line and nothing will happen, right? This is what Putin thought. He thought, I'll cross that line. They'll agree with me as a liberator. And because the United States just surrendered in Afghanistan, essentially, they won't do anything. And the West is fragmenting because NATO's fragmenting and all the rest of this. And obviously, he was wrong on all of those scores. The problem for Biden is that, as with virtually every war, no end line was set. And so it became out recently, that it was widely reported that actually there was a peace deal that was on the table in the first few months that Putin was on board with, that basically would have ceded Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea to Russia in return for solidification of those lines, American and Western security guarantees to Ukraine, right? Ukraine wouldn't formally join NATO, but there would be security guarantees to Ukraine. We're ending up there anyway. It's just taking a lot more money and a lot more time to get there.
And do you think Trump would have helped push that peace?
Yes. And I think that Biden actually did Zelensky a bit of a disservice, because Zelensky knows where this war is going to end. And it's not going to end with Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea in Ukrainian hands. It's just not going.
And this is a point that I brought up. If any of you watched, that was on Dylan Burns' show about 6 months ago or so. And I told him, I said, next year at the now 2024, because I didn't say it in 2023, the war will end. I said, and when it will end, there will be some type of peace treaty that Putin will get at least 3 out of 4 of the things that he wants, at least, if not more, but at least 3 out of 4 things that he wants, and he will declare victory. And I don't think that Zelensky will be leader of Ukraine anymore. Whatever will happen, either will leave, quit, go into exile, whatever, and Ukraine will basically be, the horrible word that Joe doesn't like, a buffer state for Russia, which is what he wants. Russia is not going to take over Ukraine. That was never going to happen. That's not true. He was never going to do it. He didn't take over Belarus, did he? It's just a buffer state. It is a puppet state, buffer state. He will make Ukraine, just like Belarus, a buffer state, a puppet state, which sucks. I know it's terrible, but he'll just do that. That's what he's going to do. So he's not going to take over. He doesn't want to govern a bunch of Ukrainians who now hate him. He wants to govern ethnic Russians, which are most of the area that's left over. He'll take that and move on. And why does that matter? Because America spent $100 or $200 billion, whatever it is, pumping up our own economy, because most of that went back into us building weapons of war, getting rid of all our old stuff that now got blown up by the Russians, killing hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians for an outcome that, to Ben's point, we could have had 2 years ago. We could have had 2 years ago. It's an embarrassment for us.
And he knows that. What actually, in my opinion, Zelensky needed was for Joe Biden to be the person who foisted that deal upon him, so that he could then go back to his own people and say, listen, guys, I wanted all those things, but the Americans weren't willing to allow me to have all those
That's actually a smart move. I hope he
does
so
that. We did an amazing job. We did a heroic job in defending our own land. We devastated the Russian military, even though no one expected us to. But we can't get back those things because it's unrealistic to get back those things, because America basically, they're a big funder and they're the ones who want the deal. Instead, what Biden said, and this was reported in the Washington Post last year, the Biden administration said, we're going to fight for as long as it takes, with as much as it takes. And when they were asked until when, they said, whatever Zelensky says. Yep. And that's not a policy. That's just a recipe for a frozen conflict with endless funding. Now, it may be that Putin just walked away from the table and that deal is no longer available.
Thank you, brother. 100%.
If that deal is available right now, I certainly hope that's being pursued behind closed doors. My main critique, again, of Biden is that when you
and I'm going to argue, I am 100% sure. I have no evidence of this, but I don't care. I know there are peace talks already. There's already peace talks, guaranteed. Because right now, the Ukrainians are losing the war. Ukrainians right now are in trouble. They are losing the war. They're not being able to fight as much. And as Mike and I talked about this on one of our shows a while ago, the idea is that right now, when it comes to regular, non-specialized munitions like bullets and bombs and such, Russia makes far more than the NATO forces make. It's not even close. Russia makes at least 2 times, depending on what it is, sometimes to 10 times more of regular like bombs and bullets, not like the specialized stuff. And now they're making drones by the thousands. There's no tomorrow doing some of it, right? So as that keeps going, the Ukrainians can't respond. They just can't. They're going to have to make peace. There's no way around it.
source the end goal to another country without stating what America's interest is, that's a problem. I also think that Biden did really quite a poor job of sort of explaining what America's realistic interests are. I don't like it when American leaders.
That's also true.
Yes. It's weird for me to say this, but I'm not a huge fan of the "we're in it to protect democracy" kind of rhetoric. Because frankly, we are allied with many, many countries that are not democracies, and that's not actually how foreign policy works. We should, as an overall, 30,000-foot goal, advance democracy and rights where we can. But the reason that we were fighting in favor of Ukraine, and when I say fighting, I mean giving them money and giving them weaponry. The reason that we were doing that in favor of Ukraine is not because of Ukraine's long history of clean voting and non-corruption. The reason that we were doing that is to counter Russian interests in the region. I mean, it was a pure, real.
And I think that his point, part of that's true, right? You want to counter Russia. Some people did, but they wanted to find a way. And some of you aren't going to like this, but when we give, say, $150 billion to Ukraine or whatever the number is, at least 100 of that goes right back into our contractors, pockets. So it's just a way of the American government buying jobs, right? And you see upstate New York. Upstate New York is full of the military industrial complex. That is one of the biggest job creators, job retainers in New York State is military industrial complex. It's across the country, but me being in New York, I see it in New York State more than other states, obviously, because I live here. But you can see it. That $100 billion heading right back into us, right? So it's a way for Biden to pump up the economy without having to actually create any actual jobs besides this. So yes.
Politic play. And that real politic play is hard to deny no matter what side of the aisle you're on. I think that what many Americans are reverting to is we have no interest there. Yep. Why are we spending money there and not spending money here? And that kind of stuff. And that argument can always be applied unless you actually articulate the reason why it is good for Americans beyond simply the ideological for the United States to be involved in a thing. So for example, I think right now, when Biden is talking, I think that what Biden just did, the United States, as we speak, is striking the Houthis. I think that that's a really, really good thing. I think that's a necessary thing. And I think American people should understand why that is happening. It's not because
I'm going to go both sides in this. He's right. Americans should understand why it's happening. I agree, right? That's true. He's right. But bombing them is stupid. You have two choices with the Houthi, and only two, right? And it's going to sound hard, but I'm going to be very forward. If you're like, I'm going to stop the Houthis so we can get our boats through the straits. Okay. Make a deal with them or invade. That's it. That's the two answers. Make a deal or invade. That's it. Bombing doesn't work. We know this. You keep bombing them, and we've been bombing them for literally decades, and they just bomb us back. Half the people who are fighting are 15, 16, 18 years old. They don't care. They don't care. Yes.
Of quote unquote ideology. Mm-hmm. It is. I mean, on a very root level, but really it's because you're screwing up the straits. I mean, you can't do that. You can't screw up free trade. So
don't bomb
and Americans have an interest in not seeing all of our prices at the grocery store double.
So the Orthodox more gets it completely. Thank you, brother. You are correct. They used to buy jobs, get rid of old stockpiles, and make room for new weapons. War is an American issue at this point. Correct. I'll go one step further also. We didn't know how a modern war would actually work. You might go, Larry, we were fighting in Iraq, we were fighting in Afghanistan, but that was guerrilla warfare, right? America now has rewritten all of its manuals on guerrilla warfare. We've actually changed a bunch of our manuals. If those of you paying attention, we changed what weapons we use. We've changed all of these things. Why? Because we've learned from our guerrilla warfare in Iraq and Afghanistan. We now know how to fight these wars much better. What we didn't know was how to fight a war with a bunch of armored units going back and forth. We now know. And we sacrificed hundreds of thousands of Russians and Ukrainians to do that. But now we're rewriting all our manuals. Why do you think, and I said this last year, I said, you're not going to see an Abrams tank in an offensive attack in Ukraine. And they said, why not? They're great tanks. Because they're going to get blown up. And we don't want to see that because to your point, Orthodox more, we want to keep selling our M1A1s, right? We don't mind if some of our older stuff got blown up. We don't sell that anymore, right? We don't use Bradleys hardly at all anymore. That's not really used in the military anymore. So they can get blown up over there. We don't care. We're not selling them anymore. We still sell M1A1s. We still sell them. So people don't want to buy T-90 tanks, the Russian tanks anymore. That's why they made the Armada, the T-14 Armada. Why not? Because they've watched the T-90s get blown up by drones. They watched one get blown up by a Bradley 20mm gun. So why would you want to buy one of those? These get blown up. They're expensive to get blown up by $100. No, I don't want to buy those anymore. That's going to hurt the Russians. The Russians have to rebuild and come up with new tanks and new things because no one buys it anymore. We don't want to get those one Abrams in there and then they get blown up and nobody wants to buy our tanks anymore. Yeah. So I wish you were wrong, but you are correct. Absolutely. So yes. All right. Andrea, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Blinken even said the money came right back to the US. Correct. He said the quiet part out loud. He basically outed the military industrial complex. Yes, you're right. Exactly right. He actually said it. Correct. 100%. So yes, by the way, guys, thank you so much for all the super chats. I do appreciate them all. Ryan, thank you so much for your $1. I do appreciate it tremendously. I do appreciate it. Guys, again, if you want to, you can always super chat me if you happen to be watching on Larry Shop YouTube. If you're watching on Twitter, please retweet this right now. Retweet it. If you are watching on YouTube, please subscribe to the channel and click that bell. If you want to support the channel, you can. You become a member on YouTube now. Just click the join button, $29 per month, and you support the show. And we keep moving forward, creating more and more shows. It is appreciated. If you can do so, that would be amazing.
And triple because a bunch of ragtag pirates, you know, akin to the Barbary pirates from 1800 are bothering everyone, right?
So Ben said a lot there. Do you disagree with any aspect on the Ukraine side?
A little bit, yeah. I think on the macro, I agree. Maybe we get into the weasel a little bit on some things. On the final thing that he said, though, I wish that Americans could have honest conversations about foreign policy. I think that it would just be better for everybody. Yes. I don't know if it's, Red Scare after the Cold War, where it was like literally, the behemoths, were.
But we can, right? And I think I do it on this channel often. Very often I have real conversations about what's actually going on behind the scenes. I talk about it often. I think we can. Mike does it on a Sunday show, right? Tomorrow Mike will be on. And when he's on, no sound bites allowed. He has his conversations. I think we can. People will listen if we're entertaining and interesting enough. That's the issue.
Fighting against communism. And we felt like after 91, every single foreign policy decision needs to be able to be explained in like 7 words. Like he's the bad guy and that's it. I wish we had more honest conversations about what our foreign policy interest is in a particular region, because I don't think most Americans honestly could even articulate why Israel would be an important ally, or why it's important to defend Ukraine against Russia, or why should we care about Taiwan at all. I don't know if most Americans could articulate anything there. Even though they might have very strong opinions about why we ought to be involved in certain conflicts. So I do agree with that. I wish we had more honest conversations about foreign policy. In terms of how Biden has handled Ukraine, the things that I liked the most were, one, that he was very clear in the beginning about what we wouldn't do. So Biden saying that we're not going to do not a red line, no-fly zones over Ukraine. We're not going to be deploying troops on the ground in Ukraine. We're not going to be doing anything that would have, U.S. soldiers and Russian soldiers crossing swords with each other. That's not going to happen. I like that he made that very clear at the beginning.
I think that's.
And I like that he coalition built between NATO and the EU to get people to send funds, training, soldiers, airplanes, and everything to Ukraine. I thought those two things were really good.
Look, I think we shouldn't be in Ukraine, but if we're going to be in Ukraine, I will give those are 2 good things. If we're going to be in Ukraine.
In terms of basically writing Zelensky a blank check, I would like to hope that Biden and the entire United States learned a lesson from Iraq and Afghanistan, that open-ended missions with unlimited budgets and no clear goal are like the worst foreign policy decisions you can ever do. They've like defined U.S. foreign policy for the past 2 or 3 decades, which is unfortunate, but seems to be the case. My feeling would be, and this is just a feeling, I don't know if internal cables have leaked that say otherwise, is the Biden administration has probably always had a quiet position of at some point there's going to be an off-ramp here. And I think even a month or 2 ago, I think those talks were being leaked, that discussion had begun with Zelensky looking for an off-ramp. But publicly, of course, the United States is never going to come out and say, we're going to support you guys to fight as much as you want for 3 months. And then after that, it's no more. Right. Obviously, that can't be the statement. It's always going to be that we're going to support you in your fight against Russia.
Yeah, we tried that.
It's funny. Paula says, everyone is a neocon. Yes. Aren't they all now? Like everyone's a neocon. You're absolutely right. Patrick says, where did 45, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, Kid Rock, and Ben Shapiro serve in our military? Oh, they didn't. Wait, what? This part, this has been a massive change, Patrick, since Vietnam. The Vietnam War was a really big change in America. Vietnam is when things changed. Prior to Vietnam, it was almost the norm that any family of status in America, any family that thought it was one of the powerful families of America, whatever thought, always sent at least one son off into the military. Always. They were almost always an officer, usually, but not always. But they always sent at least one of their sons off to war. That was a thing. That was what you did, right? And that tradition came back from the old days of like kings and queens and knights and nobles, and all the royal families always had officers in the military, right? That was kind of required for loyalty. But I mean, that was a thing, and that was still done. But Vietnam War is when American leadership realized, oh, these wars are all BS. That's when the leadership got, oh yeah, this is all garbage. And that's when the top people stopped sending people to war. Vietnam was the turning point. If you look prior to Vietnam, most of the wealthy families had at least one son in combat. Oh, I'm sorry, in the military. That was in combat. We were at war often, but not always. After Vietnam, I mean, hardly any. I think that was the turning point. It was that war that turned us away.
Obama with Afghanistan. It was terrible.
Sure. Yeah, you can't.
We'll escalate the troop levels to X, but only for 6 months, and then we're
you just can't do that. It's always going to come off as we're going to support you forever, and as long as it takes, and as long as you need, whatever we have to do to defend freedom and democracy in your country. And any other statement would be absurd. So I can understand why it feels like on a public level, a blank check and an indefinite time period was granted to Zelensky, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think I hope we've learned our lessons in the Middle East about the forever wars, that this isn't going to be a forever funding to Ukraine to fight for as long as they want. I do disagree. I feel like we're playing a little bit retrospectively, saying that like, well, it's obvious that they're not going to capture the Donbass. It's obvious that they're not going to capture Crimea. I agree for Crimea, that was incredibly obvious. But it was also really obvious that in 2 weeks, Russia would own Kiev and Ukraine was going to be Belarus 2.0. I think that even for a lot of military people,
he's right in this
and analysts around the world, that was an expectation, or at least a significant problem.
Yeah, but the problem is, right, once Russia didn't immediately take Kiev, all of a sudden we're like, oh, now Ukraine can win the war. Before you know it, the Ukrainians will be marching on Moscow, right? That was the problem. That was never going to happen. Was there a chance that the Ukrainians could beat back an initial Russian assault? Sure, and it happened. That was always a chance it could happen, and it did happen, right? Particularly when we threw a bunch of money, we gave them a bunch of stuff. Of course, that could happen. But to imagine that the Ukrainians were going to actually beat the Russians, I mean, that was a fantasy. I can't believe we even thought that, but people still to this day do.
Probability. Nobody knew, the phrase that's thrown around now is paper tiger, that Russia's military was as ill-equipped as they were. So I can understand why, especially if you're Ukraine and if you've repelled an invasion from one of the world's largest armies, why you might feel like, well, fuck it, let's fight for a few months, let's fight for a year, let's see what happens. And I can understand the United States supporting them, but I agree that there has to be some reasonable off-ramp, but we're not going to fight forever. I think the U.S. State Department has already begun those conversations with Zelensky.
I think we're done. I want to move on.
January 6th. One of the big issues in this presidential election is going to be January 6th. It's in the news now, and I think it's going to become bigger and bigger and bigger. So, question for Destiny first. Did Donald Trump incite an insurrection on January 6th, 2021?
Absolutely. This is probably ignoring every other issue we've talked about, of which I think there are plenty that I would say disqualify Trump from holding office. I think that the conduct and the behavior leading up to and including January 6th, I think is wildly indefensible. I am excited to see Ben try to, the 3 to 4 stages are the taking what I think any reasonable person would say, knowingly false information about elections being rigged or ballot boxes being stuffed or Ruby Freeman, running ballots 3 times in Georgia, taking that knowingly false information and trying to call state secretaries and stuff to have them flip their electoral vote. That was horrible. The plot that Eastman hatched in order to have these like false slates of electors where all 7 states had citizens go in and falsely say that they were the duly elected electors that could submit votes to Congress. That was insane. That happened. Asking or begging Pence to accept these false states of electors initially, and then just say you should just throw it out completely and throw it to the House delegation, which was majority Republican. That was absolutely unbelievable. And then on the day of January 6th, trying to capitalize on the violence by him, Giuliani, and Eastman making phone calls to senators and congressmen saying, well, don't you think maybe you guys should delay the vote a little bit? Don't you think they're just really mad about the election? I think he said to
I'm going to say stuff here which is going to make some of you happy and some of you unhappy. I actually think the words and the things that Destiny said so far actually aren't that bad, because there is a what he's doing is still in theory legal if and here's the big if he honestly believed that the election was fake. If he believed that, then there is no problem with him saying, hey, you should delay the vote. That is something that you should do if you believe it, right? That's not obviously an insurrection, if that makes any sense. An insurrection would have been if he said, do not do it. I'm sending the army in, or I'm sending the troops in, or do not, I don't believe this to be true. Do not do it. But asking him to do so, or even pressuring him in some way without physically or somehow stopping, that to me that makes it iffy. It's not so clear to me. I think a lot of people think it's crystal clear either way. It's totally not, or it totally is. I think it's obviously a gray area. And again, because I'm libertarian, if it's gray, that means it's not guilty. That makes sense, right? If it's not guilt, it's not guilt. So I think this is a gray area. Again, if he honestly wanted to, why didn't he just go, don't do it, I'm ordering you as president, or I'm sending in the troops, or we're not doing it? I think he was trying to coerce, which to me says he might have believed it.
McCarthy, they're more upset than you, and his utter dereliction of duty in not doing anything to stop the riot.
100% correct. Trump's actions, letting that happen during that day, were terrible and unacceptable. And I don't care if you like Trump or not, that was garbage. That was terrible. Now, is it criminal? That's a different question. And my gut says not criminal. However, I mean, maybe I'll walk down that road in a second. There is a way it could be criminal. But no matter what, whether you think criminal or not, 100% unacceptable. He should have tried to stop that violence, stop that right away. 100%, he should have tried to stop it. Him letting it happen, that was bad. That was unacceptable behavior, terrible behavior. Not saying he shouldn't be on the ballot. I'm not saying that. Not saying he's insurrection. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that behavior was terrible, and he should be embarrassed for that behavior, and he should apologize for that behavior.
That happened on January 6th because he was too busy taking advantage of it. I think all of these things are horrible. I look forward to seeing the Jack Smith indictments play out in court, maybe even the Georgia RICO case. But yeah, I think all of these things are unfathomable. And I think when you look at the plot from start to finish, clearly the goal the entire time was to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power. That was the goal from start to finish.
And no. This is the part that he is incorrect. He said the goal was to thwart the peaceful transfer of power. It was not. The goal was to thwart the transfer of power. Him using the words he did and doing it his way was literally peaceful, if that makes any sense, right? He was trying to use the Constitution and the law to get what he wanted, right? So it was peaceful. But his part, the people breaking stuff in January 6th, that was BS. That was not peaceful. However, what Trump did there was peaceful. That was not violent. However, and I go back to it, he should have stopped it. You can like Trump or not, he should have stopped it. That was wrong. Absolutely, that was wrong. Hold on. Bobcat, were you there at the Capitol? I hope you didn't get hurt. Shelley says, I'll give Destiny this. He's now calling it a riot rather than insurrection. Yes, it was a riot. I see each other. I don't think it was a riot. It was a riot it was a protest that got out of hand and turned to a riot. I agree with that. I think it was a riot. I think that's the right word to use. It was a riot. Yes. Same way I was at a BLM protest who turned to riots. They were riots. I completely agree. That's a riot is the right word. 100%. Let's see. Mike says it's not great per Constitution and past elections where Dems are the same as Trump. Well, yes and no. The Dems use the difference that what makes it gray is the Dems were not in power and they just used the courts. Trump was in power and tried to use his presidential influence to influence people, which again still is peaceful, but I think that's where it becomes gray, right? Because Trump tried to use his influence and his position of power and authority to move and to bully people. So that's where it becomes gray. Democrats, again, did the same stuff, but they only did it through courts only, and they weren't in power. Now, would they have done it if they were in power? Maybe, but they didn't because they weren't in power. So I don't know. I hope that's clear what I'm talking about. I hope that's clearer. So, all right.
Whether it was through false claims, whether it was through illegal schemes, or whether it was through violence at the Capitol to delay the certification of the vote.
Ben?
So I'm glad you're excited. It's always fun. So there are two elements to incitement of insurrection. One is incitement, the other is insurrection. So incitement has a legal standard. So does insurrection. Neither of those standards are met. So if you're asking me, morally speaking, did Donald Trump do the right thing between November 4th and January 6th? I said, I will continue to say, no, he did not. I think he was saying things that are false.
100%, right? His actions were negligent. 100%. He should have, once it started getting violent, he should have been like, guys, stop, no, but stop. He should have stepped right in. He should have done that.
With just factually false about his theories with regard to the election, about the election being stolen, about fraud. This was all adjudicated in court. He did not even bring many of the claims that he's brought publicly and all the rest of that. If we're talking about incitement of insurrection as a legal standard, it doesn't meet any of those standards. When it comes to incitement, it has to be incitement to immediate lawless action. That's the standard for incitement. And I'm very meticulous in how I use this because I happen to speak publicly a lot. And that means there are lots of people who listen to me, which means some of those people are probably crazy. And some of them may go and do a crazy thing. Did I incite them? The media tend to use the word incitement very loosely with regard to this sort of stuff in the same way that Bernie Sanders, quote unquote, incited the congressional baseball shooting. He did not. Bernie Sanders has a lot of things I disagree with. I think Bernie's a schmuck. Doesn't matter. He did not incite that.
Yeah, let me grab what Roy says here on this one. He says, Trump threatened both Pence and Secretaries of State with a violent breaking into a federal building to hunt down elected officials, to delay where presidential ballots were to be counted, to delay or stop the vote while threatening politicians. To get those Noose and Gallo polls is at least a riot. Again, agreed. This was a riot. No question. I think we agree. I don't know if we all agree. I agree. This was absolutely a riot. This is where, again, Mike, this is where it gets gray to me, right? This is where it gets gray. He did say terrible things about Pence and Secretaries of State, and then he saw it was getting violent. He should have stopped it right there. Like, guys, I didn't mean hang Mike Pence. I didn't mean that. That's not what I meant, right? He should have stepped in. He was negligent without question because he did use rhetoric that was spicy, as he always does. So he did use the rhetoric. And then when they started going hang Mike Pence, he'd be like, whoa, stop right then and there. And he did not. That's why I think it's gray, Mike. I think you're wrong to say it's black and white in this case. It's not. I could see both sides of this. My gut says it's not insurrection, it's a riot, no doubt. Because if it wasn't an insurrection, why didn't he just show up? Imagine if he just shown up and said, I'm here. And he had walked right in. They'd have let him right in. He'd have walked right in and said, that's it. It's over. Stop it right now. He just could have stopped it. And he didn't do that. So not insurrection, definitely a riot, no question. He was definitely negligent. There's no doubt about that. In my view, obviously some people disagree. In my view, definitely. Negligent. And even Ben says so.
Saying bad things is not the same thing as inciting violence. Inciting violence, the legal standard in the United States is, I want you to go punch that guy in the face. That's inciting. With regard to insurrection, typically in insurrection, and there are some descriptions in case law, though none in statutory law, as far as I'm aware, the typical description in case law is the replacement of one legitimate government of the United States with another by violent means. The notion that Donald Trump coordinated any such insurrection is belied by the FBI itself. The FBI put out a report in, I believe it was August of 2021, suggesting.
Yeah, and that's the point where people are mixing the two. Were there people who were considering a violent overthrow? There were. That's true. There were absolutely people who were considering it. They actually had stocked. This is a true story. Some people had actually stocked guns in another state. So there were some people who were doing, and those who were all in jail. So that makes sense. I get that, right? And I'm in. That group of people, they were a group of people who were considering it, and they did it. And that's fine. No worries. That's fine, right? I don't have a problem with people who were violent going to jail. My problem is how many people were arrested who weren't violent. That's a problem, right? That's a problem. But those who were violent, I get it. Go to jail. No issues at all. No issues whatsoever. And Trump and those two were separate. Trump's is what Destiny talked about. His whole thing was trying to get people to do what he wanted. And that's where I think it's gray, because he used his power to do so. To Roy's point, he did threaten. He threatened one of them almost basically with jail. Basically, he didn't say those words, but he kind of did. So yes, there was
no well-coordinated insurrectionist attempt coordinated by the White House. In fact, what you had was Donald Trump thrashing around like that weird alien in the movie Life. I don't know if you ever saw it with Jake Gyllenhaal, where he's like kind of thrashing up against this glass box, just an alien just thrashing up against the glass box. That I think is more what you were seeing from November 4th to January 6th. And then again, the claim that January 6th itself was an insurrection. So virtually, I'm not aware that anyone was charged with actual insurrection. There were some people who were charged with seditious conspiracy. There are insurrection statutes that do exist. No one was charged under those particular statutes.
And there were some conspiracies. That's accurate. There were a couple people who were conspiring. So there were some of those charges, and those were accurate. Like they found the guns, they found the things that they were trying to do. There were some people who were doing that. But again, to be forward, there were thousands of people, I forgot how many, marching. The group of people who were a small group, and they were punished, and I'm okay with that.
There were some people who you could say informally had insurrectionist ideas. Those would be the people who wanted to hang Nancy Pelosi or kill Mike Pence, and those people are in jail right now. And the election went forward. The election was certified. Mike Pence presided over the certification. Mitch McConnell presided over the certification. Joe Biden has been the president for the last 3 years. So Donald Trump, by the way, was still president at that point. If he had actively wanted to do what other people who have actually wanted.
Hold on, Roy brings up Trump also supported sending fake electors to the election. Well, 2 points to that. If that's true, which I know he did want to send the electors, yes, that's not violent. That's still peaceful. That makes any sense, right? And he said, stop a peaceful. No. He wanted a peaceful. He's wanted his. So that's not violence. That is still peaceful, even though it could be scamming. And the question is, I don't know. And this may sound crazy, but I actually don't know if Trump believes his own stuff. I'm just saying, I don't know if Trump believes his own stuff, Roy. Does he honestly believe that his electors are the right electors? Does he not? I don't know. I'm not trying to, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like, well, I got to let him go. It's not that. But this is a big deal for one important reason. There are literally tens of millions of Americans who think he should be president. You might go, no one's above the law. You're right. But sometimes people have to be made exceptions. And I think Biden's one of them. He's the president. He gets exceptions. I think Trump's one too. He's a former president. It's just, you got to take that into account. You just do. As unfair as that may seem, you have to take that into account. Right? That is a part of it. And what bubble is he in? And then what is his brain thinking? You got to take into account when someone is that person, as unfair as that is, I think, and I would say that for anyone who was president. Obama, I would say it for Obama too. I'm not an Obama fan. I would say it for Obama also. I would say it for anybody. So yes. Ryan says, Trump's head of the cult, so I doubt he believes his own stuff. Ooh. Okay, maybe. That's a valid point, right? That the head of the cult rarely believes the cult. You know what? You could be right. It's a very valid point. I may be changing my mind on this. See that, Roy? Ryan might have changed my mind on this one.
Launched coups have done. He would have theoretically called the National Guard not to put down the riot, but to actually depose the sitting government of the United States in the name of a specious legal theory. He did not do that. He did not attempt that. Nobody working for him did that. The most you can say, I think, about what everybody was doing is that, and I want to say everybody. We can talk about Trump because this is really about Trump.
Well, yeah, it is about Trump, and I agree. It does make him special, sadly, but it's true. Mike says, there are over 200 held for 2 years without trial, and FBI has promised to add 800 more for trespassing. A misdemeanor, that when Colbert did it, was waived off. This part drives me crazy, Mike. The fact that so many of these people are going to jail. And here's why it drives me crazy. If you think that these people are crazy insurrectionists, if you believe that, what do you think putting them in jail is going to do? They're going to come out even more that way. You're only making things worse if you honestly believe this, right? And again, I want to be clear. Ben says it. I agree. Destiny. We all agree. Most of the people here agree. There were certain people who were doing violent things and had violent ideas and violent plans. And those people are in jail, and I'm okay with that. But these 200 people being held, come on. Come on. Their lives are ruined for what? 800 more? For what? For what? Because they followed a bunch of people into that building. All you're doing is making more bad people. You're making people who weren't bad now bad. You're turning them into criminals. It's a terrible idea. I completely agree. This is a terrible idea. It's not going to help us out in the long run at all.
you used a phrase that Trump was disseminating knowingly false information. The word that's carrying a lot of weight there is the word knowingly. Yes. So knowingly implies a knower. Do I think the information he was disseminating was false? Yes. Do I think that Donald Trump has a unique capacity to convince himself of nearly anything that is to his own benefit? Absolutely. And I think that that's actually what Donald Trump was doing there. And the evidence of that is Donald Trump being a human and all of us watching him for the last several years. So, you know, the idea that he knew it to be false, I'm not even sure those standards apply in any, like, and just assessing him as a human, which is really what we're being asked to do because there's an intent element to this crime. Does Donald Trump, do you think that today Donald Trump knows that he lost the election?
Absolutely.
So I don't actually. I think
but I'm glad that you have the attorney background. When we are assessing mens rea, when we're looking at certain criminal statutes where intent is required, it's a reasonable person standard, right? Like, would a reasonable person have known that they were?
No, it depends on the mens rea standard. So it's not the same in every case. If you have to establish individual intent, then it's not enough to say a reasonable person should have known. That would be enough for a negligence statute. Usually when you're talking about reasonable people, person statute.
I agree with Ben on this one, right? I think without question, this is negligent. Trump was negligent. And a lot of you Trump supporters get mad when I say that. He was negligent. There's no doubt. And it is gray. People say, I know a lot of Trump supporters are like, no, it's gray and he was negligent. The only way you could maybe go to the 14th Amendment, maybe, and try to throw him off a ballot as an insurrectionist, maybe, is if you say he was giving aid and comfort. And that's a stretch. That's a stretch, but maybe.
It's just legally speaking. A reasonable person statute is, should a reasonable person have known? That's when you get to like manslaughter. Sure. You can't do a reasonable person standard on like first degree murder. So you have to establish actual motive in first degree murder.
But for first degree murder, you don't need the statement of I plan to kill this person or I intend to kill this person. We can prove that state of.
Hold on. Paula says Trump thinks he won. Oh, he does. He absolutely believes it. He wouldn't be putting himself through this otherwise. There's a part of me that says that too, right? There's a part of me. That's why I'm telling this. There's a part of me says that too. Like, yeah, he's convinced himself. Like, there's a part of me that says that also. So yes, absolutely. Mike has bad news says there are plenty of legitimate questions to the way the election was held in a number of states. Most of them are sued by the Trump team because they were focused on the voting machines. Maybe. Roy goes on to say, thinking you won is different from cannot admit you lost. Ooh. Narcissistically, I think the latter. Maybe. Yes. All right. Mike says, I'm going to bring up. Still need to go to court to convict Trump, which Destiny has bypassed. The left love accusation equals guilt and spread punishment. Let me give you two parts here. Number one, there's a reason why that judge in Colorado, when they were asking about Trump being on the ballot, when they said, no, he can't be on the ballot, she said, yeah, he is an insurrectionist. She said that. He is an insurrectionist, but the 14th Amendment does not apply to him. Remember that lie she came out with? Why'd she do that? Because now there will be an appeal. And she announced, Mike, that he was an insurrectionist. You're right. No court, no conviction. But how judges often look at things is, well, it was said, so it might be true. Let's see if the appellate court says anything. The appellate court said, oh, no, he should probably be in the ballot. But no, he should be in the ballot. Yeah, he can't be in the ballot. No, he can't be in the ballot because he's an insurrectionist. So now two separate courts said he's an insurrectionist. They will take that to mean he was one. You're right in what you're saying, that he's not convicted. What I'm telling you is courts will now say he is, because he was announced by two separate courts as being one, and no one said he wasn't. That is what they will do. That is how they will act. I'm not saying you're wrong, Mike. I'm saying what they will do and how they will act. They will now act as if he is because two courts said so and nobody fought. Excuse me. So that's what will happen. Second piece. The 14th Amendment does say that you either have to be an insurrectionist or provide aid and comfort. That has not been fulfilled. That hasn't been decided exactly what that is in this case, right? And that at least is an argument in my view. You could at least argue that at least, right? For example, if the Chinese are attacking America, whatever, and they come into my house and they say, give me food or I'll shoot you, and I give them food, that is not considered providing aid and comfort to the enemy because they were going to shoot me, right? Or they're going to capture my wife or something, and I give them food, or that's fine. They're literally going to kill me. That's fine, right? But if I go, oh my God, Chinese people, come on in, have a sleep, here's some food. That's aid and comfort. I was not under any type of duress. They weren't going to threaten me to kill me. That's a clear distinction. But is it clear what Trump did that day? I think there is no clear distinction. I think there is no distinction there, and we have to have it. So I could see that argument at least. But the worst part is, Mike, no one's saying that. They're going, he's insurrectionist. How? Because some courts said so.
You need circumstantial evidence.
Correct. Yes, yeah. Sure. You could prove it.
So I feel like my feeling for Donald Trump was there were all these people around him that he trusted to investigate election fraud. He trusted Barr and the DOJ. He asked Pence, his vice president, to look into it. He asked his chief of staff. He asked his legal counsel. He has so many people that ostensibly he trusts them if he's asking them to look into it. And when all of them looked into it and reported back to him, no, we found nothing. Unless we're going to literally make the concession that Trump might actually be a delusional psycho man, at that point, should he not have realized, like, well, okay, maybe there's
I think he should have realized the day of the election that he lost the election, but that's not. But that's
sure. But I'm just asking, I'm saying that, like, at that point, should he not have known that for him to go and propagate those claims that he'd asked all of the people he trusted to research, and then for him to take those claims to Michigan and to Georgia, and then publicly and to try to convince people to throw out the election? You don't think that?
But you're doing the same thing. You're reverting to, should a reasonable person have known? Yes, a reasonable person should have known. Did Donald Trump know? That's a different question. And so conflating those two questions is going to get you into some messy territory. By the way, this is why Jack Smith charged the way Jack Smith charged.
Yeah, which wasn't.
Jack Smith did not charge conspiracy. Jack Smith did not charge insurrection. He did not charge seditious conspiracy.
He didn't charge any of that stuff.
The reason is because Jack Smith is a good lawyer. What he's doing is he's actually broadly, I would say, pretty obviously expanding statutory coverage in weird areas in order to cover a thing that doesn't quite fit into any of these legal categories. But the point that I'm making is that Jack Smith is on my side of this. He doesn't think that he can actually.
Donald Trump's only allegiance is to Donald Trump, right? We agree on that. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
I don't think it's the only thing he cares about. I think it's certainly the largest thing he cares about.
It's the largest thing he cares about, right? So you've got a man who only cares about himself.
Welcome to politics. I mean, it may be more.
But that's not even.
It may be more with Trump, but it's certainly not unique to Trump.
I think that the issue with Trump, too, though, is I think he's even a threat to the Republican Party, in which I think you would mostly agree with me, maybe not overall, but on every individual point. Trump picks bad candidates. He has no concern for the future of the Republican Party. Like, for instance, I think there is a chance, I don't think it'll happen because of how the polling looks now, but if Trump didn't get the nomination, I think Trump would say, screw it and run as an independent because he thinks he can win or whatever, right?
Okay, Trump will run as independent. That's not true. Definitely he's wrong on that one. But Trump is definitely a problem to the Republican establishment. That's 100% true. The Republican establishment has never liked Trump, still doesn't to this day. That's what they all like Nikki Haley. The Republican establishment has hated Trump since 2015, still hates Trump, and will hate Trump till he drops dead. They will always hate Trump. They still do. That's why there's no labels. That's why there's Nikki Haley. That's the reason. The establishment has always hated Trump. So for this case, Destiny's correct. He is a problem for the Republican establishment. That's accurate.
I doubt that he would do that, but theoretically,
possible.
He could.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
he was really content to throw Georgia, the two runoff elections under the bus because Raffensperger didn't support him for the election.
So, what is all of this in service of? What's the generalized argument that you're making? Do you believe? I'll go back to my question. Do you think that if Trump wins, there will be no more elections? Is that like what? I don't know. What percentage do you think that's a reality?
I have to. I mean, for those of you who aren't in that bubble. The MSNBC bubble. I sadly do watch MSNBC because I have to do stuff like this. There are a lot of people who honestly believe that the second Trump wins the election, he is going to suspend all elections and be dictator for life. I'm not, some of you are laughing right now. I'm not joking. They honestly believe that is what is going to happen. He is that's it. He's going to become president for life until he drops dead, and that's it. Now, I can't imagine that. I mean, do I think he'll be dictatorial? Yes, of course. Vindictive? Yes, I think that's clear. Of course he will be those things. Yes. But he will end elections? I don't, maybe I'm naive. I hope I'm right. I don't want to be wrong with this. I can't imagine it, right? Aaron says Trump's VP will be Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Ooh, maybe. Get him a woman.
If Donald Trump wins, I think there is a 100% chance that he will try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. In terms of would he succeed?
I can guarantee you he will not do that.
Why is that?
Because he's in his second term and he's no longer eligible, and he will believe he won and he will leave.
Yeah, but hasn't Donald Trump himself joked about running for a third term? I think that having a third term.
What has Donald Trump not joked about? I mean, for God's sake.
I don't. Okay,
Ben,
hold on.
Ben is just now. See, this is a problem that he finds himself in a tough spot, right? He finds himself in a tough spot because he doesn't actually like Trump, and he's actually scared of Trump because he's part of the establishment too. He's a neocon, so he does not like Trump also, but he can't give Trump anything because Biden bad. He can't, and this is bad.
If you want to prevent him from creating a revolution, you probably should actually just appoint him president, and then he can't run again.
Here's another broad argument that I don't like in favor of Trump, and this was brought up earlier in terms of like we talk about like not grading presidents on a curve, but then earlier we said we take Biden's rhetoric.
Oh no, I totally grade Trump. I 100% grade presidents on a curve.
Yeah, he grades.
Oh, okay.
I grade pretty much everybody on a curve.
Then I feel like
I don't treat my 7-year-old the same way that I.
Yeah, but Trump's not a 7-year-old. Liberty of Death says Trump's VP is Elise Stefanik. Oh, is that right? Do you have some insight, or is this just what you think? I don't know. You tell me, do you have some insight, or is this your guess?
Treat my 9-year-old.
Sure, but I don't like that Obama. It feels like we're treating Donald Trump like a 7-year-old or a 9-year-old. I think we should treat him like the president of the United States. I don't think having a president that has taken like concrete steps to prevent the transfer of power, which he did with the electorate sham, which he did with Pence, and which he did with trying to capitalize on the J6 violence, a president that's taken concrete steps towards cooing the government, essentially. I don't know why that guy, we'd say, well, you know, it's Trump, he does Trump things. The guardrails held, I'll probably hold next time.
So, I mean, when we say we shouldn't, do you
mean
that he should be actually barred from office?
I'm just talking about support for him. I don't even think Republicans should support Trump. You lose your incumbent advantage. The guy's obviously self-destructive. He's destructive to the political party itself. Like,
you think he should be on the ballot? You think there's a case to be made to remove him from the ballot?
I think there's a case to be made, but man, the phrasing, for as much as our governmental founding fathers and everybody else, you know, wrote nice amendments and wrote nice the Constitution.
All right, at least he's being good on this. Yes. Can you make an argument? Yes. I mean, you could. But the argument I say is only if you can somehow get a definition of aid and comfort that is what Trump did. Can you get that definition? And they haven't. To Roy's point, to Mike's point, they've just said insurrectionist. They just said it. They've simply announced it. That to me is wrong, unfair, and bad. You would have to have an actual, okay, yes, we have decided that in America, this is the definition of aid and comfort, and he did that thing. If you did that, okay, I could see it. But otherwise, I can't.
The phrasing is very, very, very blah. And the Section 3, the not requiring any type of actual conviction, I don't have a strong feeling on it. I will say I'm very interested in reading the majority opinion from the Supreme Court. I seriously doubt the Supreme Court is going to uphold that states should be able to decide if they leave them off the ballot or not. I think for the political future.
That's, by the way, completely wrong. Both of them are wrong on this. They're saying, and Ben was this too, that states don't have the right to throw them off the ballot. States do. Now, should they? In this case, I believe, as I said, no, unless you can find their argument, which they're not doing, states should not. But can states? Yes, states run elections. States do have a right to say this person may not be on the ballot because of the Constitution. States run it. They can do so. They absolutely can. So I think he's wrong on that one. A state could do so. That is the a state could do. I think they should not, though.
The United States, it's probably not healthy that the leading opposition candidate is now going to be barred from the ballot. It's probably not healthy for us. Because
Trump
then
should
what?
be
Talking about threats to democracy, that would be a pretty serious one.
There's no doubt Trump should be about, and this may make some of you upset who don't like Trump, right? He should be about, because if you don't like Trump, you think he's a threat to democracy, the people get to decide that. The people get to decide that, right? That's the issue.
Applied across the board, by the way.
It would be, however, like that threat to democracy was earned by Donald Trump and the conservatives that supported him. I think conservatives made a dangerous gamble when they threw Trump into office, and now like all of the fallout from that is something that we all as Americans have to deal with.
I mean, I think that the unprecedented legal theory that a state can simply bar somebody from the ballot on the basis of in an informal.
See, Mike is on my side. He's the same thing. States do have the right by the state constitution and the 10th Amendment. Yes, but requires proof, not accusation, which is political propaganda. Mike, you and I on the same page. That you would have to find a definition of what aid and comfort is, and then prove that Trump did that. They haven't even tried to find what aid and comfort is. They're nowhere near making that happen. Again, if they did it, I'd be open to the idea, but they haven't even come close to it. I really am. The reality of it is they've just announced it and said it's true. Why? Because judges said so. Therefore, it's true.
Away believing that he is quote unquote an insurrectionist is pretty wild. I mean, that
we can say it's pretty wild, but there is an amendment in the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, that says that if they have engaged in this, they shall not be, or you shall. I don't remember the phrasing because it doesn't require conviction, but it's a self-executing, arguably thing.
If we're getting into constitutional law, I mean, there are a number of provisions that suggest that this is, number one, not self-executing. I mean, minority opinions in the Colorado Supreme Court case are pretty thorough. The
minority opinions, they're minority opinions. Yeah, I don't care how thorough they are. This is absolutely self-executing. Mike is right here, right? This is correct. States run elections. I know that. I've been thrown off the ballot more than once. I know how it works. I've been in courts. I know how it works. States have the right. A state can do it, but to Mike's point, they can't just randomly do it.
The number one contention, which is that this is not self-executing.
Let's say, for example, I'll give you another example. Let's say I run for president and I'm only 34 years old. I wish I was 34 years old. And I'm only 34 years old, right? And I'm running for president. A state can say, no, Larry, you cannot be on the ballot. Why? You're only 34. Constitution says 35. You're 34. You can't run for president. Sorry, you can't, right? They can decide this. Absolutely. Would I have to go sue and have the Supreme Court throw me off the ballot? No. A state can go, Larry, you're not 35. Sorry, you're not in the ballot. Now, what if I was 35 and they said, oh, you have to be on the ballot? I am 35, you can't be on the ballot. Well, I can then sue the Supreme Court. They go, the Supreme Court say, no, state, you can't do that. He's 35. You got to put on the ballot. The state could own, the Supreme Court can rectify, right, if the state's doing wrong. But if it's constitutional, no.
Because other elements are not self-executing, that ignores subsequent actual law that happened. I mean, the Congress passed a law, for example, in 1872 defining who was an insurrectionist, who was not an insurrectionist for purposes of elections. In 1994, Congress passed a law that specifically defined insurrection as a criminal activity so that somebody could theoretically be convicted of insurrection and therefore ineligible to run for office. It is unlike, say, the analogs that are used by the majority opinion, like age. Obviously, this is not the same thing. We can all tell what somebody's age is by looking at their birth certificate. I can't tell whether somebody's an insurrectionist without any reference to a legal statute or definition of the term.
I would also be careful.
Yes. Now, again, it goes back, but you got to go back, Ben. The states have the right, and I got to keep saying that. The state has a right to say, Larry, you're only 34. You cannot be on the ballot. They have a right to do so. And they have a right to throw Trump off the ballot, again, if the other things were true.
Careful with that, because remember, one of Trump's first big political actions was challenging Obama's birth certificate.
Well, and I thought that was dumb at the time. But
sure.
In any case,
I like that you both said 100% chance that Trump will try to go for third term and 0% chance, which statistically.
Third term, he's done, man. Are you kidding?
He would want to.
Trump's going to walk around, hands up high. He's going to be like, I'm a two-term president. I'm the only president since Grover Cleveland who would know. But since Grover Cleveland, who served 2 non-consecutive terms, I kicked Joe Biden out of office and I kicked Hillary Clinton out of office. Dude would be like, he'd be living large. Are you kidding? He doesn't want the presidency anymore after that.
I just think that I think it's scary that Donald Trump, it feels like for all of the accusations that are made sometimes against Democrats.
I'm so glad that he used that word, because that's what it is. It is scary for a lot of people. It really is. It is. Andrew says, longest stream Larry's been doing, and I'm still sticking around. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I know it's a long one today. This thing is 2 hours long, and I'm cutting through it. It's long. It absolutely is. And guys, if you are sticking around, then do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button already, please do it. Wherever you are, if you're watching on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, doesn't matter where you're watching, please click the like button. Every single like does matter. Also, if you're watching on Twitter, please retweet this. Retweet it right now if you are. If you're watching on YouTube, if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe. I need subscribers so that people pay attention to me. Please click that bell for notifications. It does matter. If you want to get your chat to the front, you can always super chat me. It goes right to the front if you super chat. Absolutely. If you want to support the channel, you can. You can either support me on YouTube if you want to. Become a member. Click that join button. It's $4.99 per month, which is, come on, what a bargain that is. It's like $1 a week, and I produce a whole bunch of content. Just hours just today. You can also, if you want to, just on Patreon. Patreon.com/Sharpway also helps me out. All of them are good, so I can spend more time doing this. That is what I'd like to do. I'm spending more time doing this. Paula says, great show tonight. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I love that. That's great. Yes. Vincent says, age is easily verifiable. Trump hasn't even been charged with insurrection, so it's just an opinion of a few crazy people. like that comment. A few crazy people
ordering Garland to investigate Donald Trump and blah, blah, blah. It seems like Donald Trump would actually do that with his DOJ, would give them orders.
He didn't.
He didn't.
Well,
He
kind of did though, right? So for instance, with Jeffrey Clark went to Rosen and Donahue and said, hey, listen, I need you guys to sign off on a letter that we're going to use essentially to bully states into overturning their elections by saying we found significant election fraud. And
okay, this part that I'm going to bring up here, right? This goes back to what I was talking about. Destiny's wrong on this. He says he tried to stop a peaceful transfer of power. Everything he's saying Trump did is still peaceful and using paper and people, right? Still. Again, here's where Mike and I disagree. I do think it's gray, though, because he was threatening. He was. Some people with jail, some people, he was threatening, and he was using his power as president to push. Now, when Democrats did it back in 2016, 2020, they did not use their power. They weren't in power. Would they have done so? Maybe. If they had, then I would see it the same way. But they hadn't. They weren't in power. But the president, what Trump did is a gray zone for me. I don't think it's so black and white. But again, as libertarian, if it's not guilty, it's not guilty, right? So gray to me says not guilty. But I don't see it as black
part
and
of
white at
that
all.
threat was Jeffrey Clark saying, listen, if you're not going to do it, Rosen, Trump's going to fire you and just make me the acting attorney general. That was the threat that he carried. And I think Trump repeated that threat in a meeting later on that was, I only rebuked when I think like half the White House staff said, if you do this, we're resigning.
Okay, so that's a slightly different topic because now you're getting into all the election shenanigans and all this. But
sure, I'm just saying he threatened to fire his acting attorney general if he wouldn't carry the same platform.
I'm going to move on to the next piece if I could. This is wokeism.
Recently in the news, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and MIT failed to fully denounce calls for genocide. And that rose questions about the influence of DEI programs at universities. And so maybe either looking at this or zooming out more broadly at identity politics at universities or identity politics, wokeism in our culture, how big of a threat is it to our culture, to Western civilization? Ben?
So obviously, I'm going to say it's a huge threat. The reason that I think this is a huge threat, I want to give a definition of wokeism because people are very often accused of not using wokeism properly or believing that it's sort of a catch-all phrase. I don't think it's a catch-all term. I think that wokeism has its roots in postmodernism, which essentially suggests that every principle is a reflection of underlying structures of power, and that therefore any inequality that emerges under such a system is a reflection, again, of that structure of power that used to be applied in sort of Marxist ways. The suggestion being that economic inequality was the result of misallocation of power.
By the way, this is one of the biggest reasons why so many college kids are anti-Israel now. You might go, wait a minute, wokeism? Yes, because to his point, what the key is big guy is by default bad guy. Doesn't matter the history, doesn't matter the background, is irrelevant. So Israel is bigger than Gaza. Therefore, by default, Israel wrong. That is from this. This is totally related. And if you ask many people to know the history, they can't have an answer. They don't know the history. They just know Israel's big. Therefore, Israel's bad. They're colonialists and they're oppressors. And that's just exactly how they think. That is, I mean, there are other reasons people don't like it, but that's the major, huge reason for people on college campuses who think that way. That really is an issue. I just want to make sure that part was clear.
In the structure preserved by an upper crust of people who wanted to cram down exploitation on people. That was sort of the Marxist version of postmodernism. And that got transmuted into sort of a racial version of postmodernism, in which the systems of the United States are white supremacist in orientation and are perpetuated by a group of people who are, in fact, in favor of the preservation of white power and white supremacy. That is the generalized theory of critical race theory, as proposed by, for example, Gene Stefanchik and Richard Delgado in their book on critical race theory. That has taken a softer form that we refer to as DEI. The key in DEI is DE, meaning equity. So equity is a term that does not mean equality. People mix it up. Equality is the idea that we all ought to have equal rights, that we all ought to be treated equally by the law.
In this case, Ben's right here. In this case, this is what a lot of it is, and DEI does not help. It does not. Many years ago, I used to teach diversity training. I do some of it now, but not as much because most people want DEI training, not diversity training. Diversity training actually, for those of you who are old enough might remember, in the 80s and 90s was terrible. It was basically reinforcing stereotypes. It was like, okay, the person's Asian. Well, if you have an Asian, they'll probably like tea and not coffee. I'm not joking. That was literally taught in corporate boardrooms in the 80s and 90s. It was embarrassingly bad. That was the kind of thing, right? Well, if he's late, it's okay. He's a black guy. Black people are late. That was actually taught in the 80s and 90s as diversity training. It was terrible. It got better in the early 2000s. That's when I got involved in it more aggressively. And then it became basically emotional intelligence training, which is the smart form of training, right? You get people to understand that everyone doesn't think like me. People think differently. How can I encourage back and forth? There's a difference between intent and impact. These types of things that actually matter and can change things. That actually works very well. That actually can help make things better. That has turned completely back into the 80s, 90s. Let me tell you why everybody's racist. That's what they're all talking about now. And it is literally harming most organizations who spend time on it. It's actually, even in the military, it is a terrible problem. It hurts everything. It makes things worse. Ryan says, as a former federal employee, wokeism was everywhere. Everything was DEI, along with the miserable culture there. There's a huge reason why I quit in September. Yes, it is hurtful. It is hurtful. DEI, emotional intelligence diversity training, is very valuable and good. It makes people think about themselves versus others. It makes you think about intent versus impact. Once you think the modern day DEI, it is only about impact. Intent does not matter. Intent is assumed to be evil and bad. It is not good at all. You are correct, Ryan. It is harmful. It is actually harmful.
Equity is the idea that if there is an inequality that emerges from any system, it is therefore due to discrimination. And the best way to tell whether somebody has been victimized is by dint of their race. And we can tell whether you're a member of an oppressed group or an oppressor group by the intersectional identity that you carry and by the nature of your group's success or failure predominantly along economic and power lines in American life. This means that if one group is predominantly successful economically, they must be a member of the victimizing class. And the only corrective for that would be, as Ibram X. Kendi likes to suggest, effectively anti-racist policy is racism in the service of destroying racism. You're going to have to, discriminate on the basis of race in order to correct for discrimination that's baked into the system.
I did an entire show on him.
That's incredibly dangerous.
He's a disaster.
It leads to a victim-victimizer narrative that is unhealthy for individuals and terrible for societies. It relieves people of individual responsibility, and it destroys the very notion of an objective metric by which we can decide meritocracy. And meritocracy is the only system human beings have ever devised that has positive externalities in literally any area of life. Every other distribution of wealth, power, done along other lines that is not having to do with merit has negative externalities. Every system having to do with merit has positive externalities because presumably the most effective and useful people are going to succeed under those systems. That's the very basis of a meritocracy. And the externalities of that mean that other people benefit from the meritorious and excellent performance of those people.
I have a feeling that Destiny
maybe it would be good to get your comments, your old stomping ground, Harvard. Do you think the president of Harvard should have been fired?
I mean, I think she should have been fired not over the plagiarism allegations. I think she should have been fired based on her performance just at that congressional hearing. If the word black had been substituted for Jew in that statement by Elise Stefanik that she was asking about, or trans, or literally any other minority in America, maybe with the exception of Asian, then the answer would have been very different coming from.
Yes, but let me explain why, just so you guys who may not understand this. The assumption is that Jewish people, Asian people, the assumption is they're not oppressed. And the only people who deserve this specialized treatment are only those who are oppressed. And oppressed people are brown people. Therefore, if she had said Hispanic or black or trans, well, trans people also are oppressed. So yeah, so oppressed people. That is the reason why that was different. I'm not saying that's right. I'm explaining that's the reason.
Cloudy and Gay. With that said, I don't think the firing of Cloudy and Gay really accomplishes very much. Meaning, did she get what she deserved? Sure. Does that mean that the underlying DEI equity-based system has been in any way severely damaged? No, I think that this is a way for universities, it's true for Liz McGill at Penn also, to basically throw somebody overboard as the sacrifice to maintain the underlying system that continues to predominate at American universities, where they spend.
But this is what we do all the time, and this is why I can't stand this. This is even our prison system. This is our everything system. Something went wrong. Okay, great. Let's arrest somebody and put them in jail, or let's fire somebody. Are we going to change the system? No. No. Now, whether you think gays should have been fired or not, it hasn't changed the system. It doesn't matter. That's why I would say, I don't care. So she's fired. Okay. She's not fired. Okay. The system isn't changed. Who cares? She's gone. The next knucklehead shows up. Who cares? It changes nothing. Nothing at all. So, yeah. Liberty Twitcher says, but the problem with the Asians is they achieve too much. Damn Asians achieving too much. Damn you.
Literally billions of dollars every year on DEI initiatives and diversity hires and diversity administrators and all of this. I mean, one of the costs of education escalating is in the massive administrative function that is now undertaken by universities, as opposed to teaching and cost of dorms and such.
You guys probably agree on a lot of this, right?
Kind of, maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
A lot too.
I don't know what makes things do this, but it feels like we can never like have a good thing and then have it end as a good thing. Things always get taken to their extreme, and then we have to fight on those extremes. Like I would argue that back in my day, we called it SJW, social justice warriors, before it became woke. I think it's like 2013 onwards, whatever. Like there are aspects to wokeism that I think are good. Like I like the additional representation that we have in media now. I like how is
okay. He's not wrong on that, right? I think a lot of people actually went into this and got behind the wokeism idea or the DEI idea for what they believed were good reasons. I think they were trying to be good or happy or positive. I think that was the initial attempt for the average person who walked into this. I think that part is true, but it has become terrible, and I'm actually not happy with the way it works.
As much as people complain about the internet and how it's regulated, that there are way more groups that are represented on the internet, whether we're talking X, the platform formerly known as Twitter or Facebook or whatever. I think in some ways, or whether we're pushing, like women's achievements in school and in the wider workforce, I think that these are all good things. The issue that you run into is people don't ever have a stopping point. And I think people kind of get lost in this woke for woke's sake thing, where we start to see these very weird warpings of these like academic, I guess, arguments that are used for really horrible things. So, for instance, I think that you can talk about in the United States things like white supremacy or things like oppression of certain demographics, especially with like Jim Crow laws and pre-Jim Crow. And you can even talk about effects from that. But then when you run into this weird world where we've kind of warped these things so that like not only is white supremacy still as present today as it ever has been, well, actually, Black people and other minorities can't even be racist. They don't have the power to, because we're going to use a different definition of racism. And we can only talk about punching up as opposed to punching down.
This is something that's very interesting, right? I think his point's a very valid one, right? I think the concepts are not necessarily bad concepts. We want to make things better for people who are oppressed. I like the idea, nice ideas, right? Nice ideas, the intent's nice. But boy, does it go to a point where now it's insanely stupid, and now people making money from it. And we are worried now about things like women in academia and stuff. Women run academia now, but we're still worried about it. Right? Women are doing very well, particularly under 30. Whatever wage gap there may have been, under 30, it's the reverse. Women now make more money than men if you're under 30. But we still keep pushing. Like everything's got. We just saw it. The mayor of New York. I did a show last week on this. The mayor of New York is a male. He has 5 deputy mayors, all women, and all women of color. 3 Black, 1 Asian, 1 Hispanic. All of them. They're running things. Women are graduating from college. Women are running the world at a local level, right? Not at the tip-top level. Still mostly men running the tip-top still at this moment. But you can see it already happening, right? But we're not stopping. We're not saying, oh, we're doing well. We can take our foot off the gas. No, we're still punching like there's no tomorrow on people who you can kind of stop punching now in many cases. Not all, but in many cases. New York City, for example. I mean, why are we fighting like gay rights in New York City? The war's kind of over, right? Here, there are parts of this country that's not true, obviously, but here it is. I think that's a valid point. And now it becomes that we just have to make it to where people are permanent protected classes, regardless of whether they deserve that anymore or ever did. That's an issue. Lil J, thank you for the super chat. Mainstream media literally stole the term woke from the Black community and turned it into something else. Brianna Joy checked a liberal about this. Oh, yeah. That's a, Brianna Joy Gray is amazing. She's very brilliant. And for those of you who want to talk to people who are more left, who are smart and savvy, Brianna Joy Gray is a great person to check out her stuff. She's great. I agree. Woke has been taken and turned into I don't know what. Yes, I completely agree. It's I don't know what.
And we're actually going to say it's totally okay for these people to say or do whatever they want, and it's never bad. But like white people who have always been the oppressors, even if you're like a trailer park guy whose family's addicted to meth, you have all this privilege, et cetera, et cetera. I think,
and that's the piece I want to bring up, right? The part that drives me crazy, particularly about the white male piece, right? And my white males viewers, I'm going to give you guys some props right now. We are punishing that group of people for the 1%. What do I mean by that? People often say, well, oh my God, women don't have any power, men run everything, blah, blah. At the highest level, the 1%, yes, it's still mostly white males. That's true, right? At the highest levels, that's true. But that's the 1%. So if you're really mad at the 1% of white men, I get it. At least it makes sense. They're running things. You don't like how things are being run. You want to punish them. All right, I get that. I can see that logical. But 99% of white men are not part of 1% by default. They're 99%. They're not running things. They're not in charge of everything. They're getting their butt kicked just like you. So why are we punishing the 99% of white men who are just getting their ass kicked just like we are, right? When it's the 1% that are powerful. And part of the 1% is definitely, not white and not males, but it's a small percent. Most are white men. That's true. But then the average white male is just the average dude trying to live his life like everybody else. This is a very valid point. And when we do that, now we start turning the average white male into wanting to assist the 1%, because we have pushed them into this world when they're not there. And we wonder, why do they support the 1%? Well, because you've made them the 1% in your world. When they're not, they're just like you.
That you run into these issues where wokeism, it starts off as like a really good idea, and I would argue has achieved really good things, especially in regards to like women's education and everything. And then it just gets so academia-ized. So there's a word there, academic, yes, whatever, where you take something and you put it in school too much, and then it comes out as some Frankenstein, cancer baby of like horrible things, such that today when I'm reading stuff, and I know Ben is the same way, like if I even hear somebody say the word like anti-racism, I'm probably ignoring every other thing you have to say.
I'm kind of with them on that. Anti-racism is crazy. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
If you utter the word like colonial anything, I'm probably going to say you probably don't have anything good to say. Yeah, a lot of it is just taken way too far. But you know what I will blame on some of this is I will blame conservatives for some of this, because I think one issue that happens, and I think Ben might even agree with me here too, is I think there's two huge problems that have happened in the United States, I think broadly speaking, is that one, we become more different than we ever have been, and two, we become more similar than we ever have been. And when I say this, what I mean is that like we're splitting off into these groups, and then these groups are enforcing this insane homogeneity between these two separate groups.
This is another very valid point, right? And I think each of the other side sees it a different way. For example, right, he's saying that we're different as in we're left and right. That's true. And then everyone on the right is supposed to believe all these things. Everyone on the left is supposed to believe all these things. The problem is they don't all actually believe all these things. What they all believe is the other guy's bad. That they usually believe no matter what. So the right will look at the left and go, they all get together and they all believe the same thing, blah, blah. The left goes, the right believes all the same thing. They all believe all the same thing. But in reality, for those of you who put your foot in both sides as I do, you realize the right is in a civil war. The left is also in a civil war. Only difference is they hate the other more than they hate each other. So yes, the left is in a civil war. There's a difference between liberals and leftists and progressives. They fight each other all the time. They just all hate Republicans. There's a difference between a conservative, a Trump MAGA Republican, and a neocon. There's a difference between all three of them. They just all hate Democrats, but they all fight each other internally. They absolutely do. But it seems to the other side they're all a monolith, and they're just not. If you put your feet in both camps, you'll figure this out. Absolutely. So Lil J, thanks for the 49. Women's rights, free the Second Amendment. Public housing, rent to own, stop heavy taxing small business owners. Yes, yes, and yes on all those things. These are all my policies. 100% yes. 100% yes. Absolutely.
And I think one of these schisms has been conservatives' reluctancy to participate in things related to higher education. So for a long time, conservatives are saying like, oh, the educational institutions are against us. Rush Limbaugh talks about how evil the colleges are and blah, blah, blah. And then what happens is conservatives are less and less willing to engage in them. So then you get this scenario or this environment where everybody that's engaged in academia on the administrative side are fucking insane. they're
Yeah, but hold on. He's right and wrong. He's right in that the right has stopped engaging with most mainstream education. That's true. But it wasn't because the right wanted to leave. It was literally removed by the left. I'm not being me. I'm not being a left-right guy. That is accurate, right? The left literally refused to hire people who were right and got rid of people who are in the right. That's what happened. Remember something. When it comes to left and right as a general rule, I know I get attacked by both. The right tends to insult. The left tends to dismiss. So when I get attacked by the right, it's you're wrong because you're dumb, because you're not American, you're this. The right tends to engage, but aggressively, but they tend to engage when they're attacking me. The left ignores me. Oh, you're just a crazy libertarian. It's dismissive. You're nobody. You don't count. You don't count. You don't count. So the left the left disengages, right? The left dismisses. The right tends to engage aggressively, but they tend to engage. So they got thrown out. So what did the right do? They made their own institutions. That's what's happening now.
Like even more so too, and I also want to draw a distinction between like the administrators and the faculty, because oftentimes when you're reading story after story after story of like all of these insane admins that are pushing further and further left, usually the faculty is fighting against it.
Okay, that used to be true. He's right. If you go back 10 years, maybe 20 years, that used to be true. Now the faculty is almost always on board.
The tenured professors, a lot of people in their departments are saying like, hold on, well, we actually don't agree with this. But I feel like because conservatives for so long have demonized these institutions rather than like critically evaluated them and tried to like have like honest critique and engagement, that they've just like completely broken off. And when you only have a bunch of lefties or righties together, all they'll do is they'll veer off like even more into their insane directions. Yes. I feel like that's a big problem that we've run into in the country, to where conservatives have totally broken off some conversations, broken away from, where they won't participate in them anymore. And then the people that you have left just run as far to the left as possible.
Certainly when you look at certain institutions, I think that one of the things that people on both sides of the aisle are constantly looking at is, has the institution suffered such capture that there is just no capacity to fix it?
There's the issue. How does someone fix it? Right? Let's say I want to be a professor at some college. I'm never getting hired. I'm not going to change anything. There's no way for me to repair it. Right? That's the problem. I get what Destiny's saying. I do. But how am I going to fix it? How is anyone going to fix it? Adding someone to do it when they just dismiss you is just crazy.
And when you talk about the universities, I'm not going to blame conservatives for the failure of the universities, because they haven't been present in major positions at universities since effectively the late 1960s. And you can go read Shelby Steele's work on this, where he talks about how, he's now a conservative Black person. He was a liberal Black person at the time. He was actually quite a radical Black activist at the time in the 60s. And he talks about walking into the office of liberal administrators who are largely on his side with regard to civil rights, and being a radical, him claiming that the systems of the university were inherently broken, were inherently wrong, unfixable.
He was a radical.
And he talks about this, it's a very evocative episode where he's talking about how he's smoking. And as he's smoking, the ash is growing more and more, and the ash falls down on this very expensive carpet. And the president of the university, who's listening to him rant and rave, Shelby Steele says, I thought he was going to say something about this. I mean, I was wrecking like $1,000 carpet in his office, being a jackass. And instead, I could see him wilt inside. I could see him collapse. He didn't have the institutional credibility or the intellect or sort of spiritual strength to just say, listen, I agree with you on some of these things, but you're acting like a jackass. And what you see in the late 1960s and early 1970s is, in fact, the collapse of these institutions, to the point where by the time I was going to college, there was this radical disproportion between conservatives and liberals. And the problem is that,
and I got to tell you, he's running a lot of this. When I was in college, and I was in college in the early 90s, what happened for me is I used to have to write all my papers on things that weren't political, because I would get punished because of my politics. So I'm not joking. I wrote most of my papers in college on Dungeons and Dragons, because none of my professors played Dungeons and Dragons. So they couldn't have an opinion on it. I remember true story. One of my papers was on the reasons why a dungeon master should not allow the half ogre character class as a character race in the campaign. That was one of my papers that I wrote. I still remember it from 30 years ago. I still remember it. Why? Because he couldn't judge me on it. He didn't play the game. He had no idea. He had to look at it and go, oh, okay, that makes sense, or it didn't. So I did that because I was worried for that exact reason. I think there is an issue about that. So I'm going to grab two of these that came in. One, Paula says, oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that, Paula, here. And for me, the left is hard to deal with because they won't talk to us. I found the same problem. I will take the stupid insults if I can engage someone. It is actually easier for most libertarians to talk to the right because of that. The lefts will simply dismiss us. And Brian says it. Crazy libertarian is what my progressive dad calls me. He dismisses you. The left usually dismisses, the right usually insults. That's obviously not 100% rule, but it's a good general rule. And that system is broken. I'm going to move on to relationships if I could. Maybe I will. I think I will. Hold on. I will.
Yeah, and I feel like on our social media platforms, on our algorithms, in our schools, I feel like we're sorting harder and harder and harder. And any type of rhetoric that encourages the sorting is really bad and damaging. We need to like continue to mix up. And there's other things I want to talk about. But Lex is opening his mouth.
Destiny the uniter. Wow. All right.
Not like Trump.
As we approach the end, let us descend into the meme further and further. Ben, you're in a monogamous marriage. Destiny, you've been mostly in an open marriage until recently. How foundational is marriage, monogamous marriage, to the United States of America? Can open marriages work? Are they harmful to society? Ben?
Marriages are the single most important thing that people can do in the United States because the things within your control are easier to control than the things outside your control. People tend to think about big political change, obviously, about things they can do to change the entire system. But the reality is the thing that you can do that best changes society is to get married and have kids and raise your kids responsibly. That is the single best thing that you can do. Can an open marriage work? I mean, I think that it depends on your definition of work. So in my version of work, the answer is no, because what you actually need in order to facilitate the healthy growing of a child is a father and mother who are committed to each other. All ideas about there being no emotional component to sexual activity are completely specious. That it is truer for men than it is for women, but it's not true for either.
I think he has a valid point. I think he puts too much on marriage. My personal view, he puts too much on it. But I get his point, right? Being promiscuous is not good for men or women. It does mess with you in your head. It does. For those of you who've been promiscuous, you know what I'm talking about. It does. It doesn't mean you can't be or shouldn't be. No laws. You should do what you want with your own body, do how you feel, whatever it is. But I do get that concept of what he's saying. I think raising kids is important. I agree. But I don't think it should be the number one thing that you should be thinking about as an individual. If you want kids, good for you. Have kids. Awesome. Not against kids. But I do think that you should be trying to be a good person and be a good example to other people more than anything else. My view, right? Marriage is nice. I'm not against marriage. I'm married myself. I'm not against marriage. But I do think it's most important for you as an individual to be an example of the person that you want others to be that example. And if all of us are that example, others will change. It's just human nature. We will become what our environment is. So he obviously wants people to get married and have kids, and so he's doing that. Good for him. But I think we should just be the people who we want others to be. That to me is number one, more than anything. And the second piece is monogamous marriage. I think it must be as long as you're honest. I think when you're not honest, I think it's nothing but bad. I think cheating is terrible. I've been with my wife 23 years now. I have never cheated on her once. That I know of, she cheated on me that I know of, right? Never. Why? If I would rather just tell her I'm going to go out and cheat, or I'm not going to cheat, then I'm just going to go and have sex with somebody else. I'd rather just do that, right? I think that piece is critical, right? I think that piece is critical. Honesty is critical to me in that regard. So it's my view.
The idea of a full commitment to a human being with whom you genetically create children, which is typically how we've done it throughout human existence, is in fact the fundamental basis for any functional civilization. It allows for the transmission of culture and values. It allows for the transmission of beliefs and responsibility.
You can transfer all that through your own example, works, and community, right? It's not required to have children for that. I get why he believes, and I'm mad at him for it. But I'm just saying you can transfer all of those things through your own works, through your own example. Again, not against marriage and kids. I have 2 kids. I'm just saying not required.
And it gives the great lie to both the communitarian lie and the atomistic individualist lie. The communitarian lie is that you belong to the giant community of man, which is not true because you have a family, and your allegiance should be and is naturally to the members of your family first. That's how we learn, and then we expound that out. And it also is a lie to the notion that we are all atomistic individuals with no—
I would add to kin, your kin.
No responsibilities. We are born into a world of responsibilities. Everyone is born into a world of responsibilities and rules and roles, and those are good. And if we do not actually socialize our children that way, there will be, number one, no children. Number one, there will be no healthy children. Number two, there will be no healthy children. Number three, there will be not the foundation for either social fabric, which is the real glue that holds together society, or
That's
for a
true.
functional government. So, yes, monogamous marriage. I'm a fan. 15 years married, 4 kids. Yes.
Destiny, what do you think?
I think that when we talk about like relationships or marriage, I think something that's really important is we have to talk about whether or not children are being discussed or not. Because I think
Good
once
point.
you introduce the child aspect, I think the style or the type of relationship that you do is going to become way more important than whatever exists prior to that. Like I would agree, for instance, in terms of what Ben is saying, that there's probably going to be some structure that is ideal for the care and the raising of a child. I think that having a child gives you a much bigger buy-in to society, because now all of a sudden you care about a lot of things that you might not have before, because not only do you exist in society, you can't just run. Now you've got a child that exists there, and you've got to ensure that everything functions smoothly, not just—
It's a valid point. But the problem is when it comes to kids, people are just going to have kids because people tend to want kids. Not all people do, but the data is in. Most people do want kids. So if you just make an environment to where people can have kids, they're going to have them. You'll be fine, right? Most people do want to have kids. And so you're going to have most people having kids. Just as long as you don't do crazy stuff, you'll be fine, right? Adultery should be illegal. There's a part of me that agrees. It doesn't sound crazy, but then why would you get married? Right? Don't get married then, right? And maybe that's okay. I'm not as against that, because there's a part of me, and be forward, I would never want that to actually be a law. I'm just saying it's a part of me that understands that, because I feel like when you cheat, you're breaking a bond, right? But it's morally wrong is what I would say. But I get the emotion behind feeling like it should be illegal. I get the emotion behind it. I do. I'm not prepared to go there though, but I get the feeling. I do.
for you, but for that child as well. And arguably, although we're getting into weird places, I guess, in the world now, like children are the primary conduit for like where you transmit like cultural values and everything. The one kind of weird thing that we're coming up against, that we have been coming up against now for some number of decades and will continue to, is as societies progress, seems like people are having less children. And I actually don't know 100% what the answer is to that question.
I do.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yeah. I mean, an implementable answer that works, that we know we can get everybody on board with. It seems like for a large part of human history, having children, and it still is, having children is awesome, and children are cool, and children are magical and miraculous and all of this, but you didn't really have much competing for your attention to have a child, right? When you hit a certain age and you started working,
a valid point.
Especially if you're a woman, I mean, childbirth is kind of the next step, and then having a family, raising your children, and then doing that is kind of the next step. Nowadays,
this is a valid point, right? There is so many other things that all types of people want to achieve and do. And for a lot more people than before, children is just like another thing I can do. But even with that, most people still want to have children, right? It's not as high as it used to be, like just assume we don't have kids. Now that's nowhere near as much, but most people still do. And, I want to make a step on this too. The reason why people aren't having as many kids, I mentioned this earlier and I'll bring it up again, women have to feel like they're going to be able to take care of that kid. It isn't only about cash. There are a lot of women who have tons of money who don't have kids, right? So they have the cash, they can have a kid, and a lot of them choose not to have kids. Where women freezing their eggs left and right. Freezing your eggs is a big deal now. Well, why would you freeze your eggs? Just have a baby, right? Why? Because the woman doesn't feel comfortable enough that she can take care of that kid with a partner. Most women want a partner. Not all, obviously. Some women don't care. They're going to have a baby, whatever. But most women still want a partner. They want to feel like they have a partner. And one of the other problems you're having is you have women who, as I mentioned earlier, mass amounts of women compared to men are getting educated. A lot of women aren't getting educated. I'm sorry, other men aren't getting educated. Women are. As women get educated, they want educated men. Well, the men aren't getting educated. Well, so you've got less men for the women. So less women are finding that mate they feel comfortable with. They're having trouble finding the mates they want to. That's slowing women on having kids. Again, women aren't having less kids. Less women are having kids. There was a stat someone sent me. I don't know if it's true. Someone I'm sure will correct me if I'm wrong. There was a stat that said that by the time it's 2040 or 2030, I forgot, that over half of women in America over 40 will not have kids, be unmarried and have no kids. And a lot of that's because women aren't finding the men they want. That's a big problem. That is a big problem. So just, you want to solve that problem, you can. Women have to feel comfortable in their partners. You've got to make women feel comfortable that they can take care of their children. They will have children. They just will. I'm sorry, most will, not all, most will.
Especially with women being able to work, especially with women having access to birth control. There's a lot available in the world that's competing for the interest of people that could otherwise be having children, such that we've almost flipped it, such that, as Ben brought up earlier, like wealthy people tend to have less children than not wealthy people. Or unless you're part of particular religious communities that push childbirth a lot. I don't know if I would say there exists
He says literally that wealthy people have less children. Yeah, it's not about the money. It isn't. That isn't the issue. It's not about the money.
Moral imperative. And if you're somebody that does care about it, yeah, it does, of course. Depends on the
answer. Hold on. Let me now go to rapid fire if I could.
Rapid fire questions.
This is the end, guys.
And the answer, my answer was go to church.
Religion. Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Well, we could talk about religion, but that's not rapid fire at all. Let me ask, this is from the internet. Does body count matter?
Jesus Christ.
For those of you who don't know what body count is it's heavily red pill stuff, which because of what red pill is. Red pill is men kind of going in their own way, men deciding that women aren't cool, that kind of style of pro-men, manosphere, that type of environment is often called red pill. And the idea of body count is how many people you've had sex with is your body count. That's what he's asking.
You're really bringing up the red pill stuff.
Are you avoiding answering?
I mean, it depends on who you are.
Oh,
if you're somebody that doesn't care about it, it doesn't. If you're somebody that does care about it, yeah, it does, of course. Depends on the...
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Body count does matter. And I mean that not as in it makes you a better or worse person, but the more people you're having sex with, the harder, and we know this is like documented, it can be more challenging for you to find the right person. It does make it more challenging. So yes, it does matter. It doesn't mean you can't find happiness, but it can make you finding the one harder. That's true. It can decrease your odds of finding the right one.
Should porn be banned?
No.
If
Ben,
you could do it, yes. There is no benefit to pornography. It's a waste of time and destructive to the human soul.
I can't believe I'm asking this question. Is OnlyFans empowering or destructive for women?
It's all the same stuff. Wow.
Jesus. These are rapid fire?
Yeah, just...
these are some culture. This is all like culture war stuff. Okay, I guess we'll deal with it. Porn should not be banned because people should do what they want with their bodies. OnlyFans should not be banned because people should do what they want with their bodies. But is OnlyFans empowering for women? No, it is not empowering for women. It's just another way of women using their bodies to make money. That's not by default empowering. It's not. It is just another way for women to use their bodies to make money, which the woman should do what she feels. But that does not make you empowered. It's just another way of making money.
I mean, it's probably empowering for the ones that are making a lot of money off it. It probably feels disempowering for others that feel affected by the cultural norms set by women that do OnlyFans. There's my rapid fire answer.
No, it's destructive to even the ones who are making a lot of money, because when you degrade yourself to being just a set of human body characteristics that other people jack off to, it's bad for you and it's bad for them.
That's a valid point.
Rap music?
Absolutely.
Have you evolved on this? Or?
Have I evolved on this? So
of course, rap is music.
Again, I'm going to go to what's the definition of music. My original argument about rap was that music involves the following three elements: rhythm, melody, harmony. Rap typically involves maybe one of those. There may be a melody, maybe sometimes. So it depends on the kind of rap. No. With that said, I could be convinced on this issue, but listen, I'm a classical violinist. I mean, that's how I was raised.
That makes sense. Okay,
I listen to Beethoven and Brahms and Mozart, like in the car with my kids. So
there we go.
Is it comparable? Is in the same category as Beethoven, Brahms, and Mozart? I have a very hard time sticking it in the same category as that.
Yes. Jackie agrees. Body count matters.
Both world-class debaters.
It does matter.
even public intellectuals, if I can say that.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
Going real hard here.
I know. You both care about the truth. What is your process of arriving at the truth?
That is boring. I'm going to move
Immediately from one source. Yeah.
Ben?
I appreciate it because it's more fun to fight on kind of like the factual grounds of.
Guys, that's kind of the end of the debate. I hope you guys enjoyed going through that. And then Paula says everyone is in the culture war bandwagon. It's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Progressives at admirable goal for stopping institutions from denying entry based on racial religion viewpoint, more from the undermining a merit system. True. 100% true. What I want to bring up, guys, from one, if I could, if you haven't clicked that like button, please click it now. Also, if you're watching on Twitter, retweet this now. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, if you haven't subscribed or hit that bell, do it now, please do it. You can support the show by either super chatting, by going to Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member. Just click that join button. But no matter what, one more thing. Once this live stream is over, please come back to it and post a comment. I will respond to them. Someone will respond to them. You will get a response. Please post a comment after this live stream is over. It helps with algorithms tremendously. Please, when you're done with this, once it's over, please come back and then put a comment. It does matter. Guys, I want to thank you so much for this evening. I will try to be back on Monday night. I will see you all very soon.